续力量，复制。现在不是个半人。还在积蓄力量，就这么。
Last night, they sacrificed another soul. Even the dead tremble before them. Eerie manifestations of ghostly tales. Wolf-headed greeters of the departed. Underworld rulers with dark wings of the abyss. The judges who decide over life and death. Hellish fiends, their scythes reaping crimson paths. Of soul stir.
You ready for a show?
I've conquered. They started, now it's over. My power uncovered. Now I begin. Fate is for mortals. Only the brave know. Fighting the unknown. Siding with bravery, I will prevail. I cannot fail. I will prevail. I
Danger lies at every turn. Treasure Secret. Destiny. Everything lost is meant to be found. Oh, light. The never-fading light. The gloriously radiant light. The darkness-piercing light. The gracious light. The sin-cleansing light. Praising light. Guides the lost. Purifies the defiled.
沐浴光辉，沉溺光辉。沐浴光辉，沉溺光辉。手，这是不尊鸟的裁决。
在电力的元首。 Go away, go away. Yo! Oh my god! Yo! What the fuck? Yo! What the fuck? Yo! What the fuck? Yo! Oh! Yo! Wait, am I hitting you or no? What the fuck? You hitting me?
You're hitting my stuff.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Yo, why are you so weak? Yo, why are you so weak?
I have to use my grapples.
No grab, no grab. Okay, ready for my ult?
Your ult?
Yeah, my ult.
You don't have ult.
Yeah, I have my ult.
Crew me ult? That's gonna do nothing. Oh! 啊？不是，他直接拿武器砸我的。他是没有戴眼罩是吧？他是没有戴眼罩，我当时就知道，操！哎呦，我的心太崩了，我的心太崩了。我心太崩了。You were not blinded all this time, right? I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. That's why I was talking to you. I said, you can see me. I said, yeah, I can see you. Like, oh my god. You parry me all the time. Oh my god, yo.
Well here, making it extremely difficult for Pace to actually find all that much damage and threaten a focus attack in the situation, as it will simply block it all. But Pace, he's getting cooked here! The damage, the fire damage, the combo break coming through from the Honey, the combo break from the Valder as well, Arano, both of them a 1 HP situation. Who's coming out on top? Oh my goodness, and it's Arano! As in comparison to the normal P1, where you have 3 dashes, but able to get a third. Disengaging, but Taki now looking to try and chase him down, biting off a little bit more than he can chew perhaps, getting caught with the weapon swap, and Taki just getting read like a book here on the disengage. Yeah, what's going on here? T25 getting a very oogly indeed, sending out these focus attacks, doing quite a lot of damage, but it looks as though Spider is very ready to take him down. Oh my goodness, but he's in a position right now, but it is looking rather even. But as I say that, Pace sending out a rather aggressive blue focus does get parried. The sap from Mike going out, and yet again another parry.
He can take the pressure on. It looks at a parry as the horizontal gets released, and Mike throws it again. The box comes to the clutch. Mike looks to try to go for the R&B stagger and waiting for the blue focus to come out into his favor. Goes for Dragon Slayer. Everyone from Star comes out, and Mike looks to try to hold it out again. Now blue focus gets parried. There's a sap hit, and one R&B. Mike takes the victory in his stead, and getting that Romy Yang kill.
All the combo break gonna come out, not gonna connect with the bubbles. Arano gonna go for a ride. Pace with the raw dragon, gonna get the upper. Does he get the follow-up? He does time it perfectly. 2-1-1's gonna come out, and EWG's Arano is gonna fall.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to J-Cup. We are finally here in China. I am Dunkin' Donuts, joined by my good friend Raven, and we're here to talk to you briefly a little bit about the upcoming group stage. And now across the seas from EU, bringing along Taki and Yak, a lot of faces who haven't been here before. And I've certainly got a little bit of skin in the game with Taki. You know, I bet on him to make it to finals because he got to support good friends. It's always the case, isn't it? No matter what. But yeah, he doesn't have all that much experience, as do quite a few players who've turned up to this year. However, those who do have experience, who are coming back, you know, try hard, Hypernova, they're gonna be a little bit more comfortable stepping into this stage and this environment. And well, what do you think about that? How locked in is Tryhard at the moment, do you reckon?
I think this year, BWG's Tryhard, our brother, he's going to be representing well this year. Doesn't have a team behind him, but he has a team of us supporting him in solos. He had a top 3 finish or top 4 finish before. He wants to do it again. But the other NA players miss you. It's been 2 years trying to get here. He's finally here. Cinderella story, able to clutch up and come back like Hypernova. He's been so close to finals. He's finally having another chance. I think he's going to make it through this time. And like you were saying, the EU brothers, Taki, Yak, first time here, getting to feel the CN side, but the CN side, the new phasing, the rules, Mike, Spider, they've been duking it out this whole year. Spider has a close edge, but Mike looks mortal for the first time this year. 225, he broke the curse. The new blood versus Star. Ufan, finally showing up big, showing us that the skill level is closing even in the CN side. So I would say this year, the Vietnamese teams showed up big as well, getting a chance to study the CN side, showing what Vietnam has to offer. And I think this year, ladies and gentlemen, out of all the years, you can't predict who's going to be winning this one. It's going to be an exciting time. Make sure to tune in for this year's J-Cup group play.
What's past is prologue.
Eliminations, he goes to 6, and he takes his first MVP of the final.
After J-Cup last year, I joined the MBPL competition, which has brought me a lot of experience. And now, it's time for me to prove myself again.
我相信在今年的2024的 J-Cup， 每位选手都会不留遗憾，战至主张。
This is a stage where the strongest gather, and my goal has always been winning.
Mon but pour le groupe stage serait de se qualifier.
Tôi muốn chứng minh với thế giới này rằng tôi cũng không kém cạnh gì so với những tuyển thủ NBPL.
你们准备好了吗？
来到了我们今天，确实也只能说是风云变幻莫测，很多的这个星星冉冉升起之后，敢与日月同辉了。
和去年相比，今年节杯有很多变化。一个时代的落幕，也意味着一个新的时代的开始。而我会在新的开始弥补所有遗憾。
第二步能够做到，他相信自己。 他要的不是新人，而是那个王。他被阿雅打下这个分数，阿雅的分数。
2个星期前，我离联赛冠军只有1步之遥。长江后浪推前浪，这次我会更进一步。我想在世界赛的舞台上击败所有人，那我才可以说，我就是未来。
每个人都在说，时代已经变了。
历史有胜利者书写，赢下我们，才能开创新的时代。
书写历史的笔，该还给我了。
凡是过往，皆为序章。我的小说还没有结束。
Hello, everybody. everybody, and welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT 2024 World Championship. This time it's going to be the pre-show coming at you for the last day of Solos, Day 3, which means, Raven, that after these next 6 games have ended, we know who our 12 top players are going to be locked up to participate in the Grand Finals at Changsha.
Yeah, Group B and C going down today. I'm super excited. Fortunately, Tryhard's not going to be able to play today. He's on the cutoff, but everyone else will be playing 225, Spider, Mike, the Lobby of Death, with Verse being in there. Everyone's been saying that Lobby B is the hardest lobby. It's the lobby to beat. Now Lobby C, filled with all the global players. It's going to be time to shine or go home. Miss you right on the edge at 12.5. But first, the previous 2 days, Moxie, it's been awesome. We're going to be taking a look at some of those highlights.
Pace sending that horizontal focus on the cross. Frostivus is still in danger. He does have that healing ticking through. It might be dangerous though. The armor swap comes in, but Frostivus gets the parry, but not able to find the connection. Oh, 1, 2, 3! Frostivus 1 HP situation! Does he get the bloom? He does indeed!
There's a burn to S2 that early on. There's a swift coming through again and again. There is going to be a chance of
the read!
Grapple bomb into an R&B. What are we looking for? Oh my god! Though, Cyrus, but then again, Rummy Angry plays, always love to see it. Zeldin up against Wufong. This big get TOD.
It is indeed. I'm surprised that that horizontal from the dual blades into the katana swap is in fact true.
Going to be able to find the uppercut into Spear, and he gets the next into the grapple bomb for another horizontal juggle into Spear reset. And this is just Pace going to show how strong he is in those 1v1 combo extensions.
Zelda's going to keep up the pressure. Jumping Barry's going to be going down. Zelda still has his ultimate in the pocket. Will he even need it right now? Focus attack coming to come out. Double charge T-Fight. He's going to push Star to the corner. Frostivus holding on. Weapon swamp's going to come out. Mike has to be careful right now. He's going to get reset right now, but the untrue combo, he gets his ult out.
He gets his ultimate, but Frost is still holding on to his. He utilizes the activation to dodge and hyper armor through the speed, and he's got the grapple bomb yet again into the juggle, into the spear extension, and Mines has absolutely no way of playing until the F2 cycles back out, but he's out of his ultimate, and immediately Frostivus with his own F2 closes out the space. Day 2 had some absolutely crazy moments. I definitely think the fact that Frostivus was able to pick up that Soul Bloom just before he went down was probably the craziest. Although, not gonna lie, some of the combo extensions that we got to see coming on out from Paste on that Valda were also pretty bonkers off the wall.
Yeah, I was talking to Frostivus about that exact moment. It definitely defined his day. He knew he was going to have a good day after finding that kill. But Wufong in this group today, one of the big heavy hitters that a lot of people don't know about. He was able to earn 37.6 on the second day. But something that we know as players about Wufong, he does not care who he lands on.
Yeah.
He's the only player that doesn't cherry pick his landing spots to try to find someone a little bit weaker. He challenges Mike, he challenges Spider, he challenges 225. He does not care. He has absolute confidence he can beat anyone on the roster.
I mean, definitely one of those rookies that you want to be watching out for the MBPL. The fact that he was able to come through in the MBPL and then qualify into J-Cup on the same year is an incredibly big feat coming through from him. But like you said, aggression is what Wufong absolutely prioritizes over most, and that I think is going to be doing incredibly well in terms of being able to play into that Syra pick. However, one of these players that we absolutely have to make mention of is our current defending MBPL champion, WBG's Spider. Spider is a world champion. He is not the current defending champion though, because he lost his title back in 2023. However, he was finally able to wrestle one of his titles back from OUG's Mike, having lost both the Spring, Summer, and World Cup, as well as Koi Championship to OUG. But now he's looking incredibly locked in. He had an amazing performance in day number 1, where we really got to see him getting to grips with the new hero of Syra coming into play. And not only that, he's looking really happy when we see him on stage, as opposed to some of the times that we'd seen him in previous years, where you could definitely see the stress and pressure.
Yeah, normally when you've seen Spider, he's always been under a ton of pressure, living in the shadow of Mike. But I would say for the first time I've seen him, he's definitely peaking. Now,
Spider versus Wu Fang. New school versus old school. You see the stats do not lie. Wu Fang, an absolute damage dealer, but Spider, it's all about the kills. It's about finding those veteran plays and surviving until the end. And in this current meta, I feel like Spider is thriving. He has rediscovered a new way of playing. He doesn't really play like anyone else. Even Frostivus has told me over and over, the weirdest player to fight against is Spider. So I'm super excited to see how he redefines the meta now that everyone is caught up. Wu Fang, Shen Yuan, who didn't make it, have really shown up that the new skill is catching up. Verse, still one of the most dominant fighters. He's kind of never mentioned right now, but he is playing today. Check him out and see just how well he fights. Both Wu Fang and Verse, one of the premier fighters coming up. Still though, Mike and Spider, probably the most dominant, also 2-2-5.
Yeah, I mean, Spider also has a lot of fans coming on through, one of them being Jot Lime, who's going to be saying, Spider, it's time to unleash your full potential. Stay focused, trust in your abilities, and show everyone what you're capable of. The game may be tough, but so are you. You've got this. Good luck. One of our lovely audience members who took part in the J-Cup on his comment section and was able to get that comment live on broadcast, and live on broadcast show your support to your favorite player. Who knows, maybe WBG Spider is watching and gets to appreciate your love for his playstyle.
Yeah, out of all the pros, he definitely appreciates this. I've had the chance to play with him, talk to him. Really, really shy guy, but really, really friendly.
Very sweet. Out
of all the players at J-Cup, I would say Spider is one of the nicest players, and I would say out of all the players this year, kind of the model NARAKA player when it comes to in-game, out-of-game. Spider is definitely a champion that we deserve.
Yeah, I mean, we always get to see him on the player cams when he's getting to interact with OUG's Mike. They're always incredibly friendly, even though they have a very large rivalry going through from them. It's sort of been the continuous storyline since OUG's Mike was able to come on through back to the MBPL. But speaking about making a comeback, one of the players who made a comeback to J-Cup was Tryhard, a player that you are very much versed in being able to understand both his playstyle but also his mentality, because he's got to be pretty nervous in terms of his position right now.
Yeah, Tryhard, he is one of the best of us at BWG. In 2023 J-Cup solo group stage, Tryhard was ranked 8th after the 2 match days, but unable to qualify. He's in a similar position this year, but because he brought it back, he had a monster day 2. He does have still a really, really good chance of making it. Now, unfortunately, he will not be playing today. It is lobby B and C, so he's going to be sweating to see how the global players are going to be able to match up. Can they come through in a very, very tough lobby? I mean, even some of the CN players and technically Frostivus, they're all in the limbo right now. Top 12 only get to go through.
And I mean, like you said, some of these players unfortunately just going to have to be watching these next 6 games, having to look at that scoreboard and the players around them progressively add more and more points. One of those players who is going to be in a position to be able to progressively add more and more points is going to be Frostivus. However, we do have to talk about that potential qualifying line, because it is just going to continue climbing higher and higher and higher.
Yeah, currently Miss You is at that qualifying round at 12.5. But in 2023, only 3 teams ranked outside the top 12 managed to secure the qualification for the grand finals after completing the matches on day 3. There's a ton of pressure right now, and especially with the current rule sets, no player is going to ever slow down right now, because if you MVP, you get a nice bag, another extra 1,200 for winning the round. Everyone's going to be playing for the win, so in order to make it through, you're going to have to fight tooth and nail for every single point, and I've heard it all year long. Frostivus told me how hard it is just to get 1 kill under this current rule set.
Yeah, and I feel like there's going to be a lot of additional pressure as well, given the fact that we know that Syra is incredibly strong, so the pressure on your Syra pick game is going to be absolutely immense. But speaking about pressure, Frostivus is going to be under a lot of pressure. He needs 10 points at least to be able to stay in contention of making it all the way through from qualifications. So a lot of stress going to be put upon his shoulders. Will he buckle or will he hold strong? We're going to be finding out pretty soon.
Yeah, Frostivus, he did it for the CN qualifier. He clutched up, made sure to stay in it, step by step, make his way through it. You can't win it in 1 round. There's 6 rounds today. Now, Frostivus is in form. He's in good spirits throughout the year. he was definitely feeling the burnout. A lot of pros wavering this year, but coming into J-Cup, you're seeing the fire back in their eyes. You're seeing Mike and Spider finding that love for the game. Frostivus, that love for the game. So I'm betting that we're going to see a good game from him today.
Yeah, speaking about love for the game, make sure that you are continuing to share your love for the game over towards our official Discord server, as we're going to be getting to see one of our EU supporters coming on out. Spectre says, let's go! Fumio Taki and KFL's Yak. As a Baguette player, I wish you the best of luck and show to everyone the power of the Baguette! Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Absolutely love to get to see all of the love coming on through from the European and foreign players. And if you want to be getting your comment live on broadcast as well as walking away with some of these wonderful rewards, make sure that you are updating your honest comment over on the official NARAKA BLADEPOINT Discord server.
Yeah, be sure to leave those comments for those peerless chests. Now, for me, Moxie personally, this is one of my favorite parts of J-Cup, seeing a lot of the Twitch viewers in stream participating. I recognize a lot of the names, getting your comments too. It's definitely a pleasure for me to read them, and rooting for Taki and Yak. I gotta say, I'm pretty much 50% EU. I spent a lot of time over there with the guys. Spent a lot of time talking to Taki and Yak. It's their first time here. They're definitely very nervous, but after so much time playing, they feel more acclimated to it. They feel a little bit more used to the CN side, and they have to leave it all on the field today if they hope to qualify, because Lobby B, it's very, very tough. They're going to be able to fight against the other most dominant players in the league. Will they be able to show up today? I'm excited to see them. I'm going to be rooting for them.
I mean, I feel like that's definitely going to be a lot of confidence, especially after yesterday's performance that KFL were able to find a lot of those foreign teams managing to take victories inside the realm of Yang, the likes of both Alliance and DRG getting defeated by both KFL as well as Aries, so that's definitely going to be good in terms of that momentum. But speaking about momentum, we're going to be continuing to move forward with the next 6 games of Solos Day 3 after this short intermission.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2024 J-Cup. I am Raven PLZ. I am joined by the wonderful Moxie. It's the last day. I'm super excited to see what results come up, because everything leading up to this point, we're setting up for the grand finals. There's just one more day left of Solos, one more day of trios. But today, B and C, Spider, the most dominant player this solo group stage in the server again. What is he gonna show us?
I mean, he's always dominant though, in terms of those qualifying rounds for J-Cup. He was incredibly dominant last year. He still has the the highest amount of damage done in one single game coming on through. We've seen a lot of fans sharing their love for Spider, and if you want to be one of those fans getting to share the love for a specific player, make sure that you are scanning the QR code in the bottom right of that corner to make sure that you are keeping up to date with not just the J-Cup events going on through, but also everything that goes down on the the official NARAKA BLADEPOINT Discord. Both Raven and I are going to be members of that one, and who knows, maybe if you say hello to us, we will say hello back. Make sure as well that you are participating inside that honest comment section, because that is the way that you are going to be able to get your comment live on broadcast, as well as getting a special reward to go for all of your troubles. And speaking about special reward, look no further than the 2024 J-Cup Twitch Drops collection, because these are event exclusive. These are ones and dones. Once the event ends, that is the only opportunity, and these become absolutely unavailable. So if you want to be able to show off all of that sick swag in game, you better be tuned in with your account linked.
Yeah, and the details, super important for this free stuff. For the pre-finals, you're going to be able to get that Brighton logo. The emote I personally really want to let me down. You have to be watching the grand finals, but any other day, you can just tune in, get some Pearler's chest. Shouting out Moxie might give you a little bit more good luck. Moxie, quite the luck box in those chests. Probably going to get better drops if you mention Moxie. But speaking of luck, I mean, Misuse on the line. He is a cunning board right now, 12.5. He needs the luckiest day of all time. No one else can get points. Everyone's gonna get held to 0. Just a full 6 players making 0 points. Will it be the first time? I mean, is Misuse luck that lucky? I don't know. I feel like the cutoff point is going to be around 25 points. I was talking to Frostbus. His goal for the day personally is around 30, and it looks like all the NBPL pros, their average is at least above 15 for the day.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be potentially a little bit lopsided though, is the thing, right? Because if we do see those Syra games coming on through, not only does Syra have that ability of being able to pick up a lot of those points, because she's very good in terms of the aggression as well as winning inside her realm of Yang, which potentially means 2 kills guaranteed without having to worry about being third-partied. She's also very strong at being able to confirm that kill score multiplier, being the last one standing with the 16 seconds and all of the shielding, as well as the RMB into LMB spam that you can find inside that V1 activation. So I think a lot of these players are going to be finding that when they have that Syra pick when they're in phase 1, the points that they're going to be able to put up are going to get much higher. In fact, a lot of the time when we were seeing Syra's MVP, the points they were able to pick up from one singular game exceeded 9.
Yeah, we're seeing the adjustments though. The first day, Syra jumps in the meta, makes a giant splash. Everyone's gonna be adjusting it now. Looking at the schedule, November 30th, lobbies B and C. Tomorrow, lobbies A and C, and then finally the pre-finals, the true setup for the grand finals, December 2nd and 3rd. Now, Changza is gonna be where the NARAKA BLADEPOINT finals are. I heard a little bit from other Chinese players just how beautiful the city in the mountains. I've never personally seen a city in the mountains. I'm super excited to go and watch this finals showing up. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, you must show up for that email. Watch the grand finals for 2 hours. It doesn't matter if it's solos or trios. Make sure to grab it. But this year's finals definitely going to be one to remember.
Especially because it's going to be determining how the meta sort of fluctuates moving into 2025. J-Cup always significantly shapes how the wider part of NARAKA is going to be played, both in terms of MVPL, but also in terms of Immortal War, now that it's been able to come to both Europe and America, especially if you're playing things like duos, not duos because you don't have duos in Immortal War, trios and solos, when it comes to those hero picks and how you want to be able to interact with your environment based off of hero particulars for each map specific. And I mean, that is something that we do have to talk about, because each map, we have 3 of them now in rotation, do have significant advantages for certain heroes. Syra being pretty weak in terms of the off drop does mean that she can be a little bit harder to play particularly well on terms of Pandoria, but we have seen some of these pros try and circumvent that by coming on through with the initial rage on their glyph board, which is something that we don't traditionally tend to see all that often.
Yeah, something we traditionally do see is stacked CN top 6. Zelsich though breaking into there at 36.8, definitely cinching up a spot for this year's World. Wufang at 37.6 will be playing today. Gonna be a tough person to beat. Off spine inside Yang. Pace is ready, finished up. He's gonna be pretty safe at 43, cinched up. Spider, the strongest player to lobby. You see his points at 43.9. He basically qualified off day 1. He's going to be coasting through today. But remember, MVP does matter. He's not going to take his foot off the gas. He's definitely going to be playing forward those first. But still, D225. He broke the curse. He's looking in form. I would say after 3 years of watching him in the scene, this is definitely the best form I've seen him in. The same thing with Spider. So we're going to be seeing prime T225, prime Spider going to be going at it. I'm excited to see them duke it out inside Yang. But someone that no one really talked about, Arano. He is a demon on the outside, not really going Yang. Is everyone going to be able to adjust for it? Now, looking at today's schedule, we're going to always be starting out with that Victoria Night, the Firefly days for that warm-up round, followed up by Holleroth, Sunny, and more Silas Sunny, slowing things down a little bit, then speeding things back up into the Firefly games. Now, looking at everyone setting up for today, the anticipation, just another day for the CN players. Arano set up, makeup done by his girlfriend, chilling, ready to go. Light, will he make it through? We haven't talked about Light at all. He has gone back-to-back years being the bubble boy, being that guy on the edge. Can he make it through this year? He had a really bad first day. Can he replicate tryhard's success of having a really, really good second day?
Yeah, I mean, going back to that point about Arano, it's amazing that we don't talk about him as often as we should, because he almost won MVPL Summer. In fact, he would have won MVPL Summer if he'd been able to out-damage Spider in that Game 8, where it went to a tied score. A tied score for the first time that we ever got to see it occur. MVPL's championship round was determined by the highest amount of damage done overall, and unfortunately for Arano, because of the phasing, he was forced onto a Tessa pick, a pick that unfortunately means that you're not taking a lot of those 100-0 fights, you're instead looking for those third-party situations. The damage that he was able to deal overall was much lower in comparison to Spider by about 7,000. However, he has been an absolute mainstay for MVPL prowess for the last year, being able to beat out Spider, but also Mike in a lot of those endgame situations. I still remember the first time that we got to see him come into play, where he was able to MVP with a perfect framing of a blistering edge on a pole sword to be able to take Mike down.
Yeah, Arano, you were bringing up his Tessa pick. He's always been one of the few, but the only top player who depends on the Tessa pick for his clutch round. That's because his strategy completely relies on sitting on the outside. I've heard it from Tryhard, I've heard it from Process, I've heard it from Taki, I've heard it from all the solo players that if you try to play safe, you try to sit on the outside looking for some loot, they've always run into Arano. And if you look at their stats, their average damage, their average kills, Arano is right up there with the likes of Verse, with the likes of Spider and Mike. He does a lot of work. It's just never on camera because we're looking inside Realm of Yama, we're looking at the high place, but he's on the outside taking calculated fights. So there's a demon on the outside, and that is Arano.
Well, he's also a demon on the inside of those Realm of Yanks too, because when he plays Liam, he picks V2.
That's
he was
true.
the first Liam MVPL player to come on through with that V2, and for an entire week, every MVPL player actually followed his strategy that he'd been able to set up, as we can have a look and see how these phases are going to be coming on through. Lobby 28, D229, and Frostivus are going to be up into that first round selection, so they're going to no doubt be double picking that Syra to ban it out for the rest of this lobby. I want to see the second round selection. Is it going to be a field towards the Valda, or are we going to see the Premier staple pick as that backup, still being that Hardy?
Man, tough groups getting set up there. Verse and Spider in the same group. Frostivus going to get D229, Light, and Arano in the same group for the first picks. Like you were saying, Moxie, at first, the phasing was everywhere. No one realized how strong Syra is. We saw a triple Syra Lava, a triple with a triple Hottie back-to-back on day one when it was lobby A and B. Now everyone, you're not going to be able to play Syra more than one time. You are going to only be able to pick her once. And in these endgames, a lot of the time, they have been picking off Syra a little bit more, especially in the mid game. Everyone's using their ability to just get out of dodge, get away from her, to space out her ultimate. And it still looks, we were talking about this before the show, what that second pick would be, just because on the second day of solos, we saw Valda being a decent answer to Syra inside the Realm of Yang. She's able to take it out, trade out the ult, and take it to neutral. We also saw through Tryhard and Mike that Akos is a decent counter to her. So will we see there for those comfort 5th and 6th? We'll have to see moving forward. But still something that's within question is for those 3rd and 4th picks. Liam versus Valda. I think this is a question that will make or break a lot of these players' day, because Liam does really, really well on getting it away, but Arano onto Liam
for
Comfort
one of the
picks.
group days. He actually sits all outside the realm of Yanks, and he's actually capturing the winner, finding a sign, if that it's by Celestial or anywhere with some type of terrain grief, and throws you in Touch of Death to you. He did it to T225 coming out of Yang.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of these players are going to be opting for that comfort pick. Arana, like you said, is going to be going for that Liam, no doubt, with the V2 locked on through for the ability loadout. Yak going to be fielding towards his comfort pick of that Temi. And now, because Liam was still left open, since Arana was the only one who picked it in his phasing, Hypernova actually opted for the Volda. The option for Wufong and Polaris to be able to lock Liam in is still going to be on that table. 225 is going to be opting in for that Zip. Taki is also going to be opting in for the Zip. This is something that we have started to see coming on through. Started by Mike when he was finding his comfort rounds on that zipping so he could acclimatize into the pressure state that playing on MVPL puts you into. However, zipping has since struggled into the Syra most of all of the heroes, I would say, given the fact that so much of his survivability depends on her movement, and the Syra ultimate of the RNB stun just locks a Zip down entirely for the laser to be able to cut it down.
Yeah, outside the realm of Yang, a lot of times Mike would try to go in, Tryhard would try to go in, Spider would try to go in, and everyone recognizes the vulnerability of zipping now. With the changes to zipping with a couple months, she is a tank, she's an absolute unit. If she can get the end game, she can still survive, she can still win that peel off, but it's off spawn where she actually can cause a ton of pressure. She has so much sustain with her F1. When her ult comes online, she can keep up the pressure, and off spawn, it's very, very hard to sustain a fight because you have such little loot. A lot of the times you only have mini heals to work with, so as long as you are very, very confident within your fighting skills, you can sustain that pressure, stay on top of people, and pick off them early and get ahead.
Yeah, it is going to be Arana locking in as we expected. The V2 coming on through from the Liam. The other two, both Polaris and Wufong, going to be fielding towards the more meta V1, so we can have a look and see what all of these players are going to be dropping. No surprises, Arcadia is going to be seeing a lot of contests coming on out with the prioritization of that Ballpoint Essence, but something that you're going to want to prioritize is making sure that you are answering the question. Again, this is on the official World Championship website, not in the Twitch chat, and I do believe, educated guess, that is going to be a head-to-head between Spider and 225 on either who gets the highest eliminations or who gets the most overall damage. As we can see, that it's not going to be a direct head-to-head at the beginning of this round. Spider is going to be dropping near towards Arcadia, probably to try and timing attack on through, but I believe 225 is dropping in a separate location.
Yeah, cat's out of the bag. Spider's one of his biggest changes this year is he actually plays very slow. He likes to isolate his landing, find loot, and time in. Unlike Frostivus and Yak, we're going to take that off-spawn fight. Army's going to be coming out. Frostivus' combo break is going to be forced out. Now, dodging, weaving, we get that armor reset. Yak trying to space out. He's taking his time, poising up, shows him red. Now, Frostivus also taking his time, doesn't want to hard commit, does have the nice fist off-spawn, but Spear has been performing really, really well today, or throughout the tournament. Now, Yak keeping up the pressure stairs, so Armby's gonna come out, Frostivus lays a track, hits Armby into Yak. Now Yak pop in the parry, pop in the combo break, but Frostivus staying right under him, gonna get the jumping LMB, gonna force him out the window. Yak trying to get the reset, no he's not, he's gonna stay in the pocket, stay and fight, crouch hop, keeping up the pressure, but Frost not flinching, is going to take this. He wants to take this duel. Yak now dropping down. Last hit situation. Frostivus backing off. Yak needs to find this kill right now, but the armor swap again. Will Yak be able to finish him?
Frostivus able to find the great armor reset, goes for the jump LMB off of falling from that window frame. Will be able to come on through with the heal of the F1 as well as getting the pop of those fist blades, managing to win out the overall duel against that Temi. As now we get to head over towards Arcadia. Polaris going to be dueling out Arano for control of those Thunder Coins. Arano with the fist blades on that Liam, so close to that V2, managing to force the combo break from the other Liam early on, and Polaris has to back off. He understands that he's at a disadvantage in terms of that neutral fight. Dagger not going to be able to find the opening that it looks for. Arano doing a very good job of just continuing to pressure this space as Polaris clanks yet again. Throws out the RMB, just trying to buy himself a little bit of spacing, but Hypernova, seeing that the duel goes down, comes on through for the third party with the cannons, and both of these players understanding that if they continue to take a fight, Hypernova showing up late to the mix is going to take one of them down, and they back on off. But Polaris, a little bit too close to Hypernova, is going to to have to try and take a little bit of a fight against the Valda temporarily, as you can see that Arano has spotted an opportunity, and just like Raven has said, is trying to play on the outsides to play a little bit of mischief maker if the fight continues.
It's strange to see Arano actually land there. Normally likes to land dead center, go for the red sword. This is generally Wang Liang's, a couple other players who do here, but Light, that is his home. That's where he lands all the time, but going over to the south, T225 on the zipping, and this is one of the things that's tough for zipping off spawn. We've noticed that a lot of the time zipping is actually focused out because of her sustain off spawn, kind of like endgame. None of these combo break characters like to let zipping get this off spawn for free, but T225 gonna take it to Verse, fading out, trying to land the focus tag, not gonna fall for that parry challenge, sends it away. 225 though, when you try again, let's try one more time, is gonna get uppercut for his trouble, but Taki is gonna surround this hottie. 2 zippings, trying to find the kill onto Verse. Verse trying to get away, getting surrounded by the zipping horde. Can he get away? There's one player showing up to the party now. Verse stuck in this no ult zone, can't get out of here. 225 gonna keep up the pressure, but Verse is gonna find a nice armor swap, and now he has the upper hand.
225 throws out the F, doesn't have the ultimate because Forbidden Seal is still going to be in play, but that means that Verse also doesn't get to utilize the V2 and try to disengage. 225 now seeing that another player has showed up, utilizes the skill rushes, puts himself up onto that cliffside so they don't get third-partied by everyone else who's been drawn in by the activation of that no ult zone. Knows that there are going to be players fighting, players like Frostivus, who comes on through to try and put more pressure onto Verse, who has to just burn out that staff R and be looking to try and buy himself a little bit of distance with the spacing coming on out with the purple guaranteed, even if the weapon doesn't manage to find its connection. But now he's stuck between 2 of these players, 3 of these players, all of them sensing that this Hardy is going to be weak and vulnerable, everybody wanting an in to try and find that kill. Verse out of the Forbidden Seal is going to have the opportunity, goes for the V2 activation, but he is so incredibly low, he cannot afford to try to slow down, and he hasn't been able to find any use of the Vitality until now. Oh my goodness, he came so close to going down before that could pop.
Oh, poor Hottie trying to fly out of there, but not this Hottie. Spider with his ult engage and the purple armor. Godloot off spawn. Arano's trying to run away. Whoever wins his location is going to be able to get that red jade. Critical point in the match. Spider with the blue fist, purple armor. This is the one of the most ideal loadouts you can have off spawn. Now dropping down. Here's the fighting going on. Polaris going to be poking out at Arano, but everyone doesn't want to get hard committed. Various trying to kite again, but Spider, he is king of the roof. Going to get Arano, uppercut it off. Jumping LMV is going to come out. Looks for the focus now. Not able to get it. Now Polaris is going to tag in, trying to find the closeout on Arano. Arano going ring around to Rosie is going to get the nice armor reset. No more pressure on his back, but Spider gonna hit him with a focus, and now Arano against the ropes. Can he get away?
He's gonna go for the grapple into horizontal, trying to just slide on through. Does have a dagger in the back pocket, so the skill rushes can come through as quickly as they possibly can. Connect. Taki, unfortunately, gonna be held against the ropes. The Zip ultimate is gonna proc, but that does mean that 225 with the Betrayal comes on through with the RMV Fist Blades and takes the mirror zipping down.
Oh, unlucky for Taki, the betrayal of the zipping. They find the nice kill on to Hottie. No, sir. No friends here. Finds the kill onto Taki, and now 225 climbing up the leaderboard already up to 26. This first Realm of Yang really going to set the tone of the day. A lot of the times, first game, everyone's a little bit nervous, but if you have that nice pop-off game, it really sets up for those later games, and we're seeing Spider getting the luck of the draw, getting the kills off spawn. He is going to get parried from Arano. Arano, which has been chased down from Spider this whole off spawn, pushing him away. He's not going to be able to have the ticket now. Now Spider, losing those blue fists, is going to have to, is forced out to, loses his ticket. Now Arano is going to be posturing to go into Realm of Yang. I wonder if he's figured out, Moxie, how to beat Syra with the V2 Liam. We rarely see V2 Liam, at least any of the group stage. We haven't seen a V2 Liam try to fight a Syra yet.
Yeah, but it's going to be risky because, I mean, even with the V2, the Liam still doesn't manage to grab her out of her ultimate. So you're going to have to burn through the V1 while still holding onto your V2. Liam V1 is going to come into play. That Auric Sword teleport comes on through. Frostivus with the spacing on the F1 is going to buy himself safe passage into this Realm of Yang and go head-to-head up against Polaris. He's got that purple bow in the back pocket to be able to swap over when the ultimate activation comes on through to scale it so that it does 77 damage per individual tick, but I believe he has a lot of attack percentage Soul Jades, so that's going to be doing even more when it comes on through. Frostvist now holds on with that Dragon Slayer, looking to try and find any form of connection, sticks himself onto the pillar, but gets interrupted by the uppercut coming out from Polaris with the chase down on that dagger. Both of these players looking for the overhold, closing up that distance, really getting into each other's heads. Polaris with the RMB, Frostvist throws out the horizontal before turning it, trying to condition Polaris into anticipating that he's going to be committing these focus hits. Comes on out with the combo breaker, looking for the drop down jump parry, but Polaris doesn't build into it, and we're still seeing both of these players holding on to their ultimates as we're down to almost a minute.
Yeah, cat and mouse game going around there. No one wants to hard commit. Double hold blue coming out, but Frostvist is going to force out that ultimate. V1's going to be invested, but inside Realm of Yang, where can you go versus Syra? The beams are coming out. Polaris doing his best, kiting back and forth with his dagger, but he's taking AoE damage around these pillars. Stun is going to be trying to come out. Frostvist out of ultimate is going to get the Dragon Slayer coming out. He is going to get hit by the ball. Combo break going to be coming out. Now Polaris in that situation tries to land the parry, but Frostvist double hold dodge with the RMB. He's not going to be able to get a stagger. Polaris at the last edge, but with this dagger, the bow shot though, putting him in Clank Death Rage. Little bit of game of chicken here, but Frostvist is not going to flinch. Jumping LMB is going to close it out, and Alliance Frostvist takes his first Realm of Yang.
225 now on that Zipping, going head-to-head against a Hardy. Does have those fist blades, might look for the anticipation connection to just push the Hardy out of the ultimate. The Verse now out of the ultimate, looks for the jump parry. 225 does not manage to find the punishment, but will be able to force the combo breaker out early. He goes into the flop state though, and the RMB from that staff is going to absolutely mince his health bar down. Comes on through with the F into the LMB from the fist blades before building up into that ultimate. Now the Zip just being able to build all of this health back. Verse has to try and kill her, but 225 still has the proc of that sedated soul to come on through, and it does seem like he's just decided to try and go full disengagement mode off of those pillars until some of his health has been able to recover. Throws out the RMB, the 1, 2, we get the third to come on through. Verse almost held up against that pillar, goes for the overhold on the blue to be able to armor focus through, as T25 now out of the ultimate, does not have the Mortal Defiance to be able to kick on through, but is just going to kill Verse off of Clank with how fast the fist blades can come on out before the staff can punish.
Good stuff coming out from T225. He does not flinch. He closes it out. Nice half charge to close and finish off Verse. Now Frostvist Gold Pulse Sword in hand. Polaris on the outside. We got a salty run back. He has to ult already. Now with one charge, what can he do? He's down to a last hit situation. That chunking jumping LMB, and now Frostvist with the micro, with the beam. Look, Polaris can't go anywhere. He is gonna fall to Frostvist one more time.
Oh my goodness, Frostvist looking incredibly strong on that tower, and this is the round that he needed, as we talked about. He needs at least 10 points to feel secure in his standings at the moment to make it into that top 12, and he's already been able to find 3 of these kills. And on that tower, especially with that win inside the Realm of Yang, having both a Million Bird Smite as well as a legendary weapon to scale into your ultimate, you are looking very confident indeed to try and gun for that MVP. As we're going to be heading over towards Imperium, a lot of these players with Yang depletion trying to find any fight that they potentially can, and all of these players without Yang depletion trying to take advantage, and now becomes the cat and mouse chase where you do have that desperate play, but you can't afford to show how desperate you are, because all of these players are going to jump on you to stop you from being able to grab the Soul Bloom, even if a kill comes through. Verse showcasing his hand, looking a little bit too aggressively for a fight, is going to paint a target on his back, and you can immediately see that all of these players, they don't want to kill him, they just want to stop him from being able to stick a 1v1.
A lot of cat and mouses all here. Verse showing up. Spider getting the luck with the draw that Verse showed up. They mistake him and switch to him, and now he has to armor swap, try to survive the situation. D229 stuck in the thick of things though, is going to be about the ultimate, and now you're stuck with him. 225 with the Fist Jade, letting it release. Those gold fists doing a ton of damage, but inside next to Syro, he's taking a lot of damage right now. It's not going to matter. He's ignoring all of it. D229 is going to use those balls to heal up, but at what cost? 225 just walking him down right now, but this building does provide a lot of surface area to kite with, 2 signs left there, and just at least 6 or 7 people here. Spider was able to lose everyone, get that reset, and now he's joining back into the action. And the sign's gonna come in. Mines, unfortunately, is gonna be the first one. He does have the Vermilion's buff, but he is gonna die to the sign.
Oh, Arano claims the kill with the musket, so it happened, but Verse is able to pick up that Soul Blim, and one of our Yang Depletion players is going to be cured. D229, unfortunately, still going to be afflicted with his, and we know that he burned through his ultimate, so it's going to be even harder for him to be able to guarantee that he's going to be able to pick that one up, as 225 losing a fair chunk of that purple armor, but he is on zip, so he's going to be able to keep himself pretty mobile and keep himself behind this fight that he knows is going on. EWG's Arano coming in incredibly low, however, the other Hardy comes on through with the charge RMB on that staff, allowing the other Hardy to be able to back away as Arano, blue dagger in hand, had burned through his ultimate and cannot afford to show himself in case some of these players have been able to track which of these Liams is going to be down those resources. Speaking about down resources, D229 is rapidly running out of time. Combo breaker comes on out. The F1 on that Syra doesn't find the connection. He's got absolutely 0 armor. He's being battered by all of the cannon shots coming on through, and I don't think he's going to find any way of being able to turn this one around. Looks like he might just try and kite in the hopes that it prevents some of these players from getting a last hit score tally, but they're just not going to let him out.
Yeah, you have 225, Spider, Verse, all hunting you down. Last second situation. He is going to fall, but he does deny the kill. A little bit of a consolation prize if you're going to out. Don't give up another kill. Now we're going to get 2 Juggernauts, the king of the Southeast Asia, Frostivus versus Spider. Can Frostivus take down this Juggernaut of the groups? Spider, gold F is going to be used right now. Spider looking for the half charge, not going to be able to get it. Nice shot from Frostivus. Going to be using that dagger to space out right now, but Rampage gets revealed out of nowhere, stabbing Frostivus in the back, and now no armor to his name. Spider diving in with the scale rush, gonna find another focus attack, going to throw blues left and right, and now Frostivus forced to pop his ult.
Yeah, forced to pop his ultimate, and Spider's just going to try and kite it. Hasn't even burned through that Hardy V2. Does get hit by 1 RMB into laser, so that is going to be the combo breaker coming on through. Spider losing all of his armor, now going for that ultimate, taking to this guy. Frostivus out of his. Spider was able to find 1 reset, charges up the triple. Frostivus able to dodge the first. Spider still looking for the second. Frostivus being able to play around these pillars, anticipating where the Hardy is going to be able to charge on through. Managing to skirmish away for the most part, as well as hyper armoring through a couple of those daggers with the focus armor. Now going to be outside of the ultimate, able to come on out with the uppercut into Soul Break. Both of these players incredibly low. Spider does not have a cannon to be able to burn the AoE damage through that pillar, and the Syra with the return to that combo breaker is going to be able to fade away before Spider can look to find any form of extension off of the light attack dagger he was able to set Frostivus into, and now it's just going to be a matter of who's going to be able to find that in. Spider comes through with the horizontal, gets the flop state confirmation, and comes through with the build into the charge RMB from the Hangsword, and Frostivus goes down.
Nice job from Spider in the clutch, catches the cross from Frostivus. You see a deep breath coming out from Frost. He knows that was a great play. Catching the dagger on a cross, so rare, especially with Hangsword. Dagger, one of the best weapons to deny all of the pressure of Hangsword. Really good play from Spider. Now Frostivus on the outside has the gold pole sword, finds a low burst, finds him ulted already, but he is getting juggled from T225. This area just so annoying, chasing people down all of these levels. There's so much he can get caught on. Burst able to get some space. He is going to cancel his ultimate, see if he can pop another hero, but he does have white armor. Anyone who touches him in this endgame is going to realize the vibes are down. We only got white armor, but Verse does have a gold weapon. He is not as free of a kill. He still can turn it around and do a ton of damage back.
Yeah, Frostivus, like you said, 4 minutes and 20 seconds, but that is going to disappear very quickly when all of these players are around Purity Chamber. Frostivus really not wanting to have to turn on to a Hardy with the amount of mobility that is afforded to this hero. However, he has to take advantage of every single opportunity provided to him. Verse is still going to be brought low. Frostivus was able to do a lot of damage with that legendary pole sword, especially with the drop down RMB directly onto the Liam that he seized, is going for that ceiling hang interaction to build into a skill rush reposition. As he spotted the Hottie, he thinks this could be the one that he was fighting previously, and he's got to try and take this fight. Verse not wanting to take a fight, understanding that he's going to make himself vulnerable if he does, decides to back on off fully as he has the option to do so. He does not have Yang depletion. He did not go in a second time to that portal, and Frostivus cannot afford to show that he currently has that Yang depletion, especially when he's on Syra, which is a premier pick to make it all the way into that endgame and win the heal off situation. This is a hero that no one really wants to let through into that endgame, but is so strong in terms of ultimate that no one really wants to challenge. So he has a little bit of an advantage in terms of no one's going to want to try and pick a fight with him at the moment, but that is going to get really problematic if these players understand he's under Yang depletion, because instead of taking a fight against him, they're just going to kite out until he dies to the debuff.
Yeah, speaking of kiting, like, Verse was able to get out of this sticky situation. Frostivus really lucked out that when Spider came in, he was the only one who could recognize that Frostivus was a Yang depletion player. Now, normally, what's been happening in the Pro League is all of the pros wait out to see who is looking desperate, and they all focus fire on them because they have to make the move. There is a pretty big defender's advantage within NARAKA that if the other opponent has to force the issue, the game has evolved to the point where you are very hard punished for overextending, and it looks like Verse is going to find Spider on the Hottie, but Verse is looking very, very vulnerable. He does only have blue armor. Frostivus is going to be switching into Dagger. That's one of the tough parts, though, for Pole Sword. I know Frostivus is not enjoying his time in this building, bumping into everything, trying to hold down these fist blades, scale rushing left and right, and the amount of sound that had to be in the building. There were like 6 or 7 players there constantly scale rushing, constantly rotating through, and with 2 minutes left, this is when the pressure really starts picking up when you have Yang depletion.
The zone is going to close away from Purity Chamber though, so a lot of these players are going to be forced out of it. Frostivus knows that there's a player still vulnerable who is playing deep inside Purity Chamber, and he's going to try and zone keep. Sees that EWG Zorano is the player that disappears, that he is going to be in that vulnerable position, and this is perfect because Frostivus gets to immediately force out that combo breaker from the side of the Liam as Zorano just tries to break away, potentially disappearing all the way into that Moonbane. Opts instead to go inside that building to be able to set up the skill rush out of the door window, and Frostivus will actually be able to track where the Liam has gone to, potentially still spotting out that EWG Zorano, was indeed still in that zone. Arano trying to disappear, does get spotted out by the Syra. Frostivus now with 1 minute left has to be able to win this 1v1 if he wants to be able to continue in this lobby, but Pole Sword not the greatest weapon, especially if you get held into that stone form, and immediately Arano is just full out of that. He spotted that Frostivus is taking this fight a little bit too desperately. He knows that he's on the Yang depletion, and he just wants to try and kite until Frostivus dies to the debuff, but the RMB manages to find the full hit. Frostivus, however, has to cancel out of the ultimate if he wants the Soul Blood pickup, and 225 grabs it before, no, he gets it!
Oh my god, Frostivus cancel it as you were saying it, Moxie. I can't believe he's able to yoink it from 225, mashing that E. My man's in a flow state, cooking up right now, but unfortunately for him, T225 knows he canceled that ultimate, saw the murder happen of Arano. Clutch up from Frostivus. I know my man is chilling now. He knows he's going to be getting through and solidifying this spot, but unfortunately for him, we got Spider also having a massive first game as well, and he's going to be able to grab the Spirit Well. Who is he going to choose to focus down right now with that blue buff, with that damage reduction, with another Hottie next to him? It's going to be tough for everyone else. The no ult's going to be hit, so nice place to retreat, to hide into, but it looks like whoever hit this used this as a distraction as the Hotties come through, looking for someone to pick off, but there's nowhere left to hide, ladies and gentlemen. That blue buff is going to reveal everyone's location, that nice ESP, that nice ground showing up, and oh no, please don't tell me he's going to be choosing Frostivus as his first victim.
I mean, they see the Syra. They really want to remove that Syra because Syra's stun can be really problematic for Hottie, and it does look indeed like Frostivus is the one that everyone turns on to. Combo Breaker, invested early, Pole Sword surfing, comes on through. Frostivus is doing everything he can to play defensive. He's 1% away from being able to get the rage generated for the ultimate. Will he be able to pop it? Yes, he will! The spam of the V comes in absolutely clutch. Frostivus gets 16 seconds now to absolutely full heal himself with the R RMB spam, as well as utilizing that stun to try and turn the pressure onto some of these players around him. He's opted to go for the zipping. We talked about the fact that Sarah is able to isolate that zipping down and stop her from having that disengagement potential, and he's trying to turn everyone to look at Taki so that he can disappear instead. Just manages to dodge out of that Moonbeam, but has to go directly back into it to try and take his chances in the hopes that it's going to deter some of these players from following on through. However, we can see that it is not done enough. 225 is going to be able to take him down as both Spider and Verse came through with the hot pursuit.
Wow, 225 from long range was able to get that last hit. Even though Verse and Spider, the two hotties, surrounded him trying to get that last hit, the cheeky zippings on the outside running away from the hotties. They don't want any part of these, but these debuffs are trying to fade out, trying to see if they can trap one of them, and a little bit of an extension from Spider. Spider wants his MVP. He is fully going in on everyone, no hesitation, just jumping on in, choosing anyone. He does not care. If you guys are going to be hanging out in a group, it doesn't matter. Whoever gets close to me is going to get a focus attack to the head.
I mean, the Valda is going to be the next best target for both of these players to turn onto. Valda V2 heal situation too great for anyone to ignore, and Mines is going to get Loppy down to having to burn that ultimate in a matter of moments. He's trying to hold on to it for as long as he possibly can, but with 4 minutes and 23 seconds in the game, he's going to have to throw it and commit this before we go to that heal-off situation. Down the armor, not being able to find the heal. Is he going to pop that V2, or is he going to go down? Yeah, there it is. The F2 combo breaker to come through first, and now Mines just sits in that spear animation hold as long as he possibly can. But you can see, objective completed. Everyone has been able to put enough pressure onto this Valda to force the ultimate. Mines manages to find the spear connection onto Spider, but we know that he still has that legendary armor reset in the back pocket because he was able to cap out that spirit well, and it's just a matter of who's going to be able to find the last hit onto this Valda, as potentially they turn onto FBX's Verse instead. The Zip saw that one of the hotties went low and want the opportunity to turn a numbers advantage on their side.
Nice job from Mines, offering the zipping horde another fresh piece of meat. Verse gets his armor stripper right now, and both 225 and Taki are going to be surrounding him, trying to get this last hit right now. The zippings were under a ton of pressure before, but now the tides have turned. Now it's the hotties' turn. They have no ult to the name. A little bit of an oversection from them, a little bit of a miscalculation. Versus Taki's trying his best to find the kill of them. Spider doing a good job of diving in, taking off the pressure. He did have that armor swap for himself. Verse, on the other hand, needed that heal. Rainstorm's going to come out, and now Taki under a ton of pressure. He's going to be on the edge. Can he stay up? 225 is going to be coming up. Mine's going to come in for this flank. Mines, he remembers who was attacking him before. These hotties were griefing him. They forced his ult right now. He wants revenge on them, and now Spider and Verse, no ults to their name. They are in a very vulnerable situation. Can 225, can Mines, can Taki find a kill on them?
Both of the hotties and the Valdas trying to buy the time for the rage to generate, for their ultimates to come back on through. Taki does have that zip ultimate. Spider trying to space away with the Dragon Slayers on that spear, utilizes the combo break to try and break away from this fight to heal behind that rock. Does manage to find the connection of the horizontal focus onto a play to push them into that storm damage, and that is going to buy himself a little bit of recovery time as Verse gets hit into by that jamming coming on through. They're trying to isolate both of these hotties away from each other, and Verse now about the combo break has to go for the ultimate play. Is Spider going to try and twist the knife into Verse's back to be able to guarantee that he finds this kill? Verse able to find the heal. Looks like Spider's still putting the threat down onto that low ground. The triple charge coming on through, trying to push Mines into that storm damage before the Valda can have that ultimate back online, as Verse has to try and turn both of the zips onto the Valda yet again in the hopes that they prioritize taking a heal-off situation, hero down before the higher mobility hottie. The combo breaker sets up the RMB from that pulse, but he's still being pressured by 225 on the zip, who's absolutely shadowing him down with the RMBs on the fist. Finds the parry. Mines finds the kill. 225 though finds the kill onto the Valda, and we go 2 zippings versus 1 hottie. Spider showcasing that he has Dreadful Whale, trying to find the connection. If any of those players look to try and hit on that body to be able to come through with some of the resource regenerations, gets the uppercut connection. Doesn't manage to find the Dreadful Whale though, because 225 comes on through with the clank before it can build into the next stage. The charged RMB from Spider manages to find a hit, goes for the soul break into that Dreadful Whale, finds the connection onto Taki, but he now has to deal with T225 coming on through with the fist blades. combo breaker to reposition so he can try and keep this pressure up onto Taki as a Dreadful Whale comes on out. Spider's trying to burn as much time as possible before that combo breaker comes back online because he's fighting 1 versus 2.
Taki down to no armor. Spider fighting 225, keeping up this aggression on the crouching LB is going to come out. 225 wants this kill with the Spider, wants the MVP for himself. Both of them neck to neck, 3 and 4 kills, but Spider does have his ultimate. The zone is closing in. Who is going to win? Hottie versus Zippings. Unfortunately for Verse, he ran out of heals, but Spider still stacked with a ton of heals. Taki is going to turn onto 225, but 225 is ready for it. He's looking for the kill onto him as well. 2 more kills left in the bag. Taki down to a last hit situation. Who's going to get it? 225. Spider with the triple charge is going to be able to get it, but 225 with the heal. Spider is going to clutch it up. The Zippings betray each other, and Spider ends up taking it all.
I think Taki actually got the confirmation kill onto 225 with the Poison Splash. So Spider does get denied that 1 additional kill, but I do believe he's able to win the heal-off situation because of the Poison Splash, taking the Zip down before the Storm damage could kill that Hardy, and Spider looking immensely strong. The fact that he was able to play defense against 2 Zips until we went to the full heal-off situation goes to show how strong he is as a player, both in terms of understanding the one-on-ones, but also understanding the amount of timing that you have to have when it comes to those abilities. Something that actually we got to hear from EWG's Cookie, the difference that he felt between the foreign teams and the MVPL teams in trios was that the MVPL teams had a much better understanding of their abilities as opposed to the foreign teams who relied much more on their weapon prowess, and you can see it in the way that Spider is able to come on through with that dagger, the Dreadful Whale threatening all of the spacing. Both of the Zips not going to be able to come on through and finding that hit that they're looking for against the Hardy in case both of them get scooped up into that focus strike hit coming on out, so he can utilize the threat of having that in the back pocket to buy himself as much time as possible so that the glider combo breaker can come back online. And if he does make a mistake and get jumped on by both of the Zips, he has that get out of jail free card.
Yeah, we saw a lot of action in that endgame. The drama unfolding between the different factions of characters. Now, first, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have your first question of the day. For those Peerless Treasure Choice gifts, make sure to put your answer in the Twitch chat. Who won the first game of today? Was it A, SC's WBG Spider, B, YZG's T225, C, EWG's Orano, or D, FPXZQ's Verse? Now, back to that last bit of endgame. Oh my goodness, I knew everyone was going to come out swinging with Inform, and like I was saying before, T225 and Spider both in form, both super locked in. 225 broke his curse. He looks like a completely different player right now, and so does Spider. He looked like a Terminator. He was referred to that before. He kind of lost a lot of his mojo as Mike came back, but he looks like he's back. He's unstoppable. Inside Yang, outside Yang, we saw him versus Frostedubs, able to clutch up, even versus the Cyber. Unfortunately for Frostedubs, he wasn't able to cure that Yang. He did cure that Yang, but yeah. Back to Spider, my man, in that endgame, navigating that focus fire. And Verse, it was super surprising to me that the Hotties were able to come out, even though 3 of the other players recognized we got double Hotties, they got gold weapons, we got to take them out of here. Mines, with that clutch up, he offers them up by stripping one of their armors, and the Zippings, 225, Taki try to close it out, but Spider just does such an excellent job of icing off all of those situations, and he comes up on top, stealing it away from 225, that MVP. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, MVPs count for a lot of moolah. These guys are not going to slow down. They're not just playing for some save points. They want to take that first place, and at 7.8, Spider's going to get that first place. 225 in second at 4. Frostedubs with 4 as well. Nice job on him. Mines clutching it up on that ball, the only ball in that endgame. Everyone looked different. Really, really good job from him, able to defend fights from all angles. Taki on the board at 1. He has a little bit of a road ahead of him. Needs to have that pop-off game, but starting out with 1, definitely the right direction. Verse at 1, still not comfortable as well. Verse can get pushed down. So can Miss You now at that clutch point. I was saying earlier, Moxie,
He needed the luckiest day of the day. Unfortunately, Miss You is going to be the first one out of this solos confirmed. But in the top 12, the people who are safe, still a lot more NARAKA to be played. Mine's at that 12th place. First, right on the edge as well, though, at 17. Frostivus, solid first game, 21.5, feeling very comfortable after that. Tryhard at 24, now in the top 6. I was saying before, Zelsic probably cinched it up. He's probably good to go. Wufang with 1 point. Still, first game probably going to be heat up as the day progresses. And Spider picking off where he left off. The most dominant player on his first day, and he looks like the most dominant player on the second day.
I mean, it's highly likely as well that Spider is able to overtake Mike and dethrone him in terms of that first position for the qualifying rounds. So we can have a look at the first qualifying round of today, brought to you by Thunder Robot. This was Frostivus able to come on through with that Syra F1 recovery into Fist Blade kill against Yak on that Temi on the hot drop situation. His Spider coming on through with a ranged weaponry assassination on a low health player, as we get to have a look at some of those Realm of Yang fights. Frostivus with the legendary portal on those cliff sides, able to come on out with the jump horizontal into the Syra ultimate to get into that LMB, 88 damage per tick of that laser. Spider able to come on through with the horizontal into uppercut follow through. This is the moment that he was able to find that punishment up against the dagger, even through that cross. Frostivus had to find himself with Yang depletion and was able to actually find this kill. More impressive though is the fact that he grabbed that Soul Bloom. Because as I talked about, Syra, you cannot interact with anything in the map when you're in that ultimate state. You are like a transformer. You have to cancel out of your ultimate before you can pick up that bloom. And that means that he was able to cancel his ultimate with a hold V into a double E grab of the bloom before the other player could go for the double hit of E themselves.
Yeah, the timing of that has to be perfect. So the fact that Frostivus was able to cleanse his soul there, ooh, that's definitely one type one. He looks in form though, looking very warmed up, and is looking good to go. But this man looking unstoppable, almost 28,000 damage for the round. Now, one of the things I did notice, he did have the glitch in the Matrix. He did have Ripple Step and Phantom Step. It gives you a huge advantage in those neutral fights, able to bob, weave, buy your time. We saw that's what ended up edging out Frostivus. Hadi actually does have a hard matchup versus Syra. I was super surprised that Spider was able to win that out. He ends up clutching it up, but against Dagger, Hongsword has the toughest time. WBG's Spider, though, nothing can stop him. His gameplay looks so complete this year, and I'm wondering how he's going to be matching up against 225 as this day progresses.
I mean, that is the big question, right? We do get to see 225 and Spider, because normally when we talk about MBPL, there are 3 big players that we talk about in terms of the 1v1 prowess. Mike, Spider, and 225. So getting to see both of them interact, hopefully we get to see both of them go into a Realm of Yang. They do both love to go through those portals and take those 1v1s, especially I think when they're able to get their hands on Syra. We're definitely going to be seeing both of them jumping through both iterations of the Realm of Yang portal on those specific matchups, because it is a risk, and both of these players have felt the impact. They've been able to feel the highs of being able to walk away the winner of a Realm of Yang, getting legendary skilled weaponry pretty early on in the round, as well as getting Vermilion Birdsmite, which allows you to go much more aggressive, which benefits both Spider and 225's playstyle incredibly well. In fact, normally when they have Vermilion Birdsmite, they lose it pretty quickly because of how aggressively they like to take fights when they have that one available. But they also have both felt the lows of having that Yang depletion, and I mean, Yang depletion, it's a death sentence. 225 more than Spider, I feel whenever he has that Yang depletion, especially off of the second Realm of Yang portal, never manages to make it into endgame, as we saw from Frostivus. Yes, he was able to recover, he was able to get that kill onto EWG's Arano, which did back him the Soul Bloom. However, he had to burn his ultimate to be able to do so, and you can tell that Spider and 225 both saw that the Syra had ulted and immediately knew, like you said, Raven, there was only one Syra still in play, so the Frostivus did not get the opportunity to go for that costume change where he swapped his weapon after breaking noise, and immediately everyone was just able to go, oh, there's the Syra that used the V1, let's all just murder her.
Yeah, Spider, 225. 2 of the 4 Emperors. One of the Emperors is down though. Fong not able to make this first World, but 225, Spider, Mike, they've been the most dominant fighters this entire NARAKA competitive scene. will we see newcomers? We see this new era upon us. It is real. 225 has broken the curse. Wufang is one of the best fighters. Verse is one of the best fighters. And Arano kind of replaced what Fang was, that outside fighter. He sits on the outside, he plays very, very safe. But unlike Fang, he doesn't hold a fan out, so knowing that's exactly him. He plays it a lot smarter than Fang. Now, moving forward, something I noticed about Spider that he does that no other player really does is he has very, very strange parry timings. Very, very strange focus attack timings. It's not that traditional go to 1, release, go to 2, release. It's always somewhere in the middle. It's always timed strangely, spacing in and out. Frosted has told me that he is the weirdest player, the cringiest player to fight against because everything that you see traditionally, that nice, honorable, spaced out Hong Sword dueling where you're crossing over and over, Spider does not do. It looks very, very simple, but it's very, very subtle that he gets into your head with these weird timings that you can't really predict where he's at. No one really plays like Spider. I would describe it kind of like what 225 was back in the day, but now a way more evolved version.
Yeah, I mean, Spider's always been a curveball player. He literally changed the meta when he just started joining solos. Like, we used to have such a sort of lull in terms of that fighting style, but Spider showed that you could land in a lobby and just get as aggressive as you wanted to. What are we getting? What are we getting? I didn't get to see it. Spider's coach, he normally, whenever it's the trios, he has the playing cards that he uses to reveal what hero the composition is going to be based on. I didn't get to see what he had written in the binder.
I think I saw 1200. I saw a number, but looking at his average kills, one of the biggest indications of how strong of a player is for the character is definitely the average amount of kills that they have on that character. Generally, if you're looking at who's going to be good in a round, when the screen comes up, look at the average kills of that player. It's a good indication of who is very comfortable on that map. They're choosing it for a reason. They're choosing it not just for the face, but a lot of the times mainly because of that map outside the top 3. Now, Light Hypernova, man, he has been sweating it for the past year. He was saying, this is my year. I am not going to fall. He has been the bubble boy 2 years in a row, meaning he was 13th place 2 years in a row. He's going to have to dig so deep if he hopes to qualify today. Polaris took a step back from school to focus on this. All of his spirit is in this. Unfortunately, he does play solos and trios, splitting up his spirit. Can he have enough energy to pull through today?
Well, Taki and T225 going to be in the first round selection, so that's immediately going to be Syra off of the rip. It's just going to be a question of who is going to be locked in for the rest of that lobby. D229 and Frostivus, because they got first round selection in the previous, are now going to be shuffled over to have the last round selection, the table scraps that are going to be left over from everyone else's, because that's something that we have to talk about, right? You still have the hero point rule where you have to play 5 different heroes, you can only double pick once, but the chances of you being able to get the double pick that you want become much, much lower because you're still bound by the phasing. So even if you have the opportunity to go for a double pick, you might not be able to have access to that hero because it might already have been double picked by phases before you.
Yeah, it is very, very hard to predict where you're exactly at in the phases. It's not as simple as like, oh, I'm phase 1 this time, or I'm phase 6 this next time. I'm just gonna wrap back to 1. No, every single round is way, way different. It's completely stirred up, so you cannot predict where you're going to be unless it's all written out. We're seeing, because of the complexity of this phase system, a lot of players have coaches. Arano actually has his girlfriend coaching him, not just doing his makeup. She actually reads out exactly who plays what, where he's at in the current phases, and it's super critical. As you saw before, Syra, Hadi, first pick, third pick, Liam, and fourth pick, still the question of whether or not it's going to be Valda or Justina. The league is littered with super good Hong Sword Justina players, and it looks like Light, instead of choosing that Valda, he's going to go with Justina instead. Now,
he'd already picked Valda in game 1.
Yeah, well, you were saying, Moxie, that you definitely don't want to double pick, and this is one of the things I think are in question, at least for all the players. If you're forced to choose a double pick, meta pick, and it's not necessarily first and second, do you go with it? I think the points of this group play will kind of reveal which way works better. I personally feel you should go with the stronger pick. You should just invest that double pick. If you don't know in the future whether or not you're going to get either Hadi or Syra, you might as well go with the strongest character there, because you have to be very present in this situation. A lot of this is momentum. For these pros, they've been here a million times before. They clock in every single day, but for all the global players, this is new to them. This is a complete new sensation, so you want to get all of your cards on the table early and carry and ride the vibes to the ending.
Yeah, I mean, the phasing change that came through from last year was super impactful. Triad even did an interview on it where he said he thought that a lot of the players who made it from the qualifying stages to grand finals did so because they were able to adapt as quickly as they did to the phasing rule that was implemented. Speaking about those phases, that was some very interesting picks coming through from those last phases. We are going to have an individual Matari, an individual Tumult, an individual Justina, all running around alongside of that solo zipping coming on through from D229. No surprises, Frostivus is going to be opting for the V3 for the re-wisp into things like the Hardy ultimate re-engagement coming on through to try and punish if he does manage to match up against Wu Fong into that realm of Yang, as Hardy is one of those heroes that does like to go into that realm of Yang to try and find his 1v1 wins.
Now looking at this, it's still very interesting to me to see CN next to Frostivus' name. I think he's the only player in NARAKA to go to 2 regions, get first place, and go through. He's qualified in all 3 regions, in SCA, in NA, and in CN. Arguably the hardest region to qualify in, the lobby of death of the world, and he able to get through. Now seeing his story unfold this year, I'm curious to see if he's able to fade and actually play super high. Now will the top points be scored in a single match reach 9 or more? Yes or no? 9 is a lot of kills, Moxie, I'm not gonna lie. I haven't seen 9 kills in a very long time. I don't believe anyone got 9 kills so far in this group stage.
No. However, I mean, 229 is going to be 225 rather is going to be on that Syra, and when he first played that Syra, we were all blown away. He did a very, very good job of it. In fact, he got 8 kills. He almost got 9 before he got knocked out after he showcased a spear. A little bit too much in terms of that focus striker connection, as both of these players going to be going for some of those slaps. Frostivus will be able to find the kill with the nunchucks onto WBG Spider, but he is going to be incredible. He does have the combo breaker on that Tumult. Goes for the full meter dump though, and Yak falls for it! Frostivus baited! He made it look like he was going underneath to open a trove and look for an armor reset, and he waits around the corner with the full meter dump charged up, ready to meet Yak's face.
Let's go, Frostivus, finding the clutch of the 1 HP blindside double George. Yak comes into an unfortunate amount of damage. Now going to the south. First, blue armor. Polaris, no armor. He's going to be backing off. Doesn't want to commit right now until he picks up that armor. But Verse binding into time on the Valda with the dual Halbies. Now Polaris coming out with the fist. Is going to be posting up, showing the 1 charge, throws the shift parry in for the cross, but Verse is not going to bite right now. A little bit of a weapon swap to this opposite side. Polaris throwing out all the tricks in the book. It's going to be fading out. Verse posturing, is going to get hit by an LMB fadeaway focus attack into the RMB, and now Verse, wait a second, now he's on the back foot right now, but Frostivus is coming in with a 3rd party. Can he steal this next kill off spawn? He's already up to 2, 3 would absolutely be insane, and he gets it! 3 kills is going to go to Alliance Frostivus.
Frostivus now taking the 1v1 against Polaris. Polaris posted up, goes for the skill rush, and Frostivus finds the parry off of it. Forces the combo break now, utilizes the F to get up into the sky, looking for the drop down RMB. Has skill rush himself, goes for the wisp throw. Polaris having to fade back, goes for the RMB from that halberd, managing to catch Frostivus at max distance. But Frostivus finds another parry, and Polaris is going to potentially go down. He manages to commit the stone from on that pole sword though, and the Hardy activation of the ultimate is not caught in time. Frostivus, with the investment of the Temi, is not going to be able to stop Polaris from disengaging and healing.
Oh yeah, baby. Frostivus starting off so strong. He has Polaris against the ropes right now. Polaris coming in a little bit shook, but healed up
Frostfist not gonna be able to land it yet, but Polaris wants the smoke, wants this off spawn fight now. Frostfist fading back with the nunchucks. He's gonna throw the one charge. Now Polaris in a last hit situation. Grapple's gonna be coming out. Frostfist has him against the wall. Polaris stuck with a pulsar right now, and Frostfist is gonna land the grapple, is gonna land the jumping RMB, goes for the reset, not able to get a 1-2. The chip damage is too much. Frostfist is gonna secure it, and Frostfist off spawn is gonna be picking up a 4-piece to go. See ya later.
What was it you said that he was looking for? A over 30 end to the day. Frostfist well on his way with those 4 kills, puts himself to 25.5. He is definitely looking to feel secure as he heads in towards those qualifications. As we're going to be headed over now to look at City of Tang. D229 are only zipping in this lobby, looking for the jump LMBs with those fist blades off of the rooftop terrain. Hypernova caught in the middle. Justina is very much his staple bread and butter pick, but he has to burn the F2 out early. And something that you and I were discussing is the fact that Justina F2 is just a little bit too easy to be able to punish, especially since Wufong with the Hottie ultimate will be able to chase him down.
Yeah, unlucky for Light. Wufong running into his second pick and purple fist places. What can you do off spawn with those purple fists in his hand? So much damage coming out. Now we're gonna Arano versus Mines. Mines on the cusp right now. Is the floor, is the gatekeeper, and he has a lot of banking on this Arano with the blue armor. Gonna hit him with the bow shot. Mines fading out. Tap dodge after the hold. Playing it slow. Arano biding his time. Hitting him with the bow shot. Hey, you want to wait this long? We're going to light you up for sitting back for too long. Now Mines able to get the heal. Arano surprise at the full disengage right now. Hey, where you go? We're going to be finishing this one. It's going to get hit by the RB. Bubble's going to be coming out. Nice tag going to come out. Mines looks for the half charge. Not able to get it. Does get the lift off. Gets the 1-2 afterwards. Now Arano is going to fade out. Isn't a ton of pressure. Sees Taki coming in for the third party. How is he going to play this 1v1 situation?
Arano does have that Valda V2. Mines, it looks like, does want to try and keep up this pressure on the Valda. He spotted that the Valda is down, that armor will have to commit the ultimate if it comes on through, and Taki, being that third party instigator, might provide one of those targets for the Spears that isn't this Liam. As Arano breaks behind those cliffs, looks for one shield powder, will be able to find it, gets the scare rush just before he can get interrupted, is kiting closer and closer towards Ballista Tower. The Liam moves into position to be able to cut Arano off from being able to access it until Mines is on the blind side at that Ballista Tower base, and it is going to be an attempted climb all the way to the top as Frostfist now going for the 1v1 against Wufong, finds the jump LMB with those fist blades, looked again to try and shut the Hardy down, utilizing that Tumult ultimate. Spider also potentially looking for that third party, sees Wufong with the Hardy ultimate, trying to disengage, and Spider's going to try and cut him off. Has the Matari, even invests the ultimate, trying to close up distance with the blinks of the F inside the ultimate to try and get this last hit, but Wufong dodges away from them, will be able to find the full reset. The armor pirate is managing to just push up all of that purple armor as he has to utilize the combo breaker. Spider with the charged RMB coming through from those dual halberds, managing to close up the distance with the F2 into the uppercut connection, but unfortunately he gets griefed by the terrain before he can find the weapon swap into the hung sword, and Spider still managing to melt through this armor. Can he find the kill as Wufong goes full disengagement?
Wow, Wufong gonna get a ton of focus attacks in the back, but he's gonna find that armor reset. LMB focus attack coming out from Sparta, keeping up the pressure. Looks for the grapple reset, not gonna be able to get it, but he does catch the wake up. Now double charge, deep fry, breading up. Wufong fading away with the F dash, and now a last hit situation. Wufong is gonna fall. Spider showing why he is the most dominant NBPL Matari.
Spider now will be able to find that kill and also potentially put himself into that realm of Yang, as I believe this is his 200th kill. Not in total. That would be a very short career. That's his 200th kill for J-Cup stages.
That's absolutely insane for solos. 200 kills, especially you saw no one's gotten more than 9 kills, and especially with how the rule structure is set up, getting kills is so hard right now. Frostus was telling me this entire year. Even Wufong said it is so cruel when you have so many good players in the lobby just to get 1 or 2 kills. But going into this realm again, we're going to get 2-2-5 versus Frostus. Frostus is heating up. This is the best I've seen him all this Jacob. Can he dethrone 2-2-5 and his curse? Can he keep the curse, put it back on him? F's going to be coming out. 2-2-5, going to look for the scale rush. Now going to be able to get it. One shot's going to come out, hitting 2-2-5 in the face, and the parry's gonna come out. Jumping LMB's gonna come out. Goldef's gonna come out.
225 finding his way out of this, gonna look for that focus out. Super, super risky. And now Frostivus kiting, weaving, wave rolling, bobbing, weaving, ult out for 225. Frostivus still has his ult online though, Moxie.
The stun does come out, the RMB into that LMB laser follow through, but like you said, Frostivus still holding onto his ultimate, manages to find the connection of those fist blades, forcing out that combo breaker coming on through from 225. Goes for the ult for the connection, will be able to find the Sire into the middle of it. The 1, 2, 3 to hold him into that wind wall, and immediately 225 is losing all of his armor. Frostivus with the pistol swap comes on out, doesn't have a cannon, goes for the wisp throw to stop 225 from having the option of a direction, and Frostivus pushes onto the right to force 225 onto the wisp on the left and comes through with the kill. Not only that, he's ruined 2225 scaling into the early to mid game because YZG spawned on Salvation Podium, solved the puzzle, and wanted the legendary weapon to scale the Cyrus ultimate into the first Realm of Yang fight. And not only did he lose the Realm of Yang, he got parried before the ultimate came through and he lost the weapon too!
Bye-bye 225. Frostivus keeping up the domination with the tricky demi blade, but on the outside, Spider on his Batari pick. This is when he sets up and absolutely crushes on the outside. And look who he's crushing. Arano, the demon on the outside, meeting the demon from Yang. Spider plays all play styles, baby. Looking for that closeout onto Arano, but Arano's able to make it over the pillar, and now D229. A little bit of interruption. Throwing Spider off, and now Arano has a lot of space to go with, but Spider has him in the eyes, got that 20/20 vision. Where are you going? Max grapple distance, we're locked in. You're not going to be getting away. Frostivus again with the gold pulsar and on the Temi. I'm surprised he busted out the Temi. He told me he was dropping this character and switching it to Decina, but Temi just has such good stats for Holoroth. Both Mike and Spider love picking this Temi pick. Even if it's their 4th pick, they'll overpick Valda just to go Temi, just because of how strong he is in the Realm of Yang. And Frostivus is going to connect to this crowd of players. Can he pick up more?
Looking for the skill rush, puts himself onto the rooftop. We can see where EWG's Arano has ended up. He's pushed himself all the way to this particular position for a reason. He does not have Yang depletion, I believe. No, he doesn't. His portrait is not orange. So he's just looking to set up these chain skill rushes and keep himself as mobile as possible so that he doesn't get locked down by the players before he can find that state of recovery. As we can see that everyone is here. Fumio's Taki, unfortunately, coming under pressure, does have that Yang depletion. I believe he went into a Realm of Yang against Lobby 28 D229 and lost it, as it is going to be the RMB spam for Taki to be able to full heal. Kites on over towards that Forbidden Steel is probably going to activate it so that none of those players chase him down when he's vulnerable outside of that ultimate state. Frostivus now looking for the jump LMB onto EWG's Arano, who has not been able to upgrade that grey armor. He's been so unlucky in terms of opening any sort of troves that have not already been picked clean through. As Frostivus with the scale rush now looking for the wall climb to be able to come through with the jump LMB, just absolutely vacuuming him into that Valda's hitbox before the scale rush can come on out. He's really trying to do everything he can to track down where Arano has run off to, but Plumed has so many levels of complexity to it in terms of that terrain that you can see that Arano is doing a very good job of just ring around the rosying where his position could be.
Now Taki, he did pop his no ult zone, he did retreat into there. Unfortunately for him, he has Yang depletion a minute and 15 seconds on the Syra. Everyone's surrounding him. The time is ticking, everyone's closing, and Scale Rush is going to be coming out. Gold App's going to be invested. We're out of resources. What can Taki show me? He needs to find someone to offer to this lobby instead of himself. But the jumping LMB, the chip damage is too much. D229 is going to be coming in, and Spider comes out of left field with the dash, able to steal the kill, and he's out of there. And what happened? Everyone's like, wait a second, who took that kill? Spider hit and run. He's already all the way to puzzle, massive distance, and Frostivus coming in with the third party gold pulse or purple armor. Second Realm of Yang is going in. Now this is one of the questions I was wondering, Moxie, who is going to consistently go into that second Realm of Yang? Now Spider is on Matari, generally plays on the outside, but that second Realm of Yang is extremely risky. Even though they've extended the time, once you get this far ahead, Cyrus are in the middle. Did anyone notice that the Cyrus are fallen and will go into Realm of Yang now?
Well, Spider isn't going to be going into Realm of Yang. He's going to be pursuing potentially Hypernova, who burned that Justina ultimate and is trying to break away towards Plumed in the hopes of making it over towards Achilles' Crest getting to utilize all of that terrain. This is T5 coming through on that Syra. Oh my goodness, the RMB stun up against FPX's versus not letting the Valda have any form of staying power. Swaps over towards that musket, gets the hit, and Verse, not able to build the V2 in time, is gonna go down. That's actually how T25 was able to cleanse that bloom. He was able to pick up the kill 2 minutes before the realm of Yang, and it does look like he had a soul bloom stashed in the back pocket, so that when he spawned back on up, he was able to immediately kite on over to that insurance policy and pick it up and cleanse that Yang depletion, which is why when we saw the players with the orange portraits, we only saw the one, which was Lumio's Taki. As now we're going to be seeing T25 going on through into that second realm of Yang. This time around, he doesn't have a soul bloom stashed, so hopefully he's going to be able to win it, as he is going to be going head-to-head against a Hardy. Wind Gust going to be avoided coming on through, as well as that LMB. Cannon is in the back pocket for T25 to stop him from utilizing those pillars in any form of defense. Cavalry Bloom not going to be online for the dual blades, however, but the Cannon doing a very good job of already taking down half of that blue armor. Charged RMB connects back to back against T25, though he hasn't looked for a parry a single time. Goes onto that pillar, finds the Scarerush, commits the focus strike. Wufang doing a very good job of spacing away from it before coming back on through with attacks of his own. Combo Breaker comes out from the Hardy. Both of these players sitting on the ultimate. The Hardy cannot use his until the Syra uses hers, with the fact that that V1 can come on through with the stun. RMB triple charge will be able to connect onto T25, starting that fire tick damage from coming on through. Goes for the V1 activation, looks for the laser instead of the RMB. Is just utilizing that distance and the constant pressure to make sure that Wufang does not get to sit in the Hardy ultimate and fully heal back on up. Now he's going to try and throw a couple of those orbs out, both to heal himself and look for the stun onto this Hardy, but with 20 seconds left, Raven, we could well see a timeout for both of these players.
Yeah, 225 is going to drop down for the focus side, but Wufang is going to get the scare rush into the uppercut. It's untrue from the combo break. 225 is going to pick up that heal, though, fading away. Wufang has been doing this the entire fight, fading away, looking for the parry. He's not able to get it. He does get the follow-up, though. Now, with 3 seconds left, can Wufang end it? Jumping RB doesn't go for it, is going to fade out, and they end up tying both of them so evenly matched. Now, going to the other realm of Yang, D229 versus Polaris. Both of these guys need to qualify. Polaris needs to get it going right now. Looking for the scale rush, 24 seconds left. Are we going to get a double tie-up? Hadi versus Syra. Gold fan, though, on D229. Can he pull Polaris coming down? Wait a minute, I spoke to two. That's a zipping from D229, just taking Polaris to deep water. Scale rush going to be setting up from Polaris, but 8 seconds ticking down. Someone has to commit for this, or they're both going to fall. Are we going to get a 4-way Yang depletion coming out? Wait a second. Polaris does get the stagger, but it's not enough. He doesn't finish the kill, and you see Polaris absolutely frustrated, not able to close it out.
Welcome to the Group by Zip Club. Whenever Zip start to lose the Rumble of Yang fight, they don't try and take the fight, they just try and delay it, so that both of those players time on out, because they have the means of healing on the move. If you know a player has Yang depletion, you're going for the one that is going to, when they start getting low, if they disengage, they're going to have to take a pit stop to be able to heal, as opposed to a Zip, who, if you know has Yang depletion, even if you try and chase her down, a lot of the time, she's still just going to be full health by the time you actually manage to catch up to her. And the rest of this lobby, they're going to turn on to you, as opposed to the Zip that you're trying to chase down. So, very smart decision making coming on through from the Zip, guaranteeing that you get at least 5 minutes to be able to come on through and try and turn your situation around. However, 4 players being afflicted with Yang depletion, Raven, not often we get to see this. I am so interested to see how this is going to influence that cat and mouse style where you have to be a detective and try and figure out who's faking a lack of desperation and who is actually confident that they don't have to take a fight in the next 4 minutes because they don't have Yang depletion.
Well, the cutting edge, Moxie, the kill feed, it reveals everything.
True.
Everyone was sitting on the outside. They see
and all of the
two-way tie.
Individual.
Yeah, you see exactly who just died, and everyone is waiting on the outside. Everyone is hiding because they know it's about to go down. I don't think we've seen this situation all of this group stage. We didn't even see this throughout even the CN qualifier. It's been a long time since we've seen a 4-way tie. Syra's usually dominating the competition, but now Arano is going to be the first victim of this desperation. 4 players need a cure for their soul bloom. Arano forced to pop his V1 already, has his ultimate popped out. He does have a lot of type of buildings to work with. The the zone isn't taken away, the shadow tick, he can sit in this zone, find another way in. He's going to cut hard left, but now 225 desperately needs to secure this. Is going to cut it off. Here's the grapple. Oh my god, what a smart play. Arano uses the grapple sound to break their ankles, and he swerves back right.
Yeah, Valda being one of the best heroes to be able to fight inside that storm because of the health bar that you get off the V2 reset. And like Raven said, managing to utilize the sound cue that all of these players are listening for, especially when we have so many different levels of terrain coming through from the castle, and managing to just immediately kite the opposite direction. No one has the safety of waiting for the Valda to pop back up either. They have to turn in onto targets in front of them, given so many of them have Yank depletion, and they know that so many of them have Yank depletion. These Soul Blooms are going to be sought after by all 4 of these players. If one person goes down, potentially only one player with that Yank depletion is going to be cleansed, if not any of them, because everyone in the lobby is going to be after these blooms. Yak, unfortunately, is the one that everyone is currently trying to chunk down. Loses all of that armor. Will go down to X1's Wufong. Question is, who picked up the bloom? It's going to be Wufong. He's utilizing the combo breaker, trying to break away. They know that the Huddy was just able to find that Soul Bloom. They know that he's used the combo breaker. One player went to Ballista. Wufong utilizes the Huddy ultimate to try and break away, but he might die to the fire tick damage because they keep up the pressure and he's not able to heal through it in time. Arano finds the kill. Another Soul Bloom secured. Who was able to find a cleanse? Who's still missing one? T225 comes on through with the Syra V1, goes for the stun lockdown onto Polaris, manages to find it into the LMB follow through, but the Huddy saved his ultimate to disengage. T225 knows that the 16 seconds is going to be running out, goes for the full heal off of the RMB. Polaris with a target on his back inside the Huddy ultimate is going to be looking like a very vulnerable target for all of the Syras in this lobby, and he has to immediately push himself right back into that corruption tick damage, potentially disappearing above this tower so that he doesn't get spotted out on where he's gone, looking, hoping that one of these other players who has Yank depletion lost a fight before he did, and that their debuff runs out before his.
A minute and 20 left on D229. The time is ticking. The clock is ticking. What can he do? He's sitting on the outside, waiting for someone to engage. No one wants a hard commit to a Syra, but 30 seconds left. 225 did pop his ultimate. I don't think D229 realized that 225 has no more ultimate to his name. Now 225 is going to opt out to just kite this out, see if he can... there's no play at this point. He's just going to go into zone. 15 seconds left. Doesn't want to deny the kill. Doesn't want anyone to go, but everyone diving in. D229 still needs this Yang depletion cure. He is going to find a light attack, try to get this last hit, but the zone not ticking fast enough. He has to be careful right now. Everyone's waiting on the inside, and it looks like he is able to pick up the kill. Now coming in though, everyone's going to be holding the zone. Polaris with the overhold, not going to be able to land it, but everyone recognizing you came in the zone a little bit late, buddy. The armor's going to be taken down.
Can you find T225's body?
But he is fading out with 20 seconds left. Polaris is just
hard committing
this. They're just hard committing in the zone, but both of them are going to die if they come in after this.
Yeah, D229 found T225's body. Polaris has Yank depletion. If he can get the kill onto the Zip, he has 6 seconds left. No, the Zip F comes through for the heal reset. Like Raven said, both of these players still fighting into that zone, but D229 unfortunately able to find the kill, but not able to pick up the Soul Bloom in time. And Yank depletion claims so many players. We saw the debuff get cleansed, but it did not matter. It was absolutely inconsequential, as all of the aggression that having Yank depletion forced meant that we saw 4 players all removed from this lobby, taking us to 4 players remaining. Numbers that we don't traditionally see this small at this part of the lobby. As Moonbane comes on out, EWG's Arano prioritizing the point of interest of Spiritwell will be able to get his hands on White Tiger's prowess, and Arano now on this Valda, wanting to do work with that buff and the double ultimate that it provides for Frostibus, looking for the isolation, go for the Tumult ultimate to have as a safe disengage to be able to take the fight against the Valda and then fade through the wind wall if he finds himself being pressured both by her and players on the other end. goes towards that Forbidden Seal, will be able to activate it, but now turns himself against everybody in this lobby, given the fact that he had to go for a blue armor reset, and he is still incredibly low. Spider not able to find the kill with the Matari Blink, goes for the RMB on the fan instead, and Frost is caught between a rock and a hard place. A Valda and a Matari can do absolutely nothing as Arano takes him down and procs the first hit of that White Tigers.
Oh, tough break for Frost as he needs to make sure Spider doesn't win this so he can steal away that MVP, but unfortunately Arano chooses him out. Now Spider turning his crosshairs over to Arano, looking for the light attack, is going to eat an LMB from Arano. Scarerush going to be setting up, and Mine's coming into the third party, sneakily showing up. Doesn't want to overcommit right now. He's right on the cusp to cinching up that 12th place. Arano is going to pop that ultimate. Spider trying to fade out, trying to ice off this Valdo ultimate. He is going to pop the ult himself, looking to fade back, heal himself through. No, he's going for the damage instead. He's going for the double fan hit into the light attack, into the wake-up cover. It's not going to release. Spear's going to come out. Nice dodge coming out from Spider. Excellent play coming out of him. Both Fs are going to be invested, though. He goes for the teleport play. Arano in a tough position, but he goes and lands the crouch berry onto Spider, now put against the corner. Mine's coming in with the third party. It's going to pop the ult. It's going to come in with the flash. Can he find the last hit on the Spider? But Spider is going to fade out. The flash is going to come through. The jumping LMB is going to close it out. And now Spider will fall. We got Arano versus Mines for the second game.
Arano without that Valda V2 though, Mines going to have a little bit of an advantage. Both of these players just trying to buy themselves a little bit of space. Arano with the full scare rush looking to disengage up onto that ceiling interaction. Doesn't go for a heal until just now. Wanted the information of how close Mines was behind him. Will be able to find one armor powder before the Fist Blades can find the connection charge. All LMB is going to be committed from that Liam. Arano going to be interacted with before he can go for that ceiling hang to scale rush further away. Does have the F2 to fall back onto if he feels himself getting a little bit pressured. Wanted the drop down into the focus, finds the scale rush clip just onto the Liam as he manages to just push up over his head. Now we're still going to be seeing this Valda going lower and lower and lower, 83% to that V2. If he can get it online, he gets a huge boost in terms of that win potential advantage. Both of these players backing on off. Mine's understanding he's also very close to building up to his V1. Arano looking for the threat with that RMB from the fan. If the Liam was looking to scaling interaction, scale rush closer to his position, goes for a scare rush potentially for himself for the drop down into the focus connection, but Mines buys himself the spacing with the purple hit of the LMB. Arano not going to be able to find the uppercut extension off of the interaction from that Liam. Goldframe focusing it through with the combo break, spacing far enough away, and he has to burn through the F2 himself. Now we can see, unfortunately, the uppercut extension missing since it didn't find the horizontal confirm, but he has built into the V2. He's going to try and utilize it to hold Mines into that storm. Damage coming on out. The Auric Sword finds the connection onto the Valda, but Arano has the health spare to be able to survive the encounter with the Corruption Tick damage. Doesn't have a spear left. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to utilize it as he does get interacted by that Liam ultimate. Now goes for the overhold on the last spear remaining to Goldframe focus through as much of the damage coming on out as possible. Both of those players outside of these ultimates. Arano just needing one last connection from a focus strike. Can he find it? Managed to find the one hit, doesn't find the second follow through of the combo break. Invest, finds the parry, finds the win, finds the MVP.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He just landed that parry and hit him with the slap. Oh, Arano just trying to hold his smile back. How dare you, Mines? Mines made such a big mistake. Letting Arano get that ult back up, closing in the distance. The heal off play was there. The dueling was there. What can you do versus a V2 Valda in close grounds, especially with the rock terrain? Mines desperately looking for an opening, looking for a touch of death, it looked like, with the Liam. He's not able to find it. What excellent play from them. The drop down meta over and over and over. The neutral situations for that rooftop. Both of them dropping on, baiting each other to Reese on landing. You just see it over and over. Who's going to land the blindside focus at? Who's going to go for the parry on landing? But Mine's just like, you know what? I don't want any part of this. We're just going to take a full reset here and take this to this last fight, mano a mano. But in that situation, though, you don't want to do that as Liam versus Valda. He's more scaled than you. You have the advantage right now. You took away the gold armor. When you both heal up, it's gold armor versus purple armor. You're in a disadvantage. You're in character disadvantage. You're in armor disadvantage. but still, Minds puts up a fight right there. It does come down to the last hit, and Arano does not flinch. He gets the parry, he takes out the back count, and puts him down with a slap. I don't think I've ever seen that for a 1v1 right at the end. The parry into the slap to take you down. I'm not gonna lie, I would always remember that death for the rest of my life.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, that Valda V2 just being so good at being able to navigate those endgame situations. But speaking about navigating, hopefully you in Twitch chat are navigating your way around all of the happenings in these games, especially who is leading the standings right now. Do you think it's A, WBD Spider? Do you think it's going to be B, YZG's T225? Do you think it's C, OUG's Mike? Or do you think it's D, FPX's Verse? Now, something to remember is that OUG's Mike is currently not playing. He started at the beginning of the day in first place position, but do you think he has remained there, or has one of these other three players been able to put up enough points to since overtake him? Because some of them have been having an absolute pop-off game. But no, returning back to that earlier point, like, drop-down meta is so huge. Not only in terms of those situations, but also in terms of the realm of Yang. Those 4 pillars, we always talk about them. They are so impactful when it comes to winning out those fights, whether it's setting up a scale rush, whether it's trying to just absolutely option deny the ability of being able to use them with things like the cannon AoE additional pressure coming in through, or even if it's to set up a scale rush drop down into a focus strike hit on the landing, or potentially a jump parry if you think that your opponent is going to try and find a clank, as we can have a look and see the overall scoreboard for that game number 2. Arano, 3 kills, but here is the reason why he's able to walk away with the MVP, and that's because he walks away the winner of that last 1v1, stealing it away from Frostivus by 0.1.
Pain. That's absolute pain. 0.1 for $1,200. Alliance Frost is going to come in second. Even though he has a wonderful second game, man, 5 kills. Really good for Frost. I know he's happy about that. Hopefully he doesn't let it get to him. I know.
I mean,
MVP,
it was his off pick too.
That's true. Temmie, not really one of Frost's main picks, but looking at the overall leaderboard, it's from Light Hypernova in 18th right now at 1.5. He's going to have the biggest comeback of all time if he hopes to qualify to get to that top 12. FPX Verse is looking very dicey for him. He has to be careful right now. He is in 12th place at 2 points, starting off very slow. Now, technically, the first 2 games are warm-up games. I imagine he's going to be picking it up, being one of the strongest players, but it could get unlucky and fight only 225 and Spider now looking at the top. Wufang, 4.5, starting off the day really slow as well, but at the very top, Spider, 12.3 on his Matari on the outside, letting Arano know that he is there. But unfortunately for him, when we got to that end game, Arano letting Spider know, I'm actually one of those secret ops. We've seen Arano and Spider go at it so many different times, and in that end game, they're going back and forth, they're neck to neck. But first, the highlights brought to you by Thunder Robot for
This moment was so clean. This is the moment where Frostivus is able to roll the dice and get a nat 20 deception check. Yak just falls for it, hook, line, and sinker. He really does not expect the full meter dump coming through as he runs that corner.
Yeah, really good play from Frostivus, getting a 4-piece off-spine, a full family meal, all-you-can-eat buffet, baby. 225 with this Siren. This shot, this is a little bit of misplay from Verse, I'm not gonna lie. He is warming up right now, but not dodging the range attack here, not baiting out, putting a melee attack down. He does follow 2-5. Really good shot from 2-5 though. Now inside this Rebel gang, Frostivus. We haven't seen many characters be able to take Cyro, and he's able to do it on Temmie, so we're adding another character to the list. We got Akos, Temmie, and Baldo all able to be Cyro. Taki does fall inside the Rebel gang at this end game. That's the absolute op. Arano going around, betraying, finding the kills. Minds finding the kill onto Spider, but Arano set that up a little bit earlier. Minds now in this 1v1 versus Arano. This slap kill, oh my goodness. That was just absolutely dirty. My man is just like, how dare you almost take this way, and then gets the parry. Can't just go with the parry finish, but goes with his special move, puts away his weapon, puts his hands on it, and takes him down. And looking at the MVP, oh my god, 0.1, Frostivus just got robbed for $1,200.
Yeah.
But Arano with the first place, almost 20,000 damage on his Baldo game. Really good stuff coming from him.
Yeah, the slap that did indeed cost $1,200 coming on through that, securing EWG's Arano his first MVP in the J Cup stage, coming on out of his Volda, as we can have a look at that. A lot of his Soul Jades not really that impactful in terms of weapon identity, very much just trying to bank on full both survivability as well as that attack boost coming on out is something that we're starting to see coming on through for those Valdas. One of the reasons that they are so strong against things like the Syra is I think everyone sort of just accepted now you can't get aggressive against the Syra when she's in her V1, right? You just have to find a way of surviving the duration, of limiting the damage, and we're seeing it come through from the Voldas, where they're just trying to continuously move as opposed to trying to slow down and heal, because obviously if you have to slow down and heal, you have to stop specifically. You can only crouch spam and go for a very small amount of movement with that walk ability, and that means that the RMB gets to come on through and stun things up. But speaking about stunning, we're going to be taking a little bit of a stun pause, and we'll be coming back with game number 3 after this break.
伴随着全新的赛制，2024永劫无间世界冠军赛即将在11月26号正式打响。以下是赛制的详细说明。2024永劫无间世界冠军赛分为小组赛和全球总决赛。小组赛阶段18支战队将随机抽签，分为 A、B、C 3组，进行单3排模式，各3天，每天6局的组间积分赛。最终，各模式积分成绩前12的战队将晋级至2024永劫无间世界冠军赛全球总决赛。晋级全球总决赛的12支战队将先进行单3排模式各1天，每天6局的前序积分赛，所得分数按20%继承至总决赛。
Sending that horizontal focus on the cross. Frostivus is still in danger. He does have that healing ticking through. It might be dangerous though. The armor swap comes in, but Frostivus gets the parry, but not able to find the connection. Oh, 1, 2, 3! Frostivus 1 HP situation! Does he get the bloom? He does indeed!
There's a burned S2 that early on. There's a Swift that comes through again and again. There is going to be a chance of
the read!
Grapple bomb into an R&B. What are we looking for? Oh my god! Though Cyrus, but then again, Romy Angry plays, always love to see it. Zelda jumping against Wufang. This big get TOD.
It is indeed. I'm surprised that horizontal from the dual blades into the katana swap is in fact true.
Going to be able to find the uppercut into Spear, and he gets the next into the grapple bomb for another horizontal juggle into Spear reset. And this is just Pace going to show how strong he is in those 1v1 combo extensions.
Zelda's going to keep up the pressure. Jumping parry is going to be coming down. Zelda still has his ultimate in the pocket. Will he even need it right now? Focus attack coming to come out. Double charge deep fire. He's going to push Star into the corner. Frostivus holding on. Weapon swap's going to come out. Mines has to be careful right now. He's going to get reset right now, but the untrue combo, he gets his ult out.
He gets his ultimate, but Frost is still holding on to his. He utilizes the activation to dodge and hyper armor through the speed, and he's got the grapple bomb yet again into the juggle, into Volda Spear extension, and Mines has absolutely no way of playing until the F2 cycles back out, but that means he's out of his ultimate, and immediately Frostivus with his own F2 closes out the space. Well, we hit the R&B, and now we get to hit the follow-up LMB. Raven's face was like, wait, Moxie never throws us out and then takes us back in. She's got something planned. Yeah, I have something planned. And we can also see that a lot of these players who are going to be competing in their 3rd day, or rather their 2nd day of performance coming on through for the NARAKA BLADEPOINT 2024 World Championship, have something in their back pocket too. Speaking about players like Frostivus, who you were telling me in between the break, you've been putting the hours in, Raven, both on stream and off stream, to make sure that they're all prepared ahead and ready to go.
Yeah, seeing Frostabus, his game evolve this year has been spectacular. R&B and LB, I hope that was a weapon swap, because that combo is untrue Moxie. That's something that only Light Hypernova doing. And speaking of Light Hypernova, my man this whole year, I feel for him. He wants to make it through. Back-to-back years, he's gotten 3rd place. Now, he has a chance though. He still has 3 games to go. He's gotten 7 points in games before. He has still some of the top picks. He still has his Hottie pick. He still has his Syra pick ready, I think. Can he do it though? 3 rounds. We're seeing Mines. We're seeing Polaris. They're right on the cusp right now. They're duking it out. And actually, I was wondering if one of the CN pros was going to be put in a tough spot. And Verse, he's known for warming up and heating up near the end.
Yeah.
But if he gets unlucky, will we see the first NBPL pro not qualify? On the edge, there are 3 players still fighting for it, and it's looking like it's going to be around that 26, 27 point. And that's why Frostabus said, I only feel comfortable if I get to that 30 point mark. And he passed his benchmark, and this is the thing. Because of that bag at the top, because of that MVP, none of these guys are going to slow down. They're trying to win. They want that $1,200. They're not giving any freebies. They're not going to run it down. They're going to sit and play their best possible game, because $1,200 is a lot of money, and the MVPs, and practicing for the finals. The MVPs for finals are going to be even bigger. So really, really cool rule set this year. I think this definitely brings the best out of all the players, and we're seeing some beautiful NARAKA today.
Yeah, I mean, you brought up a really good point about the fact that some of these players do like to heat up towards the tail end of the day, and that can be really dangerous, especially if you get the best hero picks towards the early start of the day in terms of the phasing allowances. If Verse doesn't manage to warm up when he has that Syra pick, that's going to be really dangerous coming through from him. It's going to be Mines and Yak who are going to be in the first round selection, so they're going to have the option of being able to opt in for that Syra. Hypernova and Arano, they've been a little bit off in terms of hero picks. This hasn't been a synergized phasing selection coming on through. They've both been going for separate pick rates. Hypernova already going for the Valda and the Justina that we got to see coming through from his Holoroth game, as opposed to Arano, who's been able to blitz for things like the Liam coming on out. So there's going to be a little bit of discrepancy in terms of the amount of heroes running around this lobby, since we have those two a little bit counterbalancing their own hero picks, meaning that when we get to the second phase selections, we don't tend to see a hero being banned out of play for the players in the next phase of selection. And speaking about out of balance, that is off field. Oh my goodness. Yak had the option of picking Syra and doesn't pick Syra, and that now immediately opens the option for phase 2's players to go, wait, Syra's not banned out. Yoink.
Oh no, now we got a triple Syra game. Yak's gonna throw the lobby into pure chaos. Verse is gonna see, wait a second, Hottie's available now. Spider gonna opt to go Liam. Verse opted to go Liam. Very, very surprised here. It could have gone triple Liam, or triple Hottie, triple Syra, but it looks like Verse and Spider feel like Liam, at least on this map, is a little bit better. Now Frostabus, this is where I would say the player's personality, their character choice, their comfort picks come into play. The first 3 characters generally have been the same, but the last 3 characters do open it up. And like I was saying, the Hottie was available. D229 definitely a mix-up here. He's going to go with that.
Didn't take it.
Frost, I believe, wants a different double pick. He wants the double Syra pick later on, but Taki is going to go Valda right now with 225. Now, what will Polaris and Wufang go? This is definitely the specialist area. When each player chooses their 6th pick, this is what they're known for, their 6th round pick. Every single person has a different take on this, and it looks like Polaris is going to go with this Temmie. He loves that Temmie pick, and Wufang definitely, we saw it from Frostabus. Temmie is one of the best dueling characters. Every single J-Cup, no one really mains Temmie, and every single time he always performs on the biggest stage with the best players. Everyone gets tons of kills with Temmie.
I mean, he's a very good damage control hero. You can be both offensive with your ultimate and utility, but also defensive, utilizing it to buy yourself reset space or deny space from other players, just the way that we saw Frostabus do it up against T225. 5 in that round. Yang working through the Wisp on one side of the pillar to force the movement error coming on out from his opponent. As we can have a look at some of those ability loadouts, Frostivus on that Justina, there's sometimes a little bit of a debate between whether it's going to be the V1 selection or the V2, the V2 being much better in terms of multi-way fighting, but it does lower the amount of dashes that you have access to, making it much more easier to be able to track down whether Justina has run off to if it's used as a disengagement option. And when Cyrus high mobility comes through with that V1 16-second duration, and there is no limit on the amount of movement that you're able to find during that 16 seconds, having the further dashes with the V1 is just a much more valuable resource as opposed to the V2.
And I'm curious to see how Frost is going to do with Justina. One of the things he was saying is that Zelsage played the Justina in a way that no one else has ever really played before. I'm curious if he's going to implement Zelsage's strategy. But first, ladies and gentlemen, which of the following players will rack up the most elimination in this match? If they get the same eliminations, who will deal the most damage? This is funny to me. We got Frost and Light Hypernova. Both of these guys did compete in NA versus each other. I'm not going to lie, if I'm a betting man, at this point, Frostivus, the momentum of the day, the experience behind him, he's going to do super well. But Light got gifted an opportunity right now.
Yeah.
He got gifted the Syra pick. So if there is a chance for Light to qualify, this is his moment. He is known for being a luck box in tournaments. This is that luck right now. Can he capitalize on it?
Well, a lot of these players in terms of those drops going to be opting for Eventide. We're going to be following Spider potentially versus Taki at the opening. However, Spider already going to be able to get a Hong Sword online. One of his favorite weapons. He loves to go for either the Katana or Hang Sword swap if of those dual blades or dual halberds. As Frostivus forced him to going through that F2 a little bit earlier than he wants to. Wukong with the chase down on the 1-2 with that spear increased distance as opposed to the halberds. Temel's combo breaker is going to be utilized. Frostivus using the uppercut from the dual halberds to be able to go for the chase down. As Frostivus now puts himself into this building, finds a armor reset into that gray, as well as a fan to swap towards with the charged R&B coming out as quickly as it is. Now he can keep up against that threat of the distance that the spear provides. And Tumult not finding the parry that he's looking for. Frostivus puts himself onto that cliffside to be able to go for a scale rush connection onto Wufong into the charged RMB. Combo breaker comes in out. Frostivus goes for the overhold, but unfortunately moves a little bit too close to the Wisp. Once the animations run through into the CC, Wufong with the early commitment of the RMB will be able to find the slam down, but Frostivus still able to come on through with the last hit.
Let's go, Frostivus keeping up the momentum, able to seal out Wufong. Big kill there off spawn, but Verse surrounded by mines and D229. Light is actually going to come out. Verse in a tough position. That's what I was saying before. Verse off spawn, he needs something to happen right now. He's making moves right now. Scale Rush Trap's going to come out, but everyone's targeting him on his Liam. His combo break is going to be coming in, but D229 max health, Light max health. All of these guys narrowing down. Verse, he is going to be able to get out, get onto the rooftop, and it looks like a little bit of hits going on to other players, giving Verse enough space to back off right now. Looking for the armor reset. He is going to get the white armor right now, but ult's going to be coming down. D229 wants to secure this kill. Verse 15% from his ultimate, but everyone's surrounding him. Can he survive this hottie ult? The dash is going to be coming in. Army's going to come out. Verse bobbing, weaving. Attacks coming in left and right, but light attacks are going to put him against the wall, and he is going to get taken down by Mines.
Yeah, Mines able to find the kill. Hypernova not going to be happy about that one. Both of these Cyrus trying to come on through with that last hit. Forbidden Seal is going to be activated. Not quite sure who that was from. Actually, yeah, it was D229 who saw that there were two Cyrus competing for that last hit, knew that the V1 would come into play, did not want to be in the close-up quarters when it did, because he would get targeted down by that RMB stun through, especially since he's on the Huddy. He wanted his options available for that disengagement. As Mines with the combo breaker gets a little bit of a heal, plus the disengagement option, swaps over to that musket, trying to break some of this armor before the fight kicks up. T229 having the same idea with the bow, but he is going to be stuck between two of these Cyrus, both of them wanting to try and find this elimination onto him. Mines coming up into that close quarters with the nunchucks, forcing the combo breaker out early. The grapple connection is that he's going to be able to see where the Hardy has gone. 1, 2 into the musket shot, before the wake up can come down, and D229 falls to SYN's Minds. Hypernova again denied a kill. You called him a luck box before, Raven, but it's starting to feel a little bit like Pandora's box instead.
Oh my goodness, maybe his luck has run out in those situations. It usually goes his way. Minds securing another spot even above Verse. Verse had 18 kills, or 18 points. Minds at 19.5. Verse on the edge right now. He is the bubble boy right now. D225 on the Valda. Frostivus on the Justina on the outside. We saw him off spawn, taking it to Wufang, getting that kill. Now, Frostivus, he got one MVP stolen away from him. Will he let two? I'm really curious if he's going to be able to replicate that same momentum from the previous game. I was saying earlier, Moxie, if your first two games go your way, this is going to be your most ideal form of yourself. No frustrations. You're feeling really, really warmed up. All of your reads are going through. You're just riding that wave. This is the best chance for Frostivus to steal some MVPs away. And leading up into the pre-finals, I was saying Frostivus was struggling near the later half of NBPL. He had lost a ton of his confidence, but now, when it matters most, J-Cup is the most prestigious tournament for NARAKA. And he's looking really, really good. I'm proud to see him doing this well right now. But he still has his work cut out for him. This is the only the third round. 225 Spider have been doing super, super well, but now that Spider is on a different character, a more scaling character, will we see that Vincent Spider where we know him for going into that first Rumble Yang where he absolutely picks apart his opponents? I'm really curious and loving studying this new playstyle that Spider has invented.
Yeah, Hypernova, unfortunately, from the map head overview, looks like he's going to be forced into going into that realm of Yang to guarantee that he's able to pick a fight without having to worry about being third party. So he understands he is on the cusp of being able to make it, but he needs absolutely every single kill that he possibly can pick up. And unfortunately, he's already lost out on the option of grabbing two. Spider is going to be able to grab that Yang pass before he can, though, which is going to be problematic for the Syra to have to deal with. Frostivus potentially taking a little bit of a fight against FPX's first, but it looks like both of these players more than content to just feel out the loadout and the loot scaling that the other has access to. Frostivus being able to pick up the interaction with that portal first means that he's going to be able to get his hands onto that Yang pass, goes for the ceiling interaction so that he can go for the scale rush before SYN's Mind can get aggressive and try and force him into burning out that F2. As we've talked about, it can be incredibly easy to be able to punish. Frostivus now forced into going for the F2. Mind's looking for the slap to be able to stagger, but Frostivus manages to get out of it.
A slap coming out of Justina. I don't think I've ever seen anyone this entire group stage and even at home ever go for it, but Frostivus gonna let him know, no blues today, mister. You're gonna land that parry. Zone, Yang is coming out, but Frostivus is gonna wait just a little bit, timing his going perfectly. Unfortunately, he's gonna be going against Arano. Justina, though, kind of a jack of all trades, can fight everyone. We haven't seen, though, Moxie, a Justina versus Syra. We've seen almost every other character. What can Frostivus show us? Does he have something special prepared for Syra? Alberdero coming out, the jumping R&B, gonna send him to the ground, and Arano gonna take advantage, just looking for the scare rush, not able to get it. Frostivus with the parry, already baiting out his F. Arano, can he trap this coming out? Double tap dodge, and the hold dodge gonna come out for Frostivus, looking for the parry, not able to get it. Arano fading out, gets that DeFi onto Frostivus, a little bit of extra credit with that bow shot, and now catching the cross of Frostivus again, the 1-2-3 into the crouch and LMB, gonna force out the ultimate for Frostivus down to his last sliver of health, but Arano is gonna get the bow shot, putting him down. Not today, Frostivus. Justina, not still a good pick versus Syra.
Yeah, Spider getting knocked back now by the activation of the Valda V2. Coming out from T225, who finds the spear connection into the nunchuck. Spider will be able to dodge away from the full meter dump before it can come out. Has to burn through the combo breaker of that Liam, but finds the scale connection into that guaranteed uppercut, double juggle horizontal coming in through from that dagger. Spider with the staff now looking for the mix-up up in terms of tempo. We're pacing, and T225 throws out the focus directly towards the Liam. Spider finds the parry, finds the follow-up, manages to bait out that combo break, and T225 goes down. And that is something that you've been talking about for a while now, the fact that some of these players will mix up the weapons that they're utilizing so that they get into the heads of their opponents in terms of the weapons timing.
That's something that Duncan always brings up to me. He loves to do the tempo weapon swap thing. And we're seeing it on the biggest stage right now. It's just all the weapons have such unique properties, have such unique timings, that once you're fighting against someone, you put them in this lull, put them in this rhythm where they are used to this weapon, this spacing, this timing, and then suddenly you just mix it up. It's this third extra layer on top of this.
It's like you're ballroom dancing and then someone puts on a salsa.
Ballroom dancing into salsa, ladies and gentlemen. I haven't thought about NARAKA that way. I do see 225 finding his dance partner, Light Hypernova. 3 minutes and 40 seconds. He wants to take him to the dance, but Light does not want any part of this. He is going to be backing out. White armor on T225. With that pole sword, not the best weapon for chasing the battle. 225 has to be careful now as he hears Spider joining in the fray, the red buff. Spider, an absolute menace when it comes to chasing people down. One of the best chase downs in the league. You don't want him on your tail, especially when you have white armor.
Yeah, Frostbus might force him to burning a lot of his damage to be able to back away from Burst, who finds the uppercut from that dagger into Soul Break. Pistol shot comes on through to be able to claim that kill, and he's able to pick up the bloom as well. D229 with the spear overhead, looking for the overhold. Burst backs on off, goes back towards that pistol to buy himself the distance, building back some of that shield before he wants to try and take this fight. He's still got his ultimate. D229 does not know the state of the ultimate though. He came in on a third-party situation. He's going to be very reluctant to try and commit into this until he gets that information to come on through. And Verse is more than happy to take advantage, showcasing yet again that LMB into Assassin's Lunge that was the undoing of the player previously. And D229 spotting out that build out is just gonna try and back off. He understands that getting hit into an uppercut into that Assassin's Lunge is gonna be an absolute death sentence. So speaking about death sentence, T225 under the fire from the Hardy ultimate is going to go down.
D229 stuck in the wind wall. Polaris trying to put his hands on him, but D229 able to space out, able to get out of there. Double Temmies are going to be surrounded here. Wufang, no armor to his name, but 1 minute and 30 seconds. He needs to find this cure on the Yankees. He's going to retreat into the Temion. He finds a little bit of hole through the cover, but Liam is going to show up and take the kill. Arano picking off the kill, and Spider showing up with the buff. Almost everyone is in this corner of the map. Spider with that gold Hong sword. Everyone has to watch out if they happen to fall into Spider's crosshairs. Even though he has 20 seconds on his red buff, we've seen a different side of Spider. This super aggressive play. He is very much qualified at this point. Now he is going to play for the win, but he's going to push every margin possible so he can secure that MVP. He's not just looking to qualify at this point, he's looking for MVPs.
Well, we're going to be looking at a replay from a Realm of Yang. X1's Wufang on that Temi, losing all of his armor to the back-to-back RMBs from that Heng Sword coming on through. Sits in the overhold animation for that RMB longsword, doesn't find the toothpick. Now looks for the Skirmish connection on to the ceiling, wanting to try and find that drop down parry. Goes for the Tumult ultimate. Now going to be invested, trying to find the Wisp onto Polaris. Polaris without any form of stamina, going to have to go for the back-to-back focus holds to close up the distance between himself and his mirror. Skirmish attempts from both of these players, but Polaris is the one that's going to be able to find the connection that he's looking for. Goes for the Tumult activation of his own ultimate now to find another Skirmish interaction, connecting onto Wufang, forcing that combo breaker out, and Polaris is able to catch the other Temi mid-air. That has been one of the main criticisms of the Tumultuous combo breaker. Before it had a gold frame focus, everyone was talking about how easy it was to be able to catch on the uppercut, but now that it has the gold frame focus, everyone is just connecting with a scale rush or a jump LMB horizontal coming out when they're in that drop down state.
Polaris setting it for the Realm of Yang. He saw the success in the previous games of the Temis. Is there blood in the water? Can Syra be defeated by Temi over and over? Oh, Polaris spoke too soon. Polaris like, you know what? Never, I changed my mind. We're out of there. But Taki is do or die for him. He needs big rounds. He needs a lot of points in order to get past that 12
place threshold on the ball to pick. Has the purple armors, is scaled up. Looks like he's going to keep going to his strategy of slow and steady wins the race. But on the inside, Arano on a little bit of a different stage. He is on the strongest character, on a different pick. Will Spider opt to go in? He's looking to snipe that third Rumble Yang. He doesn't want to be committed into a fight if he has to. Unfortunately, he is going to find the other pro player. It is Arano, and I'm curious to see. These guys have been neck to neck. It's not a narrative that you see a lot, but we've seen non-stop fights between these two. Who's going to be coming out on top? Taking to the air, bow shots, peppering out. Spider looking to trap the landing, not able to get it. Arano's going to deny the trap. Opt to go up one more time, but Spider says no more of this. Let's get in there. Let's get active. Both of them releasing their first focus attack, but the light attack is going to come out. Now, Arano getting a best of Spider. 2-1-1 is going to come out. He's pushed against the corner, down to a last hit situation. Spider fading out, looking for the scale rush, is going to land a part of it, but cold combo break. Arano still has a lot of resources to work with. Spider wants to reset, but Arano says, no, no, no. We're going to pop this ultimate. Spider is getting cooked by the microwave. Last hit situation, he's going to use the port out, flashing across the arena, but it's not going to matter. EW's Arano is going to take down WBG Spider.
Avaramavang still going strong. SYN's minds on that Syra, having burned through that ultimate. FPX's first still holds on to one of his, comes on through with the swing of that spear to be able to take Minds down, and that is the Syra falling to the Liam. First able to come on through, get the legendary armor as well as those legendary halberds plus the buff. Arano opts for the White Tigers first. What's Verse gonna go for? Looks like he's also opted for the White Tigers coming on out. And now all of these players with Yang depletion gonna definitely be struggling. However, Syra, one of those heroes with CC lockdown as well as aggressive burst damage coming on through, is in a better situation than someone like, say, AZ Ping in terms of being able to secure those kills and trying to cleanse that Yang depletion as quickly as you possibly can before you get third-partied. Spider, unfortunately, also going to be afflicted with that Yang depletion. Does have that legendary hang sword that he's going to be utilizing the LMB movement off of into that RMB follow through to just try and cross as much distance on this map as possible, since it is a time game, as it is to now a game of hide and seek for all of these players who do not want to take a fight. Mind's going to actually be able to spot out too inside that invisibility bush. Looks like we had two players more than happy to just sit and wait, and you can see that Mind's actually, he sees that Hardy's, he decides to move away because Hardy has so much mobility. The chances of you being able to fully lock him down in the open world is so slim, and the time that they have left so small that there is absolutely no point in trying to commit a Syra ultimate in the hopes of killing one Hardy and cleansing the bloom.
It's just like, wait a second, that's my bad. I didn't know you guys were hiding in this bush. I'm gonna find someone else, maybe another solo player. There's two of you waiting in there. Wait, let's not invest my ult into this one. But Spider, 3 minutes, 25 seconds, needs to find a soul here, and everyone is playing hide and go seek right now.
You might have to just go back and settle for the Hardy fight.
It's tough break for Spider. Liam versus Syra. Now, on the outside, Liam does really, really well from Syra. He's going to use that ultimate on reaction, send it max distance, come out, and still have one more charge as Syra's ult is ending. But inside Yang, there is nowhere left to run. Spider did a really, really good job of line of sighting immediately, getting his ult around a corner, but still not able to find him. But Spider does find Polaris hiding in the bush right now. That's going to be invested. Spider keeping up the pressure onto Temi. Now Polaris is right on the cusp. Spider, if he takes down Polaris, this is going to be bad for Polaris. He wants more points to ladder up, try to get a little bit more placement points, but Spider on his heels has the Hong Sword. Nice job from Polaris using that RMB to trap out Spider's stamina, then peppering him with those range shots. But Spider gonna take the reset right now. Polaris, no more left to run. He's stuck on the edge of zone. Spider's walking him down, and now another Liam is activating, jumping onto Polaris.
Yeah, I think both of these players have spotted out that Spider has Yang depletion. Spider trying to come on through with that kill. Polaris on the Temi does go for that ultimate. Spider slowed down temporarily. but not going to be for long. Wisp does come on through. Polaris utilizing the timing to go for some armor powder reset. Spider going to take the time to repair that ranged weapon so he can potentially go towards the outskirts if a lot of these other players show up looking for that third party opportunity. Can't go too far away now though, because he doesn't want to either get the kill stolen away from him, but more importantly, if he's on the outskirts when the kill comes through, he's not going to be close enough to be able to grab the bloom, as all of these players with Yang depletion, seeing that one player is going lower and lower and lower, are all now showing up. Polaris with absolutely no choice has to go into that zone, finds a blue armor reset, but Spider still has the time left to be able to keep Polaris held in that storm damage. Will be able to pick up the soul bloom, but the question is he going to survive navigating out of that storm, as Mines is waiting on the outsides. He knows that Spider went into the storm damage to pick up the bloom, and he's going to hold him into that zone for as long as possible on that. Sorry, could potentially have utilized the V1 into the RMB, but he doesn't find the stun opportunity. He doesn't pop the ultimate, and Spider is gone.
Spider just somehow gets super lucky. Everyone is blind. Everyone needs to check their eyes on the zone. Spider just jumps over everyone, gets the grapple off, but now he recognizes he's coming out. Mines jumping on top of Spider. Double ult's gonna be coming out. He looks for the focus out, not able to land it. Now he's gonna make his way back to these rooftops, back to the safety of the scale rush, but still Mines hot on his heels. He is going to make his way to the other Liam, using the Liam as a shield right now. Mines walking them both down right now. Spider going to try to disappear into this second Liam, and now everyone questioning, can you go first? Do you want to go first? Nah, I don't really want to go first into this double cannon. And Spider's going to be able to stabilize, cleanse himself outside of Yang. This is why he's one of the GOATs. This is why he's one of the best players. It's not because he just wins every single Yang. Even if he loses, he finds a way to still recover.
His mind's going to be able to find a way to recover. He's running out of time. He's down to 20 seconds. He's going to come through now with the Syra ultimate, but it's a little bit late. 5, 3, 2, 1. Say goodbye to the Syra. Mines is going to take himself out by the storm damage, so no player picking up that kill. The question now becomes, which player picks up that spirit? Well, Spider saw the body fall, knew that he's going to be able to head on over there to pick up the soul bloom and get some of that rage regenerated, as well as pick apart the resources, as Arano has utilized the opportunity and goes for the spirit well to be able to build immediately back up into that Syra ultimate. Mystic Might showcases that there's players inside that storm damage, and he throws in the Syra ultimate with the RMB before it can run on out, having that ultimate back into the mix because he had the double ultimate cycle coming on through from the successful Spirit Well cap. Now he's just trying to hold Spider yet again into that storm damage for as long as he possibly can. Spider does get the grey armor reset, but zone damage ignores armor and goes directly through to health. This is just to benefit him, trying to survive the pressure coming out directly from Arano's damage, and unfortunately Arano is not able to find the kill, but what he does find is the resources off of Spider's body. The question is, has he gone too aggressive? He's tried to just push all the way into that storm damage. Potentially who could have got punished by FPX's Verse, but it looks like Verse did not want to try and push the issue, knew that it was the Syra who'd been able to pick up that buff, had the V1 still in play, and Arano, understanding that he's been given a free pass, no one wants to challenge the Syra, no one wants to be the one that potentially gets stunned up by the RMB, sees the opportunity and gets to return back to the body and pick up resources a second time.
Yeah, just even a Syra without the Spirit Well is just so dangerous to jump onto. He has the armor reset. He also has his ultimate. If you get too close to Syra, she's able to rotate her ultimate and just lock you down, so you will get super low. And when everyone is so condensed right now, it's a death sentence. Everyone will lock onto you, just like they're locking onto Verse right now on the outside. Verse trying to scale rush out, trying to use the Moonbane, putting these blasts in between everyone else, but it looks like the lobby has something stored for Verse. Poking out right now, Arano with those cannon shots, peppering up Verse, lowering his health, and he is going to get a big parry, and now Verse forced to the issue, forced to pop his ultimate. Is he going to choose to run, or is he going to try to get a little bit of heal? Everyone's surrounding him right now. Where can he run? He has a little bit of trees, a little little bit of statues to scale rush over, but there's not much zone left. He has to get some siphon off. Taki's going to go for a ride, get hit by this flash, and now Verse going to scale rush back over into Light, though. Verse down to his last leg, half of his HP left. He's going to be going into the zone. He doesn't want to give up this kill, but Yak's coming in with the ult, but D229 from long range is going to find the kill with the musket shot.
Does Yak manage to live back into the storm? He tries to go through, still has the Hardy ultimate, is getting pressured though by all of these players who are trying to do enough damage to get him out of that flight pathing. Hypernova relentless, trying to get that last hit. Does throw out the focus strike, and Yak now going even lower, not getting the opportunity to find the reset that he was hoping his ultimate would be able to provide. Doesn't have the distance to break the noise, and D229 with the staff is going to be able to pick up another kill coming on through from him. Utilizes the combo breaker to create a little bit more distance between himself and the three other players who are remaining in this lobby, as they're going to turn onto the Hardy next. Does try and use the staff lunge focus hit to try and keep himself moving, but that is a blue commitment, and that is Arano closing up the distance to be able to find the parry as well as the kill. Valda now having to burn out that F2. Both of these two players understanding that Valda is going to be vulnerable, putting the pressure onto Taki to force out that V2 early. Syra can ignore it entirely if she comes through with her ultimate. Hypernova going to be going for that V1, looking for the stun, finds it onto Taki, goes for the LMB follow through. The other Syra from the outskirts going to be coming on out with that cannon AoE pressure, holding onto their ultimate so they can try and win the heal off situation if it goes to a 1v1. Taki again gets hit by the RMB coming out from Hypernova. We're going to see the combo break of the F2 invest so that he can keep himself moving. Throws out the meter dump to try and buy himself some space. He was able to come through with the golden freight focus of it, but goes down to EWG's Arano, taking us now into a 1v1, and Arano held onto his ultimate. Eyes on the prize the entire time. He knew when the other Syra came under pressure from the Valda, all he had to do was let Hypernova take charge in terms of that 2 versus 1. He would be the Syra on the front lines. He would be the one coming under pressure. His health bar would be the one falling. His V1 the one being forced, and Arano, when it went down to the 1v1, would be able to close it out with his ultimate advantage.
Look out, world. Arano is here to stay. He's definitely the dark horse of the league. You don't really hear his name being thrown around everywhere, but you see how dominant he is as a player. He is able to pick off Spider. He's able to secure these end games. He's looking very, very solid. Even though he chooses to play a more low-key game, Moxie, he still is able to play the main meta way, the main dominant way of going into Yang, but he likes to finesse things a little bit more. He likes to play very, very solid. Back-to-back MVPs going back to him. He's able to steal it away from Frost, steal it away from everyone in this lobby, capitalizing on his Syra pick. This would be one of the things moving forward. If all these players on the edge are hoping to qualify, they need to have a big game on Syra. She's just so good off spawn, so good in Yang, and so good in endgame. And Arano just giving us an absolute clinic of how it's done in endgame.
Yeah, and you could see on Hypernova's face when we cut to his player cam, he was not happy. He got that Syra pick. He was able to find it because we did see that really strange hero selection coming on through from the first phasing, where one insta-locked Syra, as we're so accustomed to seeing, and then the other one went entirely left field and locked in the Hardy coming through, and it was like, wait, huh? So the players in phase 2, Arano and Hypernova, were given this gift, which pretty much all but guarantees they are going to be able to double pick the Syra, so there is a silver lining coming in through from like Hypernova, but I mean, that lining is very, very thin, because he had the opportunity to get so many kills and potentially an MVP too, and he just wasn't able to find any of them because other players were able to position or get last hits him first.
Man, you bring up a really good point, Moxie. I forgot that Yak threw in that curveball, picks the Hottie, and everyone was like, ah, free Syra? And you see Arano's like, okay, nice. I guess I get to be Syra this game. All right. And he ends up capitalizing and throws the lobby into pure chaos. Syra is just so dominant. Her ultimate, we were talking about in that endgame, no one really wants to commit to her, because if you do, you are going to get microwaved by her beam. And even if you manage to get her really low, now the lobby has 2 possible targets, and they're most likely going to go for you instead, just because of how dominant Syra is and how dominant the other Syra is going to be, looking out on the edge to capitalize on you chasing her. Now looking at the overall leaderboard, in first place, Arano, 6 kills at 10.2, D229 climbing up the leaderboard. He's on the edge as well. big round for him, and he able to steal those kills with the musket shot at 3 kills and 4.5 points. FPX's verse heating up. I was saying, Moxie, he takes a little bit to heat up. Now he's in a lot more comfortable position, on pace, has 3 more games to work with at 4 points. Frostfist keeping up the pace as well, passing that threshold of 30 points at 3 kills. Spider at 2 kills. Binds at 2 kills, also on the edge. Same thing with Polaris. Both of these guys fighting tooth and nail to make it to this 2024 finals. Who's going to make it by the end? We'll have to see. Looking at the overall standings, Moxie, it's looking like a lot of drama. It's going to the wire. It looks like it's anyone's game in that 12th to 15th, 16th place. Any of these guys can make it through.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a hot seat though for a lot of these players, all the way from 9th through to 12th currently. Some of these players are still able to play. Some of these players, unfortunately, having completed both of their days of play, going to be stuck on the outsides, just waiting to see whether or not they're going to be able to make it through. Mike still holding on to his first place, however, Spider's still having half a day to be able to finish out. Probably going to be overtaking him, as he is just looking immensely strong at the moment, as we saw from him earlier coming on through. You really can see the caliber of both a world champion and also an MVPL defending champion.
Yeah, looking at the highlights from Thunder Robot, what an exciting game. On the Temi, attack Spider getting killed off spawn. It's not gonna matter. Mines with the clutch up versus D229 musket shot. It's gonna be one of many musket shots this round. Arano inside the realm of Dang, taking down Frosters on the Justina, answering the question. Syra still beats Justina. The dash is gonna mount with the bow shot. Looking clean. Arano looking poised to take it first. Heating up right now, has the assassin's lunge. Puts the work onto Frostos, and again, Frostos getting taken down by another range shot, and now Spider versus Arano. What can Liam do inside the realm of Yang versus Syro? Nice flash by Spider, make his way around, but he still can't get away the oppression from that ultimate, from that good play of Arano. He does get taken down. D229 trying to find this last hit, and from max range again, is going to get it with an R&B. With the staff, Arano looking for cleanup on everyone. Tacky stuck in a tough situation, down to half health. Light finessed by the situation, doesn't take that heal off, tries to get the kill instead, but Arano is gifted another MVP.
Yeah, that macro coming on through the experience of an NBPL player. Arano able to pick up his second MVP back-to-back. Definitely going to be feeling that momentum, as we can have a look at the statistics coming on out from his Syra. 17,000 damage, so not all that much damage in terms of what we tend to see coming on through from those Syra players, going to show that he really was being very smart about how he was committing both his skills and his ultimates. In fact, we can even actually see when we look at the stat tracking, there's no mention of the damage done by his skills and ultimates. Even though he was coming on through with the RMBs into LMBs, he utilized the threat of his ultimate around the players around him rather than actually burning through it. Very much just going, if you want to come at me, you know that I'm going to stun you. You know that the entire lobby is going to look at you. I have 16 seconds. I can escape. You are going to die. You don't want this smoke.
Arano, and we see, looking at the Jades, Phantom Step always coming big for these MVPs in these neutral situations inside Yang. It just allows you in this current meta how defensive everyone is. You just can't get hit. Arano utilizes that Phantom Step, never gets committed in any situation. Everyone struggles to close the distance on Arano, and he makes sure to close it out with his Syra. Now, normally we see him on his Tessa versus Spider, but this time he shows the other side of him, that he is a complete player, and that this Jacob is filled with just massive talent. The skill gap has closed so much. Everyone in NBPL is super good at all points of the game. But ladies and gentlemen, our last question of the day for me and Moxie, third game.
What's it going to be? It's going to be themed around WBG's Spider, and it's going to be how many kills was he able to pick up in game number 3? Do you think it's A2? Do you think it's B3? Do you think it's C4? Or do you think it's going to be D5? One of the reasons why we're going to be able to speak to WBG's Spider, as we have the absolute joy of being joined by both himself and Leah. Say hello, everybody.
Hi, everyone.
Hello, I'm Leah, and welcome to the post-game interview. So this time we have Spider. So please hello to audience first.
Hello everyone, I'm W Spider.
Wow, good English. And a question,
So first of all, being able to compete in both J Cup of 2022, where you were able to win it, and now competing in the 2024 J Cup, do you feel like anything has changed?
觉得这次相比于22年，因为22年的时候是拿下了杰杯的冠军嘛，那这一次再来征战杰杯，不一样的感受，不一样的变化呢？
心态上成长了很多，不会再因为一些外界的原因被干扰。然后游戏的版本可能就是更偏向于一些没办法，就是英雄的问题吧。
Okay, so I think I grew up a lot, and I won't maybe listen to others anymore, and I won't be infected by them. And also, I think for the game, the patch changed a lot, and we can see for this patch, we have some heroes, characters problem, you know.
So speaking about heroes, we have to ask about Syra. Do you think she is the strongest hero pick, or do you think she's beatable by others?
觉得希拉目前的这个强度怎么样？
无敌了，就是灰狼镜里面是感觉没有英雄打得过他。
Oh, I think she's kind of unstoppable in the game, especially for the young. Like no one can fight with her in the young.
So OUG's Mike said something a little bit ago where he said that he thought that the solos game was moving away from weapons focused and was becoming much more ability focused in terms of how it was decided. Do you think that this is accurate still?
其实麦克之前有说过，觉得现在单排已经从之前的那种可能拼刀更加要偏向于技能博弈了。对于这个问题，你自己是怎么看呢？
是像麦克所说的，确实更偏向于技能博弈了。但我挺喜欢的，因为我本身以前也是偏向技能博弈的一种打法吧。
Well, I agree with him, but I'm kind of like that because I think I'm good at like using the skill and all.
So next of all, we have a lot of Spider support always shown on our Discord comments. Do you have anything that you want to say to the fans who watch you in the Western region?
其实我们对于我们海外频道有非常多支持 Spider 的粉丝，有没有什么想对他们说的？
感谢大家的支持，谢谢。
Maybe in English, you know that in English, that's why it's very easy. He just says, thank you everyone, thank you for all your support. Well, we kind of know for this time's question is about Spider as well. So how many kills did WBG Spider get in the game 3? A2, B3, C4, D5. 那这次我们的问题是，那 Spider 在第3把拿了多少个击败分呢？ So please Spider, maybe say 3, 2, 1, screenshot. Please. 那请 Spider 给我们解读。
Maybe A.
I mean, 截图3、2、1。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot everyone. Yeah. You already say the answer, so the answer is A. Well, for the ending of the interview, I have one more question. You know, so now you're at the second place of the total point list, and Mike is the number 1. Do you think you're gonna pass him today? 那其实现在目前的这个积分榜你是第2名，觉得今天一整天打下来会超过 Mike？
应该会的。
I think I will. Okay, well, we're gonna see in the following games. Just good luck for you. And that's all for the interview. Bye bye, everyone.
What's past is prologue.
Eliminations, he goes to 6, and he takes his first MVP of the final.
After J-Cup last year, I joined the MBPL competition, which has brought me a lot of experience. And now, it's time for me to prove myself again.
我相信，在今年的2024的 J Cup，每位选手都会不留遗憾，战至终章。
This is a stage where the strongest gather, and my goal has always been winning.
Mon but pour le groupe stage serait de se qualifier.
Tôi muốn chứng minh với thế giới này rằng tôi cũng không kém cạnh gì so với những tuyển thủ NBPL.
你们准备好了吗？
来到了我们今天，确实也只能说是风云变幻莫测，很多的这个新星冉冉升起之后，敢与日月同辉了。
和去年相比，今年节杯有很多变化。一个时代的落幕，也意味着一个新的时代的开始。而我会在新的开始弥补所有遗憾。
第二步能够做到，他相信自己，他要的不是新人，而是那个王。打败阿雅，拿下这个分数，阿雅的分数。
2个星期前，我离联赛冠军只有1步之遥。长江后浪推前浪，这次我会更进一步。
我想在世界赛的舞台上击败所有人，那我才可以说，我就是未来。
每个人都在说，时代已经变了。
历史有胜利的书写，赢下我们，才能开创新的时代。
书写历史的笔，该还给我了。
凡是过往，皆为序章。我的小说还没有结束。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Shanghai, China for the J Cup qualifiers for Day 3 solos. My name is Severio, coming through live on Twitch, on YouTube, and I'm joined alongside with Dunkin' Donuts. Duncan, how's it going, dog?
It's going very well. I am very excited to pick up where our lovely casters left off, Moxie and Raven. We are here, Duncan and Serve, and we're ready to finish off the day, finish off the last day of solo group stage. And it is, it's a little bit spooky for quite a lot of players, you know. Well, one of the main ones being BWG Tryhard, who is, I was sat with him briefly while watching the first 3 games, sort of hanging out a little bit and talking to him about what's going on screen, and he's definitely a little bit, you know, there's definitely some anxiety in the air, of course, because if this is the last chance he's not playing, it's up to everybody else. But of course, something that's up to you at home is to join the NARAKA
Discord channel. Scan the QR code in the bottom of the screen to keep up to date with all things Jacob, all things NARAKA, and you can participate in quite a few events.
Yeah, and taking the chances of seeing any of the moments that you recognize, or any of the players, even to the casters if you feel it's necessary. But we would appreciate you guys taking any opportunity, you know, shout out to the casters.
We got one, didn't we? Yeah.
Yeah, and you guys get rewards as part of that, not only to the scenario of the Discord, but also to playing into Twitch drops. You have your binded account into NARAKA onto Twitch that gives you watch time. You get rewards for pre-finals, you get rewards for finals, specifically with that bubble coming out from the Let Me Down. And it's funny because I see fire on that, and I'm thinking he's getting infinited because
yeah, what's going on there?
I feel like Tarka is underneath. That's why the flames are right underneath. I think that's the reference they're trying to make, like Let Me Down. They got the sauce. He's in the pan. He's getting cooked, bro.
He certainly is. Perhaps a Sichuan special's coming through because he's in a frying pan. That's what he's in. He's like in a frying pan being cooked. That is literally what the emote is. You were spot on with that one. But you know who's going to be cooking? Spider.
Yeah.
He's not had like necessarily an explosive start to the day, but he's definitely been doing solidly. Arano has been doing quite well. I believe that he did pick up that MVP in the previous game. No?
Yes,
Yeah. And he's doing pretty well for himself. Doing pretty well. And I am very excited to see what we are going to be here to witness, because it's heating up, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a little bit tense around here, guys. This is the last 3 rounds to be played out for a lot of these players, including to Polaris, who is just right underneath the cusp of top 12. If you guys don't know, if it's your first time tuning in, top 12 can only be made to qualify for grand finals, making it to Changsha, and that's going to be an initiative for them for these next 3 rounds, such as for both Polaris and the mention of C's own Lobby 28's D229, who is going to be able to go ahead, being a placement above Polaris, but having a lot of points to catch up. If I'm not mistaken, taking around 10 points is what's necessary, and that's not even taking into account that if 12th place takes their chances of being able to go ahead and place out with more points, they'll go through. Now, Light Hypernova coming in from the NA region, having a tough moments coming into this first 9 rounds of playing, and being able to go ahead and play into Sire last round. Now it's going to be a chance to see the next 3 rounds of just seeing where he can go ahead and perform out.
Yeah, he has certainly not had the best time, and neither has Fumio Taki, my good friend. Unfortunately, he's just not been able to find his footing whatsoever. He's currently sat at the very bottom of the leaderboard. It is what it is. It can be a tough one, you know. Not only do you have to perform at a very high level mechanically and not like both micro and macro, but you know, and it's a lot of pressure, you know, being on this stage, not having that experience under your belt from previous years, coming here for the very first time, being in a different country, different parts of the world, everything, different language, different food, whatever, you know, and then on the big stage with all of these big names that you've been watching for so long at home, you know, and you've been trying to learn from them as much as you can, and then you come here and you play against them. It's quite a big weight on your shoulders.
It is, definitely, especially considering that we saw one of the peers, or one of the monoliths of NARAKA's solo sphere with Spider with the previous interview with Moxie and Leah. So making sure that you can see what Spider's mindset is and going through first round selection given to Light Hypernova and Arano. Both of them been able to play Syra last game due to it being allowed through, maybe getting a double pick potentially for them if they desire it. So because Syra's been doing so in terms of the value, I mean, she's been having that survivability. We saw Arano come out on top going out into round 3, so heading into this next round, it's a possibility that if he has it available for that double pick, it's going to be a comfortability pick because of how strong and how oppressive she belongs on the battlefield.
Yeah, absolutely. Interestingly, KFL's Yak decided to not pick double Syra at the beginning of the previous game, and that gave rise to the triple Syra game that initially, after the first group stage day, we didn't think would likely ever happen, but it did indeed happen in that previous game. But here we are going into that first round, a double Syra, and then the second round, Yak is going to be double picking that Hardy, and we're going to have a Liam coming out as well. Now in that third round, Valda from Polaris, Wufong
What is he going to choose here? Perhaps another Valda?
If he picks out a Valda, that's just because he's going to be going for a very strong spot. But that Hottie being available for him, meaning that he's able to go ahead and lock out Hottie for the remainder for Fumio Taki and for YZG's T225. Double Liam being picked up, and that's triple Liam into the game right now for Midoriya. So that ends out for the 4th phase. Now phase 5, having Alliance's Frostivus and Lobby 28's D229, having Matari chosen up for Frostivus, and then seeing D229's choice pick here. Now, since Valda's still available, he's going to go ahead and lock that one in. He's going to have that to be that locked-in position, so she can no longer be picked by phase 6, which means Temmie's, Akos's, potentially Tessa's, very low chance of seeing her kind of approach. Don't tell me my boy's locking into Wuchen. Hold on. I just got on broadcast, bro.
He's just vibing. He's like, you know what? I'm going to play Wuchen. Yeah.
I just showed up to the caster table, and this man picked up a Wuchen. Gotta go ahead and give this man some value, bro. He's pulling out the JL. It's like, yeah, we can chill out. We're gonna play anything. And he's like, you know what? I'm gonna do that too, because he's already qualified 110,000%. Put a bet on that. Put all your channel points on that, because the answer is yes. Because if Spider plays that Wuchen, it's either because he's doing the approach where he's just like, I'm just gonna go ahead and see how it works out. Because if there's a certain tenacity in that build of, you know, I'm not gonna have any sort of escape. I'm not gonna be able to do anything. I'm just gonna pull all in. That would be an interesting notion. You know, Syra coming into the scene and been able to go ahead and showcase what her strengths are, especially after the recent patch. But then seeing a Wuchen who's already been around after this rework, and not having more of the defiance on that F2, I'm a little bit, you know, weird about seeing it, because we saw Mike try to pull it out into Holoroth. Did not go as hot as he kind of imagined, but it would be a chance to see if he has a performance, and our skills are out here. I'm looking at Verse having his Justina pick to have that version variation 1. Looks like Spider's going to be opting in for the F1 V2. Now, this is usually going to be good for that blue focus cast coming out for the F1, just to enable for a neutral or just beating through the attacks. But Taki is going to be using variation 2 for the Liam, seeing about the other skills across the board. I don't think anyone else is choosing anything different besides Mines being the other Liam, but this time with variation 1 alongside with YZG's 225.
Taki with that sphere, with that ball on the V2. He has been a massive enjoyer of this ability for a long time, and this is actually his ideal situation, I believe, as there's going to be multiple other Liams, and it's Midoriya, where if you choose to land somewhere such as Imperium, which I believe is exactly where he's going right there, as we can see right there, he's not going to be contested, because as you may or may not know, with that ball in that ultimate, you're able to throw people into signs. But one thing not to miss out on is this prediction. Will the top scoring player use Valda Kui? Is it A, yes, or B, no? And make sure to get your answer to this prediction in the on the official website or through the client in-game. You can access it through the event center. Is that prediction event that is going on in-game. But what are we looking at here, sir? Because this is pretty oogly. Skygaze Cove is looking rather packed.
I'm looking like Martin Lawrence in Bad Boys 2. I'm just saying, woosah, holding my ears left and right. Hey, Captain, I need some help out here, because this is Spider dropping in here against Verse, having a chance of seeing the F2 be casted off the rip, and looking for blue focuses, maybe seeing a slap here and there, or a double slap coming in from Verse. Now, there is a blue trove there, but I'm not sure there's going to be an armor available, and there is, but Spider's quick with the blue focuses, quick with the kill, now allowing for himself to get rage and getting his ultimate enough sooner, and all the players are like, wait, that's a Wuchen, bro. What is going on?
Wait a minute. What am I looking at right here? But what we're looking at right now is Alliance Frostivus up against EWG Arano. A beautiful catch on that dodge. Frostivus is going to make short work of Arano off of that blue focus into that tech chase on the tap dodge. Beautifully done by Frostivus. He must have already utilized that combo breaker, not having it up and available. But speaking of combo breakers, Sin Mines is going to have to use his, but he's not safe just yet, is he, so?
No, he's not, but he finds a parry. Nicely done. Having to invest Spider's F1 will go ahead and put him right back into the chase, but you can see that Polaris wants this as well. Purple weapon and blue armor, while Mines finding himself inside of one of the alleyways at the Imperial camp. This is going to be a lot of alleyways for them, for the lanes, I should say, for the players to find out. Spider, though, having the luck necessary to pick up a blue armor, you can see Mines is hiding in the corner. He won't be able to do much here in this corner, but if he catches a parry, this is what Spider can try to use against in terms of investing the F1 from the Liam. As Mines gets caught, Polaris looks to blue focus and gets the kill elimination for himself.
Oh my goodness, Spider, he opted to go for that ultimate cast here, interestingly. And he actually catches Polaris here. Polaris just struggling to move, unable to really do anything at all. Now forced to utilize that ultimate, but Spider, he's just going to wait out this spear hold, waiting, biding his time, doesn't really need to do anything as long as he's not immediately under pressure and has that stamina to work with. Oh, he throws it at the floor, and now, oh my goodness, Polaris suffering from all of these blades coming down from the sky, losing that last little bit of the shield. The ultimate does expire. Polaris does get that armor swap though. Spider, he hasn't won this just yet. He does have that combo breakup though.
Yeah, he's going to be careful, though, looking for a parry off of that blue focus, holding that blue focus himself just to make sure that the F1 is good to go for the reset for that armor regen. Now, Polaris is okay with, having to back off here, having picked up that armor that Spider previously dropped from picking up the blue armor, but now it's up to Polaris to take this chase down. Has 9 grapples, takes 2 musket shots right to the dome, finding another armor swap in the middle of the grass, and there's going to be a whole horizontal release. There's a musket shot. It's confirmed. Polaris now looking to try to kite around. He has 1,000+ HP, but all it's needed with a longsword is an R&B, and exceptional for Polaris. Look for an F2 usage here offensively, Duncan.
He does indeed. Oh my goodness. Another armor swap coming out. Polaris just constantly dodging away and threatening this blue focus, but it doesn't look as though Spider believes that he's going to send it out. He does get caught now, gets sent down onto the terrain. The 1-2 from Spider into the jumping light attack is going to take him down. Unfortunately, tries to go for that dodge, but that jumping horizontal is going to chase him. Now, we've got a fight between EWG Arano and Fumio Taki in Imperium here. Taki heading on over, picking up that blue armor swap, managing to top up the helmet, not ready for this focus release. Oh my goodness! And he gets parried immediately. He does break out of this with that ultimate activation. Arano now put into that ball. Will Taki be able to throw him into the sign in time? No, he does not! Oh my goodness! That is so unbelievably sad. We saw Taki desperately try and make his way over to the sign so that he could use that stun, but it was not to be, and he goes down to the laser.
Yeah, 20-meter light beam to be shot through the corner of that wall set. We're going to see Frostbit, though, taking his fight over by the statue workshop, having a chance of using his ultimate to disengage from Mines. Now, Mines is going to be in a spot of just looking to wrap around and try to heal off, or even finding an armor that's on spare status. Frostbit has teleports ready to go. There it is. Blue focus comes out to the release, having another F2 to be available for his cast. Now, the Auric Sword comes out in the floating platform. This is huge for Mines because there might be a Firefly for him to get there, but the Auric Sword number 2 comes out. Mines look for the knockback. There's a lot of gold troves here to try to see if there's an armor available because Frostbit is still going to put the offensive pressure. His ultimate ends, he gets a refresh, but he finds his slap, gets himself to look for the neutral off of that end, and while Mines looks to loot up, there's the F2, there's the F investment, and an armor potentially to come out is not going to be the case for Mines.
No, it is not. Frostivus has already suffered at the hands of the armor swap out of the trove opening the other day, if you remember, sir. The karmic gods did not smile on his opponent yet again, thankfully for Frostivus there. And there we are. Mines does find a different armor swap, but it's not purple at the very least. Frostivus now trying to chase him down on this terrain. Polaris looking to get involved as well. Polaris, having already utilized that rebirth, is going to be very close to picking this up, and he does take him down. Frostivus not very happy about that one, especially considering that he'd already utilized that ultimate to try and secure this kill. But hey, it is what it is. He had to give it up. He didn't want to go into that position 1 and risk getting taken down or risk getting fully committed onto by a Valda who has that ultimate available.
Yeah, now seeing Fumio Taki over towards the north end of the Shadow Circle. And for Taki right now, he's getting targeted out. Arano finding a parry as Yak is able to initiate it and wait it out for the combo breaker. Now Taki has a lot of disengagement opportunities right now with the cliff sides, but he's got to be careful from getting caught by his stagger. Yak is looking for the parries as his blue focus is to mitigate and just spacing out. He throws out one, he burns his Yak's combo breaker. Taki has the corner side to look for a baby heal for the armor powder just to get 300 armor or 300 health, however which way. But Frostbus taking fights outside Romiang up against WBG Spider. Uppercuts confirmed. We're looking for the R&B. We're going to miss it for a second, but Spider looking for the LMP neutral. And if everything comes out for Frostbus, he just has to hold on for dear life. The Romiang pass has just spawned. A parry like that, Frostbus gets caught out, but he still has that life left while Spider takes his third elimination.
Good lord, Spider, that was spicy indeed. Hole dodging forwards and then predicting that release there, instantly going for that parry after the focus. Oh goodness, no, Hypernova, he's in a dangerous position right now. No ultimate, has no rebirth left. He has picked up a kill this game, but he's got no armor, he's got no time to get that reset. Yak now going to be committing that ultimate to try and chase him down. Hypernova going to be dipping into that storm to try and deter that aggression coming out from Yak. However, Yak, he is very willing to take this engagement, I believe. Oh, narrowly avoiding that triple charge. If he'd been a little bit slower on that scale rush, he may have been taken down off of that one. But Hypernova does manage to disengage, and Yak is now forced to go for that reset himself.
Yeah, switching to the Roman, we're going to have YZG's T225 up against EWG Rano. T225 look for the whole blues and releases both of them back to back. RMBs comes out, dodging out, making that whole check work through, but the ultimate coming out from Arano into a light dazzle, into a laser beam spam. Now T225 has his kite for the next 5 seconds and to look to use ultimate his own self. There it is. There's going to be the ult cast. The Auric Sword not thrown out just yet, waiting for the ultimate to deactivate, but Arano still puts the pressure, looking for a light dazzle if he can. It's all staggers from here, bros. And this is going to be where T225 could potentially turn this around. He finds that grapple cancel to deny the parry, and the 1-2s baiting out for an uppercut. Can't get it. The pillar has been achieved for Arano, and having to look for it again, T225 just wanted to burn his skill sets. The combo breaker is used, but while Arano is burning for time, he is also getting healed from his F ability, just being in proximity for it. For Arano, though, getting caught by this blue focus from T225 could be a death sentence.
Yes, it certainly could indeed. He's always trying to find the opening. Arano biding his time, trying to force T225 into making some kind of mistake. He does get a little bit of chip damage there, but oh god, no. Oh, the dazzle though, into the focus attack, but only the first part of it is going to deal damage, as T225 did have that combo breaker ready to go and breaks away from that second half of it. Arano trying to find the heal, but T225, it has that presence of mind to immediately look for the re-engagement, catch him while he's healing and take him down. But here we are going into the other realm of Yang verse D229 up against each other. Verse on that Justina with that V1, I believe, does have that effective health advantage. And oh my goodness, absolutely obliterating D229 there. Not expecting that focus attack release.
Yeah, now being able to pick up a gold longsword, having Tempest Kick, having dual blades, a purple rarity. This is going to be a good setup, especially seeing the longsword versus being very tactile with his longsword game. Man's a menace with it. He's the main villain. He's the antagonist when it comes down towards how good he is with it. Now it comes down to Spider. Outside of his Romiang victory up against Polaris, with the blue focus, burns that F ability. Combo breaker is down. Polaris, he's careful with his words. He releases one blue focus, goes straight to musket shots from the face of Spider, and then crossbow bolts coming from his direction. Light Hypernova outside of the vicinity, looking for those cannon stray shots and being able to survive from that Heaven's Watch chase down from Yak earlier. We are seeing Nova take his stance, having purple fist blades, having now blue armor, and still going ahead and taking fights in his own set. But this is going to be where it's difficult. Rummy Yang's winners will not hesitate taking those fights. 2-on-1, successful, taking a blue focus and now forcing ultimate. This is going to be where that V2 from... Oh, wait a second. Wait, witness. Hold on a second. We're looking at how much damage is going against the Syra, and there is nothing that Light Hypernova can do. All of the shield is gone. Duncan, it's auto waiting from this point on. I can't believe it. He's gone. He has no armor, no nothing, and that shield just got deleted.
Oh my, is this the meal that we are going to have chefed up for us at this year's J-Cup? Everyone thought that Syra was unbeatable, but now WBG Spider pulling out the Wu Chen and just absolutely slicing through that Syra shield, making it just it's not as big a shield as a Valda, so it makes sense, you know, but still surprising. But hey, Polaris, surprised by that half charge from Spider, is going to get put into that juggle, is going to get caught now, forced to use that ultimate. Oh my goodness, he's going for a ride. Spider sending him down the hill, going to be dodging away from that spear release. Beautifully done, sending it that horizontal focus. He is just absolutely beating him down with these nunchucks. The ultimate's coming out. There's no chance he's actually coming out of this alive. Oh, wait a second. Oh, ooh, he's just walking away healing. He does not care. Spider The absolute Chad.
I can't believe this. We got to take a look to this replay at the first Romiang, because he went into Romiang as a victory. He went against what seems to be Polaris, so he knew it was a Valda. Now, the situation comes out towards this. Valda still doesn't have ultimate proc. We go for that swap from the dual blades, from the katana neutral. The RMBs comes out. Polaris doesn't even have a chance of rolling out for a prop of the ultimate. And this gives Spider that elimination. And he was at 3 to that point. Now he's up to 4. After the kill on Romiang, now up to 6, taking it out of the play. Frostbus finding a kill against Verse outside towards the Hall of Military. Kind of insane coming through here. 2 eliminations so far, having blue fist plates but purple armor, and heading his way towards the shop, having 13,000 Darktide coins on standby in case of purchases to be had later on in the Immortal War shop. Now for Wufang, purple armor, purple longsword, Goldman up against versus gold longsword, I should say, while Frostbus is looking for that engagement and looking to just, grief out. Mataris can always get away with this, because once that combo breaker is used from Wufang, you're going to notice that Frostbus is looking for that opportunity just to go ahead for the F skill to get back into the fight.
He is indeed. Wufang, a bit of danger here. Might be able to make it out of the situation. He has dipped into that storm. I'm going for the full reset, and he's going to be popping that Tunar Soul Jade, allowing him to get that buff that that regenerates him all of that armor over time. If you don't know what Tunar does, actually, ladies and gentlemen at home, all of you in the chat, I've had plenty of people wonder what I'm doing when I use the rest emote when I have this Soul Jade. That's how you activate this Soul Jade. Next time you find it in game, be sure to read the description, as it might be rather enlightening. But you know what might be enlightening? This fight between Spider and Arano. We have the Syra versus Wu Chen fight. And I think if Spider comes out on top...
Oh, man, don't you...
Oh, baby. We might see an adjustment in the double pick Syra and first round selection.
It's like I'm watching a rerun of an 11-season show right here, because if this comes out towards Spider's position, man, I'm watching all of the episodes back again, because Spider procs his F1, he gets caught out to use that combo breaker. Now he's going to have the shield wall to make it happen for a blue focus hold, and the Syra hasn't even ulted yet. Arano hasn't found an opportunity. That Dazzle's free. Oh, he got the RMBs. He's going for it. The proc ult, and now the balance of seeing whether or not this can completely shred her shield. There's going to be a Dazzle for free. There's no staggers to happen to Arano, but look, that was just one cast in the blue focus. Arano still getting pelted in the corner. He's looking for the RMBs. The combo breaker is used while Arano repositions to go back in. It's an even fight from this point on, which is not necessarily coming back in for a heal. Spider will still take the aggression. Musket shot takes a purple hit from the spear, and there is going to be that kill. The purple spear rarity feels gold, maybe a little bit more chip damage, but Spider came out again. I don't want to... Listen, I know you're giggling over there, bro. Listen, I know you're giggling. He also got a Merciless Havoc from that. Advanced heal? You ain't dying, bro. You ain't dying. I'm looking at it.
He is not dying, bro. Spider has 7 kills. Gold nunchucks, gold armor, White Tiger's prowess, velocity, as you said.
No, from Merciless. Merciless.
Oh, Merciless. Sorry, okay. I thought you said velocity.
But the advanced heal, that's what he's got, dude.
Oh my goodness.
You know what's crazy?
Man, with gold dagger as well.
It reminded me when you saw that in place Wu Chen port, or with the Wu Chen sword speed drop down. He did it against Polaris earlier. That's another tactic that you can do with that ultimate, right?
Yeah, you just throw it on the floor. You don't even need to throw it at the person.
Exactly. That's something that you can do in endgame too.
It's so good. I know. It's kind of crazy how you can throw this down on the floor, miss the target, and it actually is more optimal than actually hitting them sometimes. But moving on, Frostivus in hot water right now. Does not want to be in hot water up against this Justina. Verse does. Oh, okay. He does get that armor swap. Verse does have to come out of that ultimate. The combo came through and he had to break out of it. Now Frostivus going back over to his purple armor that he dropped, picking it up and healing it yet again. And Verse, it seems as though T225 has taken it upon himself to fully engage onto him, as he is in a very weakened state, having no armor, nothing to do, nowhere to go, and he gets taken down. Good lord. Now, one thing I wanted to point out is the fact that in this situation... Oh, wait a second. Hold on. I'll get to that in a minute. Arano up against Wufang. Arano with the bonk, doing quite a lot of damage. Wufang in a bit of danger. Gets put into that NMB, almost gets comboed. Goes for that combo breaker, and now Arano pressuring him yet again with that grapple horizontal. Forces out that ultimate. But here's the thing that I wanted to talk about. So, if we're looking at the total standings, BWG Tryhard, who is on 24.5, he kind of desperately needs D229 and Polaris to not do all that well, right? Or, I mean, or maybe Mines or Verse to not get all that many more points. Ideally, for him to stay in the running to qualify for that grand final. And D229 did get taken down relatively early, but he did pick up a couple kills, and then in that game 3 before we came to the caster desk, he picked up 3 eliminations in that game as well, making it pretty close to endgame. And it's definitely a very scary situation for Tryhard, but oh my goodness, another very scary situation for Wufong as he now gets parried and is forced to use that combo breaker yet again.
Yeah, seeing Wufong taking the R&Bs and dodging and catching neutral right then and there. Oh, who's griefing this? Hold on a second. Who's this horizontal dagger coming out from the sidelines? Is that what I think it is? That's the board! Oh, looks like KFL Yak back in, boys. EU showing up to the party. Let's go. We got a chance here seeing whether or not the focus is going to be onto the hotties, considering that the Sire ultimate is active for Arano. We got 2 minutes and 20 seconds left. Having Arano to look into the background, we see Spider making his approach and sees Arano and looks to see about when that ultimate ends. He can go right back in. Look at that. Oh my goodness. The horizontal to the musket shot, bro, to die for. You're going to see where it comes out from Spider's micro decision making and getting all those shots in, having that grapple stagger, forcing the whole lobby to control down towards the Syra. We saw this actually into day 2 with seeing Yak play Knockos, and this is exactly what you can do against a Syra, denying her for the end game zone. This is something that you see in the repetition. It's going to be had, and that's going to be where the elimination went towards Wufong, placing up to 4th now. And that mentioned you point, you know, I was about to say his name, but I said Jamal Iverson, you know, instead of my mind. Because Tryhard coming through here, not playing today. He is looking, he is watching for himself in terms of where he's placed right now. Having to see whether or not D229 from Lobby 28, or rather with Polaris inside of Team TWSS to qualify throughout. But we're going to see a replay coming out here from T225 from YZG, having it up against Verse. This is second Romiang, gold weapons against both sides. This is going to be a DPS check coming out from both ends and seeing who can catch the first neutral. But Verse looking to try to scale rush out here, making sure whether or not Justina can fight out inside that Romiang against a Liam.
Indeed, and I believe that since we saw T225 with that buff, that he does come out victorious here. But oh my goodness, I was about to say, how does that go down considering that he's at a disadvantage here? But that huge release from the focus attack into another one! Good lord, what is that damage? Does he have a Juggernaut? Surely, right? Surely he has Juggernaut, because that's quite a lot of damage, if I may say so myself, to be doing from just a gold longsword to focus release. You know, usually, I mean, this doesn't actually do all that much damage in comparison to some other weapons, but that was doing quite a bit. But here we are, we will see that sap damage coming out onto Frostivus, does get parried. Frostivus now in a very dangerous situation, forced to use that ultimate, threatening that blink into focus attack, trying to, oh no, oh! Spider gonna take the kill as well. Oh goodness.
Yoink.
That's rough.
You got 8 kill eliminations now, man. It's that Ocho Loco, bro. He's going crazy. Except the guy around the corner store, you know, he's just going to get his, hey, man, you want something? He's like, I got everything. What? I got it. You got an advance heal? I'm taking that. No, he's going to be looking ahead with Wufong and looking to chase down now. There's an armor there, but Wufong had to take the defensive position, hoping to avoid that horizontal from Yak. I mean, Yak takes himself with Assassin's Lens. The reveal is there now. Seeing how Wufong is holding blues, he's looking for that blue armor. It's complete. 900 armor. Come through. And there's the blue focus. Now Yak burns his combo breaker. We're throwing the 1.0s. This is going to be a one horizontal to a parry blue into an extension, because there's Wufong throwing out that pelvic thrust. There's a chance if Yak can look for that Assassin's Lunge, he will get countered out. Sap hit, jump LMBs, and another jump horizontal. I can't believe that must have shot hit, but hey, it's FPS gaming, bro. It's crazy.
That one made me cough. I was like, oh my god, the parry. Yak, buddy, we're not on EU. We can't send that one there. That's a little bit too far away, a little bit too obvious. And he just gets absolutely cooked by that parry. And now we're down to 3 players already, Serve, with 6.5 minutes left on the clock. Spider and T225 going at it on the side of this tower. Spider not having utilized that ultimate just yet. Is he playing Desperation? Why is his health so low? I'm not really sure what's going on here. Perhaps he's just chosen to heal up that armor instead of the health in this situation, as he has a bigger pool of it. Or perhaps, oh, that's why, because of Assault Smolder. Assault Smolder has been ticking down that that health, and he just simply hasn't been given the chance to actually heal up. T225 sending that focus release. Spider with that parry, not doing the follow-up there, because it is, after all, Liam goes for that 1-2-3, doesn't get caught on the dodge out. Oh, it's a dangerous spot, though. The zone is starting to creep in, Serve. Oh, and a huge parry into the sap. Spider with that F into the ult, forced to use both of it, and now throwing down that ultimate at his feet, may be able to stay alive here.
Having that Vancio and that Moonblade to protect him. I can't believe this man's a lucky son. I can't say that. But we got Spider with that advanced armor, and he's going absolutely nuts here to try to protect himself, and then he gets caught. He runs into a Moonbane, and T225 gets a kill. You know, that was really quick at how fast it went down, but final 2 in the game lobby. T225 having the chance of that Phoenix Blast, seeing the Assassin's Lunge, opposite direction. Wufang will look to space out. The terrain here looking kind of good for a neutral RMB into the grapple extensions if he can. But the thing is that Wufang gets that parry, gets sap hit, looks to avoid that knockback from the F1 HOD, or from Liam, forcing the 1-2 hold checks. If T225 finds a usage of this ultimate that just denies Wufang existing, this would be the position right now, but he is not having a good time with A, the dagger, B, right, and C, the Assassin's Lunge, and that's gold rarity coming out here. We're running right back into the Moonbane. We're trying to risk it. The Auric Sword comes out. T225 gets 1 heal off, looking for number 2, and you can see Wufang catches that horizontal again, baits it out, maybe looking to knock in the zone. The F is invested for Wufang. He tap dodges the horizontal. He's going for that gold armor, the saving grace, but it's empty. That's tough for him.
That's tough. That is extremely tough. He's headed on over to that armor, and it's not going to net him all that much more HP. And it wouldn't have really mattered too much if Wufang's able to get another one of these burning slashes onto T225. He does it. Oh, mid-animation, but oh, yo! In style, ladies and gentlemen, Wufang is going to be coming out on top in that fight. But is he going to take that MVP? I don't think so, because Spider had quite a few kills. 8 kills.
Taking 8 kills.
Yeah, there it is.
Taking 3rd place. I think it's what, like 1.5?
Yeah.
Got 9.5 points earned that game. You know, I'm going to do the math. But the problem that comes out now is giving a headway in terms of seeing the Wu Chen's performance. Now, obviously, this is WPG Spider, right? This is a guy who has everything down.
Yeah, he's
this past year.
Really goes.
Yeah, he's taken a good amount of time just practicing out this past year, and especially with his performance in the Summer Challenge. But now, you know, he's going against his peers, and the EC225's face. This man was like, "Is that a Wu Chen you're playing? You playing Wu Chen? Is that you, dude?
He's like, you psychopath. What are you doing?"
This man's like, "All right, see ya."
Yeah, he just touches his nose, you know. Big red.
He's like, look, glasses. That's the buff, bro.
We're just chuckling to ourselves as they are as well, getting off the stage, coming off, just sort of looking at each other. Yeah, I played Wu Chen, bro. I know. I bet you wouldn't do it, you know. But he actually pulls it out, and oh, it worked pretty well. You know, I got a few flashbacks from playing in the EU, just getting the swords. It's rough. If you've played against a Wu Chen V2, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah.
You know exactly what I'm talking about. It is not fun. And Syra, you know, she's had her fun cut short, it seems. Perhaps. We'll have to wait and see. But for now, we've got the answer for treasures. You know the drill, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to get your hands on a Peerless Treasure Choice gift, you have to get your answer to this question in the chat. And the question is, which hero was the MVP in game number 4? Was it A, Hadi Ismail? Was it B, Matari? Was it C, Wu Chen? Or was it D, Liam Liu?
Yeah, if you guys have been watching, I don't even know if you are watching. If you didn't know,
we may have just mentioned it.
You tapped out. You're like, and you know, it's crazy how Spider played. And it was nuts, you know, and we don't know whether or not this hero comes through. But here's the thing, right, that comes out. Okay, so Wu Chen V2 coming into play. So here's the thing, right? It auto-tracks when you strike a target, and Syra is slow, kind of, right? She's slow on startup because you can still hit her when she's swirling the light around her, and she's in place. That's a free hit. That means her shield goes up, and that means that once those swords start falling down, her shield has now been activated. And the funny thing, too, is that since Spider is rocking himself with the F1, right? Do the Dazzle Orbs go through that? Because if it doesn't, then that means he's protected by
I believe that it might not, actually. I was thinking about that in the game, in that realm of Yang that I saw him fighting against the Syra. I was like, wait a minute. Does it stop the orbs as well? But hey, here you are, ladies and gentlemen, at the scoreboard off the back of that game. Spider obviously in the lead with his 8 eliminations. Didn't get that first place. Wufong did, though. Gets that multiplier, able to get 7.8 points in total. T225 with 6, Frostivus with 3, Arana with 3, Burst, Polaris, and D229 with 2.5, Yak with 1.5, Hypernova with 1, and then Taki and Mines with 0 each, unfortunately. But I will have to say, you know, it's rather fortunate for people like BWG Tryhard that some of these players aren't doing as well as they would hope, but obviously it's extremely unfortunate for them. It is a double-edged sword. It is unfortunate all across the board in general, but here we are taking a look at the total standing server. What are we looking at?
Well, we got Fumiatake here. He's going to be having into 18th place with 9 points, 10.5 for Hypernova in 17th. Ares is Misu with 12.5 and 16th. But I know D229 is at 19.5 for being in 13th place, while Polaris is in 14th place with 17.7. And that's, you know, you mentioned it, like last game, D229 got eliminations, and he's slowly creeping through. This is that confidence level that comes out, and he picked up some eliminations in this game as well, right? For the next 2 games, it really comes down to who can get top 12. Sin Mines from Team Synergy from the C server, he is that gatekeeper. He is at 20 points right now. He's earned 10 points in day 2, and now he's earned 10 points so far today, day 3. Now with FPX's first, Mantis EN player that understands where to go through and the gist of it, so he's at 23.5. He's slowly creeping up in terms of passing out that threshold, but Tryhard from Team D but BWG at 10th with 24.5. With Alliance Frostivus at 34 points inside of the top, in the middle of the bracket, he's good to go, while Zeldin is already good to go because he's already played his first 2 days. He's at 36.8. And then per pace, 43 points overall. We know Arano playing today, he's just trying to catch at least as much as he can in terms of that spottage, but 46.1 makes sure he can qualify, while Wufong got himself first place that round, I think 7.8 points overall, having himself with the 50.9 points in the overall grand scheme of things, but Spider taking out the first place spot and signifying with his position at 68.2 points, and coming out with that kill spread that last round, taking that multiplier would have been something else. But we got some clips and highlights for you guys, brought to you by Thunder Robot, Born for Gaming.
Absolutely, as we do after every game. This beautiful kill from Frostivus, able to catch Arano on that dodge after the focus release, and just put him in the corner, get that wall combo, and take him down very, very early. Here, unfortunately, another situation there where Frostivus wasn't able to pick up that kill himself, and then ended up running into a Spider on Wu Chen with ultimate and getting absolutely cooked. Speaking of cooking there, Spider yet again cooking Polaris, not once, but twice. Just a fade away, you know, just like, I know, it's, yeah. What's that Japanese thing? I can never, oh my wa,
oh,
oh my wa, bullshit. That was it.
Dies. Like, that's the thing that happens right here for Arano. Like, you see the amount of kill spread, like, he got Frostivus again. And it's like it's going back and forth. And Wufong finding 2, 3 homing missile jump horizontals with the fist blades. It's kind of nuts how fast the fist blades can capture somebody who gets caught by parry, and as often as it does.
Yeah.
And Wufong finding the last elimination into that spread against 5. Now, for the first time in solos, bro, I can't believe it. I'm gonna look around because am I daydreaming like on the field as an MVP?
Oh, yeah,
you don't see that as often, right?
You do not see it as often in solos.
He's got 33,000 damage.
He's gaming. Oh.
Yo, his skills and ultimates did 5,500. All right.
Okay.
All right, bro.
Okay.
Right.
I mean, theoretically, it's not actually. It doesn't really even do all that much damage on its own, as long as it's just the smaller blades. The big chunky ones, they do some damage, but usually people who are hit by this ultimate, like, they manage to save their stamina so that they can dodge away from those specific ones. However, if you're in that, if you're in the vicinity, if it's been thrown on the ground, you know, it can be very hard to escape it and avoid those ones, and that's what we were talking about when actually not hitting the ultimate onto a player can be a little bit more optimal than actually securing the confirmation. But yeah, massive damage coming out from Spider, over 30,000 on the Wu Chen. Maybe it's the answer to Syra that everybody has been hoping for, but only time will tell. Perhaps this was just the early testing phase, you know, like, you know what? I'm gonna try it out. You know, I think it could work. You know, maybe the F blocks the orbs. Maybe I can just throw the blades on her, and she just can't do anything. I have to run away from her for a little bit, but she's gonna be taking damage constantly, which was the main problem for Syra. You know, if you can't CC her, you can't really get close enough to her to do damage. What other way to actually mitigate her ultimate and stop her and slow her down is there? What else is there?
Yeah.
It is basically Wu Chen. Wu Chen seems like the only answer right now, and we might see some of these other players look to pick it up.
Yeah, the crazy thing is that he sneakied it into 6th phase, right, where players are like seeing if there's any bans or any going through, and having the opportunity of seeing a Wu Chen into the mix was like, wait a second, when was that picked out, right?
Yeah.
And so for then, for the cycling of, you know, training and getting better, just knowing where players are going to be standing into using Wu Chen, now it's like, this is where we're finally seeing what J-Cup qualifiers will end up, even pre-finals coming up, so that way the players can have at least that one day of seeing the 6 rounds played, and then seeing if it's a possible option from the ones that have already played the first 2 days, and just checking what's happening today, and then seeing that, and they're like, hey, yo, coach, I need to talk to you for a second.
Wait. Can you come over here? Wait, look at this. What is he doing? wait, did he misclick? But we will see. I don't know.
He's picking Viper. He was supposed to pick Viper that whole time. That's crazy.
Yeah, something like that. Something like that.
But the thing that comes out too is in Immortal War, having the heavy investment of taking those quick fights and taking those quick jabs. The issue with Syra is that you can't face her head on unless you're Syra, right? Because that dazzle confuses a lot of players where you get caught in the stun and then it's 2 seconds of just being able to do nothing. But then also just doing passive take damage where you're out of line, out of sight, out of mind, no pun intended for Sid Minds, you would have moments just to go ahead and potentially reset, or just forcing those chip damage, and then you could throw the second set of swords afterwards and just do it again. She doesn't have a lot of shield in solos, right? And usually you'd see those players think, you know, I was talking to one of the Pro League players is saying going out that they wanted to go ahead and say, yeah, take the blue focuses in their face. She can lose her shield in like 3 blue focuses. I'm like, okay, yeah. You know, before you get dazzled. But taking Wu Chen into account, he gets 1 blue focus and he can just spam that ult and making it ensuring that she can just lose it out completely.
Yeah, and there's definitely a lot of fancy stuff you can do with the new Wu Chen. You know, I've played against a few Wu Chens on EU who, you know, they like their combos. They like doing all sorts of different things, and you can definitely get some stuff done with this character with that ult activation. You could even do a sort of like a combo where you use the ultimate mid combo and then extend it with that activation, and it can be a very very interesting little you know, finesse. But I don't know, we'll have to see, because the problem is that is it good into other characters as well?
That's important right there, that part right there, because you got some mulches to worry about in terms of last phase selections. Hottie would make sense just because when he's activating ultimate, you can theoretically throw a Spirit Blade, but you have to proc ult after he starts proccing ult. By that time, it's going to be too late. He can tap dodge away, and then even fighting Justina's, right? But that in-place ultimate denies her when she decides to hit you with a freeze. Defensive mitigation of that nature is good and all. It's just then you have to take into account, okay, if we go up against Nakos into the end game circles of rounds 5 or 6, because certain players like Mike would want to pick that up and do well with it, but it's a task that comes down towards maybe, perhaps, this is the testing grounds for Spider. Maybe the other players say, you know, let's try it out.
Yeah, maybe. We might see a couple other players choose to pick this one up, but we'll have to wait and see. This is Yak's got his headphone cable tangled, so he's untangling it. Polaris, there's a smile on his face. He's not upset. He's not tilted. That's good to see for sure, especially considering that he's certainly under a lot of pressure to perform, as he is very, very close to that threshold of qualification, but he's just not there just yet. But I do think that, I don't know, I'm not sure. I mean, at the moment he's not, but BWG Tryhard, he may end up being that threshold that you just have to surpass to secure qualification.
Yeah, 100%. Having the points be where he's at right now, it's now up to that fight for the players and representing out to the NA. No, shout out to NA. I'm one of the NA guys. But having a team or having a player in solos having the position of being in top 12 from 4 finals, representing NA, it's a huge feat. And it's been able to go through for the past couple years to happen, and now it's to see the case because first phase is given to Spider in verse. CD 229 from Lobby 28 and Frost was in second phase, Taki and T25 for this third phase coming out. The first 3 phases usually have the the normal circumstances of seeing Syra, seeing Hotties, seeing either Liam or Valdes make their approach. or if they hadn't already picked it because of an off-selection pick, that they were able to kind of look for a double pick in the moment. So whether or not we get a chance of seeing Syra's double pick from Verse and Spider, this will be the time, because going into Holoroth Dust, having Syra's to have the off-drop spawns, and picking up those Fireflies, because folks, we're now in Firefly zones. We're having the Rage Gain fights, and Frostbus is going to be a second phase. Hottie would be the normality for it. D229, he would also technically take a Hottie if he can, but then again, he took a Hottie, I think, early going through, so now it's going to be his choice to go off. There's a spot right there for Frostbus. He's going to lock up the Hottie as well. This leads us out to round 3 and 4 for the phase picking.
What are Taki and T225 going to be picking up here? Liam? The double Liam coming out from Taki, and no! Has it begun? Has it begun, Serve? It certainly seems as though it might have. T225 is going to be following Spider's example and picking that Wu Chen going into this game. Wu Fong! Limit testing the Zai, perhaps?
Maybe.
Limit testing that Zai. I mean, I think that it's not all that bad of a pick, to be honest, in certain situations, as long as you can play the map quite well. But, you know, it's not the best, certainly, but it's not the worst pick, to be honest. So, yeah, we'll have to see. But Yak going to be picking up that ACOS, his F2 ACOS that he is a big enjoyer of. Mines on that Justina, Arano on that Justina. You reckon Hypernova's going for Justina as well?
I think a third round pick it, he's going for Futari, so that's going to be definite. The thing too is that another character that we talk about, since Wu Chen's now in the game for Game 5, so that we can talk about him a little bit more often, is the fact that he has to go up against Valda. Valda can do work with her shield and force suppression because she's gold boss. She's not like Syra, where she is just like, you know, a walking tank that can speed run you. But the thing that comes out from Valda's is also looking at her holding Spear Throw to mitigate those Spirit Blade staggers. Something that can kind of throw off the Wu Chen if it's going to be, you know, wielded out. If it's anticipated, all he has to do is tap dodge it out. But then again, Valda can literally chase down after those heavy swords drop down, and then take the initiative into possibly catching neutral, potentially just putting him throughout his misery. We're going to take a look and see about these skills, because that's going to be the most important part here, Duncan.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks as though Taki is going to be running that V2 on the Liam yet again. We didn't see all that much from him in that previous game, so perhaps we'll see a little bit more this time. Wu Fong going to be opting to go for that F1 V2 on the Zai. Pretty standard to be expected. Oh, for a second there, I thought Verse was running V2 Syra, but no, it was just my hair in my eyes, I couldn't see. Spider going to be running the F1 V1 as well. Arano F2 V1. Nothing crazy, pretty standard so far, except for Taki, I would say. He's the only one deviating. The F2 ACOS is pretty standard at this point as well, I think. It's both are acceptable, or are accepted in the league.
Yeah, and I'll get a question for you guys in the chat. Which of the following players will rack up the most eliminations in this match? Or if they get the same eliminations, who will deal the most damage? Is it A, FPX's Verse, B, EWG Rano? Prediction is up. Make sure you invest those channel points, because there's a lot to invest here. There's a lot to soak in terms of where the spawns are. There is a plethora of players inside of the Plume Castle. Arano's by his lonesome over by Medtop, being a normality pick for himself. But then again, having a spot for the, you know, spawn for a Frostbus, he's actually taking a chance of spawning on Spider. This is over by Cinnabar Valley, and I'm kind of thinking of whether or not Game 5 will be where he gets that off-drop, you know, mentality of just getting the mental boost of getting a kill, and then just going with it straight to Plume Castle, because there's a lot of players for Fireflies right now trying to take it out. D229, Mines, Polaris, the 3 players to qualify out to make it to top 12. Now, having Wufan pick up himself inside of the Fireflies, he's able to pick up one as that Zai, but the problem that comes out inside of the Igneous Mound is whether or not Taki has the gear necessary, or if he gets spotted by Wufang.
Oh, this could be dangerous. He doesn't have that armor available. Wufang only. Oh, Wufang with that beautiful shift parry onto Taki, able to just immediately force out that combo breaker. But Taki is not backing down. He's having to take this fight, but Wufang has that advantage with that combo break available. But there it is, that Firefly advantage. Taki. It's looking pretty good. Unfortunately, the F's coming out. Can he get away? He's trying his best. The jump LMB, the clank. He gets back around the corner. He's jumping around, scale rushing away, but no, it is not to be. And D229 is actually going to be picking up the kill, and that is not very good for Tryhard, as now he is a little bit closer to potentially knocking him out of the tournament.
Yeah, DT29 taking elimination, getting parried by Light. Ooh, catching the Dragon Slayer. What are we doing, Light? We're gonna crush LMBs. Wait, RMBs might come out here for the knockback, but now DT29 has the position for the armors, looking for the stagger. 1-2 jump LMB. Now the ultimate comes out. Will the F2 connect from Light? He does not have ult whatsoever. He's at 50%. Another target is approaching towards Igneous Mount for DT29. Open to wonder whether he can get one heal, maybe even two. But he's going to go on offensive pressure, looking at that trove and seeing if he has an armor for swap. Light's going to be putting himself into the terrain, into the cliffside, just to avoid it. For DT29, though, this still has him in the range of top 12. He has just surpassed Mines, who is 0.5 below him. And just talking about Mines, my man is right there next door.
He is ready and waiting. But will he recognize how far these players are going to go? Oh, yes, I believe he will. He's coming. Yep, he's on his way. He's making his way over that cliff. But what are we looking at right here? Verse up against Polaris. Polaris is in the hot seat right now, not having a good time, it seems, as he's not been able to heal up during his ultimate. That was a goofy Valda Spear if I've ever seen one. The F coming out there, the overhold, bonk. Now going to be able to climb up this wall and potentially look to disengage along that wall and use these scale rushes, goes for the grapple, not able to find it. Now, ooh, the ultimate comes out from Arano, a beautiful parry coming through as well. Oh, another dash, doesn't have any left, but it does not matter. Arano is going to take him down regardless. Another parry as well. Arano is absolutely cooking.
Bro, 5th place getting those 2 eliminations. My man going through with a succession. Season 3. Having Hypernova go off with this purple spear, though, he's still chasing down DT29. We're approaching towards Feather Lake, towards the ballistic range. I'm sure if a player is going to go through, because Mines is still just, keeping eyes out, like eyes peeled, motion senses, everything. He's like Daredevil, he's going off. There's going to be the blue focus coming out. DT29 has that common fan, but that's going to be all he needs, a short-handed weapon. The ice cone's a little too close for comfort for someone who's trying to escape. He shot it just to make sure he can try to potentially get his stun on Light Hypernova. Not going to happen. But for DT29, might be Tacky coming out with those nunchucks in the lane. Remember, V2, so if he finds a yoink position to get it, he'll find it. Frostbus taking fights against Spider at the Salvation podium. And it looks like Spider has the burned combo breaker against Frostbus.
It looks as though he has indeed. Both of them are down combo breakers. Frostbus, though, he is down quite a lot of armor. Not all that much effective health, but this chip damage coming through from the fan. This weapon is just so good at applying that chip damage on the entry of your opponent. If they try and make their way in, you're able to potentially just deny it while at the same time doing a considerable amount of chip damage. But what has he got here? Spider has managed to get his hands on that katana. With that Spider katana skin, I might add. Very nice to see. But here we are heading over to Tacky and oh no, Hypernova. No! He is cooked. Tacky with the ball. Gonna be
My man gave me a peace sign in spirit when he did that, bro.
With the ball, gonna be throwing Hypernova into the icicle, getting the stun into that kill. Hypernova not bound to be rather irritated by that, I'd imagine. He's gonna have to go and resurrect himself elsewhere. But heading on over to the desert on the other side of the map, we have Verse, and I believe Yak was there. Sort of close by, close together, looking to loot up in that area, potentially get some of that money, as that spot is very, very good for Dark Tide coins. There's a little basement underneath that you can get quite a bit of dollar in there.
Yeah, quite a bit of pounds in that. Making sure to see.
Quite a few quids. Yeah.
Some pence here and there. All right, we're done. We're done. We'll get to conversion calculator, folks. Also, we got a DT25 making sure he has that purple staff for standby. Gets caught by the neutrals. Wufang gets Hexa Harmony Spears online and goes ham here. Now, DT25, the only Wuchen, got one elimination. He's shield walled in his pillar to deny the pushback, but drops down a little bit of a misinfo. Nah, probably not. Just to make sure he can try to deny any sort of clinks coming out. Because DT25 finds an armor swap, swipes around. He's doing the... He's doing a little bit of dance here and there, a little shimmy from Wufang, but Wufang puts it through. Remember, F1 for Wufang, not the F2 that you would normally see inside of the trio's mindset with the Comet. He has a combo breaker, because Solos is a death sentence if you get caught. And for Wufang right now, he won't commit to the chase. The Romy Yang pass is still to be available for Frostfist. He's got 30 seconds to time this one through to enter that realm. Purple armor, blue fan, blue rarity weapon, more importantly, for the scaling. But for Wufang, he has the high ground. No Anakin, Auburn legs. Having a chance of seeing that musket, though, if he can find one, he has armor pierce available. He's got twin shot bounce shells, so he has the weapons. You know, if he can find it in the future, he has the Jade's 4 set weapons. Just to catch an armor pierce, though, into this meta right now would be kind of slick. But Spider, Gold Katana, Rupture Gale Orb, and having a slow shot Sunwing shot.
Very nice indeed, but he's not rocking that musket. He is rocking the Hang Sword dual halbert weapon swap combination going into that Realm of Yang, I believe, and YZG T225 going to be running the purple Hang Sword, I believe. He's got quite a few weapons in the inventory as well, but oh, this is certainly a fight to pay attention to right here, as D229 is currently in contention to potentially still qualify for the Grand Finals. However, he needs to get, I believe, 5 points-ish. Or 4.5 points.
It feels like it's a mile when it's actually a kilometer.
Yeah, it's you know, and the thing is, you know, these, although you might think, yeah, I'm just gonna get 4 points, yeah, it's not too bad, you can get that. It's not that easy. Everyone is fiending for every scrap that they can find. D229 now having to fade out, having his combo breaker forced out by these players who are seemingly vulturing, circling around him. D229, he was the bird of prey. No longer the Justina and the Zai are going to be looking to freeze him, chain him out of the sky. D229 now taking the initiative, forcing out his own ultimate, looking to try and apply the pressure back onto Wufang and deter any possible onslaught. However, Justina has other ideas in mind.
Yeah, Rhino books it in place. Set his ticket up for the airline. He's going straight to flight zone for the scare rushes. Now D229 having no armor now. Throw in Wild Haymaker blue focuses. This is what Arano might see and take full advantage of. There's the Clink coming out from this point. Arano sees the blue focus again. He's going to be looking to try to go for a parry because I know the chase down from Wufang is going out. He finds no armor off that swap. Oh, he does find the swap. He double tap dodge roll. He burns his combo breaker. D229 inside of one of the fortress rooms, getting himself caught to the grapple bump. RB who's stealing the kill though. RB last hit goes to Wufang. Now it's up to whether or not he can piss into Soul Bloom. It's going to happen, and Arano is going to take this fight to his own.
He is indeed, but one thing I'd like to note, Fumio Taki taking down YZG T225 in the Realm of Yang on his Wu Chen. Nice to see. Maybe a little bit too late, big dog, but it is still a feat to be respected regardless. Wufang and Arano going back and forth. That focus release, oh my goodness, that did so much damage. Wufang now, oh, the turnaround into the LMV, into the uppercut, the grapple combo. He doesn't have ultimate. Oh, well, he doesn't have ultimate now. The Justina does manage to get one dash away. Wufang popping his own ultimate, allowing him to have that combo break and trying to grapple after the Justina, but not able to catch him. And now T225 with that Yang depletion has turned up and is ready to try and fully fiend this player and take him down, securing that Soul Bloom, the cleanses debuff.
I can't believe I'm in grapple staggered for that real blade. Yeah, that's blades. The blades are tough, man. The first one I thought he was gonna lock him in place, but then T225 just went ahead, spawned in Fortress, heard a Zai ultimate, and went straight to that direction. Now Spider, when it's his Roma Yang, having the opportunity to chase down Light Heaven over towards inside of the Emberhawk region. Now, of course, this is going to be where Light is looking to try to be staying alive as often as possible. He is playing the Matari. Frostfist, though, fights out here. Roma Yang Victor Taki with that gold katana, gold honks, I should say, is looking to try to look for that blue focus, gets caught anyhow, and Taki goes ahead, goes down, elimination, and with it, Roma Yang depletion depleted for Frostfist, so he's able to go ahead and stick to the fight. But Verse getting chased down by what seems to be Spider, while Hibernova is getting chased by Verse.
Yeah, indeed. Hibernova is not in a good spot. Blue armor on that Matari, a very vulnerable target indeed, off the back of having been taken down by Fumio early on in that icy zone. Has now only managed to recover a small amount of loot.
It's not looking like it's, you know, it's not applying that, it's not giving him that aura that he needs to be wandering around without a care in the world. Polaris also does, well, he does manage to find himself a purple armor, but he's not in the best spot right now. He does have that Yang depletion. He needs to find a cleanse relatively soon if he has any hopes of potentially qualifying into the grand finals, as he is quite a few points off. I mean, it depends on how well D229 does. However, you know, he needs quite a few regardless if he hopes to do so. But Polaris sending out that 1-2-3 avoided by Verse. But oh my goodness, that focus release, he was certainly ready for that one. Verse with that parry tag into the chase. Oh no way! Yo, the switch Nazuru, let's go!
Hey, it was off my bingo card. It's on here. It's in the stage. I was wondering whether or not we're gonna see some, you know, wild bids coming through like Starfall. We never seen that yet. However, Verse going ahead, getting the dazzle, getting the stagger, forcing the combo breaker, 20-meter range for the laser light beam. Polaris goes down, and Verse gets his second elimination. Man, that's 20 meters, man. I swear.
That's rough.
Every time I see him, I'm like, man, just you thought you were out. You know, they pull you right back in. That's another movie reference for you guys. Listen, I'm bringing it out here for you. With everything in mind, though, Taki won his Romy Yang, but he's lost his Vermilions to Frostfist. Now he's on his second elimination so far, killing out TT25 in that realm, as we saw and mentioned. But the crazy thing is you know, seeing the Wu Chen versus V2 Liam is definitely the combination you know want to miss out.
Yeah,
but
that's an interesting one.
Yeah, but we had, you know, we were focusing going through, and I players like, where's the Romy Yang? I already know you guys in chat talking about the Romy Yang fights, but it's because T29 gets eliminated. Now we got to keep minds in mind. Boom, you saw what I did there?
Yeah.
All right, guys, I'll see you tomorrow.
We do have to keep minds in mind as he is on the cusp. He is, I believe, exactly the same number of points as D229, so they're essentially in the same boat. It's just that he's not been put up over that little red line on the leaderboard, but he is in contention. And another thing to note, Verse has now overtaken Tryhard on the leaderboard, so now there's just those two spots.
Yep.
And if both of those players manage to overtake him, it is going to be heart-wrenching for Tryhard, and I certainly hope that it ends up not being the case for his sake. But, you know, I gotta support those who do want to try and qualify. Hey, if they can do it, props to them and congratulations to them. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Mines and Arano wandering around, very happy, it seems, very happy to just not fight each other, as there isn't really all that much point. If you take down the other Justina, if you fight each other, you open yourselves up to being third-partied. At the same time, you may be, it might be better to just make sure that there's another Justina around so that you're not the odd one out.
Exactly. Now, Verse, he's in the realm, he's a Syra, has to sustain necessarily. But guess what? He's up against CT5. Wait, this is the Wu Chen. So here's the thing, right? Here's what goes down. Verse, he has switched out, so we saw that, right? That gets an attack buff as well, since he has it unlocked to be going through. Switches out, looks to hold RMBs. Oh, gets caught, forces his combo breaker. Really curious, because there's the cannon shot. Goes forward, gets caught by grapple stagger. That's all TT5 needs. Wearing it, packing it up, putting it in the sack. This is going to be the R&B release and making sure he can get this R&B again and again. But for Verse, rocking ult, that's a bad decision, homie. This is going to be where we can see those Spirit Blades go absolutely ballistic for Verse, losing half his shield off of just one cast, and T25 has the second one ready to go.
He throws it out there, Verse is trying. He knows that all he can really do is hope to try and heal himself. Tap dodge rolling away, avoids those last few blades from the Wu Chen, and now T25 with these fries on the cross. Oh, beautifully done by Verse, though. Catching that shift in with the parry, with that longsword. Beautifully done. Another parry as well! Good lord, sir, what's going on?
But I don't know, man. We're beating out neutral here. There's R&B release again. The signature for TT5 into a blue focus. No, he went to the R&B release coming out here. Shield wall's out. Wins realm, gets gold weapon. We see the other victory going to Spider against Frostfist. This is going to be a repair roll, gold fist blades, and we're also seeing a soft step gecko foot giving out to TT5. Whether or not he's going to be using scare rushes to his benefit or using the gecko foot to climb the surface, he's just going to go ahead and just get out of the realm with the fist blades. This is 4 eliminations right now. This is up to, I think this is near kill leader right now. We're going to have to double check and see about that, because Verse having 2 eliminations on the board, having 5 minutes on the clock for Romy Yang depletion. He is going to be hunting around, but having 4 eliminations as well. Spider winning his round is now going against Frostfist for round 2.
Spider catches him with that last little bit of that focus release. Frostfist up against the corner, forced to use that combo breaker here. recognizing that he parried second. Oh no, dangerous. And Spider just catching him on the tap dodge. Cross Frost falling to Spider. Spider is just running the lobby. Another huge game from him, 5 eliminations. And here we are going to take a look at the Realm of Yang fight that gave him that buff. And it was also against Frostivus.
Yeah, you know, it's crazy too, seeing the damage from that one neutral R&B. That thing does a lot. The scaling is incredible.
A lot of damage.
Yeah, he finds out when he has wall superiority, he goes for a triple jump LMB. Okay, listen, one jump LMB. There we go. Thank you. I was going to say, I was like, you know, you can look for a pistol shot or anything of the nature, but we have to see because Taki's getting chased down by Verse. We got 4 minutes. It's only been a minute since the last time we looked at Verse, seeing this chance. Considering that Realm of Yang depletion is not what you like to be in. I know Taki's looking to try to kite around and seeing what the situation with the Syra is, knowing that most Syras would want to take Realm of Yangs, but we see Wu Chen ultimate coming out for T25, try to lock down Arano, and it hits Verse unintentionally, and I think this is where T25 has a little bit more bite than he can chew. He's going inside the Salvation Podium roller room, and this is going to be the Kite Central.
He is. He certainly had fun with those blades. But look at how many people are here. Hypernova turning up to the party. Arano still on the run, healing up. But T25 is not going to let him go so easily. First, trying to chime in, trying to get involved, trying to get aggressive himself. But it looks as though they may have actually opened up the avenue of escape for this player. Verse taking it upon himself to continue chasing ferociously. Taki trying to get involved as well. Now, all of these players in this immediate vicinity is going to make it extremely difficult for Arano to actually disengage. EWG's Arano goes to the ceiling, scale rushing away, but this Thorny Roller is constantly a threat. Both of these... Oh! Verse with that double jump, very nice, able to avoid it just in time. A quick bow shot does stop his initial grapple, and now Justina, Arano might be able to escape, might be able to get this reset before Verse catches up to him.
Yeah, he went through the window, so he found him going through in the corner. Not supposed to be here, man. Restricted area, because now Arano puts himself slap mode. Gets caught. RMBs goes for scare rush and still kites inside the building. Try to goes in and out. Now this is going to be a chase down between both Verse and Spider to try to knock out the Justina. And with Arano getting caught, burning his combo breaker, this is a while making blue. Yeah, I was going to say that blue focus was going to come out. But Verse is eating up a lot of damage here. I'm going to be 100% honest. If he gets that last hit confirmation, Spider will. This means that Someone goes to Verse. He can heal out. He can potentially not even have to use ultimate. Considering that now the opponents are still on Salvation Podium, we still got 2 ballistas on the standby. Verse repairing that cannon. Remember, switch dazzle. And whether or not he's going to be having the opportunity of getting the attack through, mind just keeping eyes and ears out.
Yeah, that is absolutely crazy. He essentially just lets him have the Soul Bloom in this situation because he recognizes that he does have Yang depletion and he is the only other Syra in the lobby. So it's in his best interest to keep the other Syra alive so that they, they aren't singled out, they aren't focused down as an individual, and they can stay alive. But oh my goodness, E25, he's looking to try and focus down this side. Oh! Yo!
That's crazy.
That's crazy. Okay, that's crazy.
Alright.
E25, what on earth was... Okay, buddy. Okay, he's just... The god smiled on him today. Oh!
Damn, you cast curse it, bro. Okay, I can't believe it. I'm putting my pen down.
He's alright. He's not in danger. He is vibing still. Spider. Ooh, get out of here. Vibe check. Get off. This is my land. This is my tower. I want to stay up here. Nice and tall. Yeah, Syra. Yeah, get up here. Yeah.
Yeah, this is our land. This is our land. All right, listen. Spider has in himself though. He has that. He still has no musket, but he still has that armor pierce to kind of work off of if he ever finds one. But he does have that Heartstopper, right? So we know that's going to be where that Gold Spear really locks through, and then okay, T225. You just ballistic gaming out here. Oh wait, he got the second connection. Wait, that delayed blast comes through.
The third one.
Fuse. This might be the range shot that comes out for the Scorch. Spider can't force ult here. He forces ult here.
Okay.
And guess who's here? Hypernova from Team Light. Coming through to see what's happening with the Syra. But if the lobby recognizes this fact that there's a fight, like, yeah, he's been hiding throughout the match. I was waiting to see where he was. He's in the northeast corner. He could see what's happening right now and seeing a Syra fully reset. TT5 taking that Spirit Rail to his own position with a White Tiger's prowess and goes immediately onto the hunt with that preemptive ult, bro.
Indeed, but oh my goodness. One thing to note is that Mines, he is literally just trying to stay as inconspicuous as possible, as he is now the only Justino left in the lobby. And I think he believes that if he stays alive long enough, he will be able to get some placement points and potentially ladder up and overtake D229 and BWG's tryhard. But we'll have to wait and see if that ends up being a successful strategy. D225, that was a little illegal there. That I believe that was an LMB hold dodge, LMB uppercut with Sky Punch.
Yes.
First, if there's any soft combo that you could dodge, that's the one. I'm not gonna lie. Yak not looking as though it is. The ball! No! Oh, the ball into the zone. Wait, no, Spider gets the kill. Oh my God, Taki. I thought he was gonna pick that one up there. Get out of here. Oh, hello. He's got another one. He's found him. Oh, he throws him into the brawler, but not able to. Wait, that parry was crazy. That one lasted forever. First, finding that parry, but not able to actually really get all that much value off of it. Spider now in a bit of a tight spot, forced to use that ultimate, trying to fend off T225, and he's definitely trying to get out of there. He's got that white tiger fragment, so he's healing up consistently, but he's in a little bit of danger regardless, as Taki is waiting around the corner.
Everyone's trying to deny exit zones from the Salvation Podium roller room. This is going to be a spot where you saw Spider throw at the door, but F1 comes out. Sustain is heavy. Mines is looking for the clink. Mines is right there for placement, so getting a 0.5 for the position that he's at right now. Nova, though, catches the jump R&B after the blue vertical, but for T225, having no ult, having no F to save his own skin, this is going to be T225 just trying to stay out of sight for every other player, but Light is on it, man. I mean, Hypernova making sure he can have the high ground with blue armor. All the other players like Taki and Verse and Spider, they're on the west side on this entrance of the Salvation Podium. So now they're going to exit this area. The movement's going to be concluded. 50,000 Dark Tide coins in the hands of Spider for days. Now he's able to pick himself up a quick shot into, or a Thunder Call with a quick charge. And now also picking up a Vajra Grip in the hands for his gold weapons in case he throws a Wild Haymaker Blue. Still going to have that in the standby, but Taki is just going to go through and just kite out, taking a Rupture Ghost Strike.
Hello?
Don't
mind me.
They don't mind me. I don't, you know, they want to take him out though, because Liam with V2, that's a threat.
Not like this. Fumio Taki trying to disengage. He's locked in. The look on his face, he's trying to get out of there, but it's looking pretty rough. The cannon shots, the poison, everything in the book is being thrown at him right now. Desperately trying to get away with this Exxon. What does he do? There's nowhere to go. Oh my God, that is truly sad for Taki. Just getting absolutely fiended by the artillery of the lobby. Very sad to see indeed. And it looks as though Mines has now laddered up an extra 0.5 points, taking up to 21, closing that gap just a little bit more.
Yeah. You know, it's crazy. Pain, sorrow, grief watching Liam go down. Now the Matara is the only other person left that they may or may not want to make sure she goes out. In fact, Hypernova, that's a threat. But T225, he's the Wu Chen. They don't see Wu Chen. If they want to take out Wu Chen, I'd say go for it, because Wu Chen's, you know, he's a little bit more of trouble than they can, you know, worry about in the late game when it comes down to burning their ultimates. T225 burning his F though. Hex of Harmony Spirit comes out, tries to reposition it, can't do it. Has the LMB, the arm, the crouch LMB, the kill steal coming from Mines, so that's a +1. That gets him 22 points overall. This is going to be where it comes down, really close to the wire. T225 proc ultimate. He is at a point of investing his F skills to come out. Spider having it go down with the V2, and it's going to track him, getting all those staggers. The kill steal could be potential for Honova with the F2, and then investing his Matari ultimate. We'll have to see, because Mines is right there with the Justino ult.
Oh, Spider, he does have that ult available, but this poison is coming through, making it a little bit difficult to actually stay topped up. But he's now been forced to use that ultimate, looking to try and re-aggress. He's like, get over here, sword man, come back here. You've made my life very difficult. He gets that dazzle. He's going to go for the reactivation, the boom. But Mines is going to get the kill. Oh no, this could be so bad. Not like this. Mines gets another kill. 2 kills under the belt. He's 1 point off. Oh my God. I mean, if he does overtake Tryhard, is not the end of the world, because then that means that D229 is the next
on the list. It is going to be very, very close, though. We'll have to see. Mines is still alive and kicking. Spider, Hypernova, they're all alive. 3-man endgame. Who's taking this one, Serve?
It's going to be difficult coming from Justina. Gold Spear, though, that's a guaranteed freeze into Blue Focus Vertical. That's everything that he can look for in crossbow bolts for the initiated strikes. You got to remember, crossbow does not stagger. If a Syra goes and gets a Dazzle for free up against Hypernova, that's free crossbow bolts to go for the tick damage. For Spider, though, cannon shots also don't stagger, so he's able to go ahead and take full initiation of going for it. No one with the parry. The Vajra script #1 getting consumed from Spider. Having to invest his combo breaker as it gets re-aggressed upon, and knowing looking for the blue focus, looks for another parry check, and looking towards the cannon shots as well to avoid it for those crossbow bolts. Every bit of HP matters in this spot, especially when he's getting burned out for the armor powders. For Spider, we're going to be his central location. There's a lot of scare rushable spots here, a lot of pillar type terrain, such as with those trees, if they were real. But going off of this end, that's going to be the walls that will be the saving grace. The proximity shots, though, Duncan, that's a dangerous game in this final minute.
Oh, it is indeed. Speaking of a dangerous game, Hypernova is playing one of them. He's been fully engaged upon Spider, now taking a full aggressive stance. Will he be able to claim the elimination? No, Mines is going to take it! What is happening? BWG tryhard now going down to the threshold. Mines and Spider. Oh my goodness, what is going on? This feels like it's scripted right now. Mines just being gifted these eliminations. He's just picking them up, and he's doing a good job of getting involved at the right time, but good lord, it's insane. Spider now does have that effective health advantage, and I believe that he is simply going to just come out on top here. There's no chance that Mines is going to be able to outlive this very full HP Syra, and Spider is going to claim another MVP for himself with 9 eliminations.
9 eliminations, first place. It's the highest score we've gotten so far. I think 8 was kept going through. And actually surpassing in terms of the overall standings completely out of the threshold for any other player to try to catch up. And that ends into round 5. I mean, seeing Syra there, survivability, utmost peak, but seeing how many times the Syra was going to get focused throughout, trying to get denial by the Wu Gen, but then getting creeped out, TT5 getting all the pressure on his end. That's where we saw how much time just went past.
This is very spooky indeed. I'm a little worried. I'm a little worried for tryhard's sake, as he is not able to defend himself today. He's not in the games. He's played both days already, and he can't defend it. So now it is simply up to fate. It is simply up to D229 to see if he is going to be able to ladder up and overtake him, or if he's going to stay there and hold that threshold, hold the line, and actually move forwards into the grand finals, into those pre-finals. Oh, it's heating up, Serve. Oh my goodness. It is, it's the talk of the town right now, because right now, it's kind of looking, it's looking pretty good for everybody up at the top, you know. And not all that many chances of them actually getting brought down below that threshold. So they're kind of vibing, they're kind of chilling. Let's just hope that, you know, I don't know, they don't just all troll and just, because that would be kind of crazy.
It would be a process. But we got a question for you guys in the Twitch chat for that Peerless Treasure Choice gift. Making sure you guys have the question on the board. Which player used Wu Chen in Game 5? A, FPX's verse. B, WBG Spider. C, YZG's TT25. Or D's EWG Arana. Keep in mind, that was for Game 5. We saw it in Game 4 to give you a hint, but you know, we're not going to go ahead and bring it out here for the full answer. Is making sure you guys have a spot for the Exactamundo's player, you know, from X team, which I can't say, you know, because I'm just giving you a hint. But going into this place right now, I know in terms of VWG Tryhard, I know he's like Matthew McConaughey in True Detective Season 1, Episode 7. Don't ask. Just know that it is a very stressful moment coming through here for him right now. Having the spot to now wait to succumb to see what D229 can bring out for this last game is usually where it comes down. Top 12 is a stressful spot. This is what I even mentioned it back, you know, in the past seasons of casting. This is, I like seeing the last day, because then once you see how much tension, so tense with how close these scores can be, and then just, you know, either it goes up and you're like, oh, or it goes down and you're like, bruh.
Bruh, indeed. But, yeah, you know who's not saying, oh, actually he could be, you know, Spider's just like, bruh.
I'm just gaming right now. I'm just the goat. Because he kinda is! 9 kills under his belt, 13.8 game score with those ranking points, with that multiplier. T225 on 4 eliminations, 5.5. Mines with 5 as well. Hypernova 3.5. Verse Taki with 3. Arano with 2.5. Frostivus with 1.5. Wufong, D229 with 1 each. Yak with 0.5. And then Polaris, unfortunately, not able to put a point on the board in that game. Very unfortunate to say the least. You know, Polaris, I believe that I talked about it earlier, you know, it's the nerves, it's the pressure, it's the anxiety, it's so much because, you know, I believe Polaris has it in him. I believe that a lot of these players has it in them. I don't know how I'm supposed to say that. Moving on, but yeah, it's kind of crazy. However, one thing to note, Hypernova has now managed to overtake Yak and has landed up a decent amount, whereas Yak has had a very, very rough day. Only 3.5 so far. That's pretty rough. That is pretty rough indeed. But moving on up past this bottom 6, we have Tryhard sat in the bottom, sat at 12th spot with 24.5. Mines having overtaken him by 0.5 points versus Frostivus, Zeldinkt, Paste, all above, all chilling, vibing, not a care in the world right now, I believe. Obviously, you want to be doing the best that you can. However, you know, the point is to qualify.
Oh, yes. Yeah, today and yesterday and the day before that for solos is all about trying to catch the top 12. That's it. And the pre-finals is trying to catch as much preemptive pre-final points into grand finals. But today is like just making sure we can just get through the top 12.
Just get there.
I know D229 at 20.5 being at the spot of 13th place is a very, you know, it's 4 eliminations. He needs to then some, right? Considering if Tryhard had more kills, then it's really up to that point of just dealing more damage. But we're gonna have some clips and highlights brought to you by the Robot Born for Gaming, where we saw Arana go for a 2-piece here, $5.99 over to US. But more importantly, just finding it up against a Syra against a Verse, more or less.
And Taki with the ball here, with that sphere, knocking Hypernova into the icicle, picking up that very, very nice little elimination there. The Rubber Yang, oh my goodness, Verse 1 HP situation along with Polaris. Polaris so unbelievably close there. You know, the 0 points that he got that game, it's not like he's just trolling. It's a very close fight, and then in this situation, he's just caught up against a gold weapon Syra, and it's a really hard matchup to win. In that fight, it's like, you know, Syra against Valor, we've been seeing it all tournament. It's not easy. Frostivus up against Spider in the realm of Yang there does get cooked. Unfortunately, 225 on his Wu-Chen, finding Verse. This matchup is gonna be, you know, it was Syra being the talk of the town, and now all of a sudden everyone's probably gonna be like, wait, Wu-Chen?
Yeah, the Wu-Chen makes things very, as Frostivus would say, sus G, bro.
Yeah, a little bit sus G, a little sus G. A little interesting, yeah, to say the least. But here we are yet again with another Syra MVP. You know, perhaps it was just Spider. You know, Spider gets the MVP on Wu-Chen, now he gets the MVP on Syra with a Wu-Chen in the lobby. You know, maybe it's just the
player.
Yeah, maybe it's just the player, and not the tool, not the character. But let's take a look at his tools. What did he have? A Heart Stopper Kick, the Armor Pierce that he didn't really end up getting to use. Rupture Gale, Orb, Slow Shot, Fire Arrows, Vajra's Grip. 25,000 damage under his belt, almost 18,000 healing as well. Quite a lot of that came out from that Hang Sword.
Yeah, and even having an additional Vajra's Grip. That proc, he lost one proc, he had another one on standby in case Mine's going to see about a parry. But also having a chance of seeing the Heartstopper Kick was mostly a bait out tool, you know, just making sure that he can throw out someone's gazes like, oh, he's going to throw the Heartstopper. In reality, switches to the cannon, it goes for the Rupture Gale Burn. And the proximity shots inside of that Salvation endgame fight really came into tactile strength, considering that the burn just allows for that bar to go above, and players that are losing track of the other players, like how Fumio Taki got caught out, that's where they can see where his HP is, and then they can go ahead and strike hard. And that's where we saw, when it comes to endgame circles, that the players want to make sure that they can eliminate the more probable threats leading out. I know once they saw that, you know, with the Fusion Core Ball to come out from the Liam, that they noticed that he's going to be a bit of an issue. We got high ground position, the Shadow collapsing in just a moment, so they were just like get him out of there right now, just to get him through without any sort of, last second, throw you into the end zone and is being at high HP. But Cyrus still having that prominence, seeing Spider getting double back-to-back MVPs. But TTG5 did some good work, right? He got one elimination off drop into spawn. He had a little bit of chances of backing away from Wufong inside of the mid-top region past the first Roma Yang, and then seeing how he was able to pick up the second elimination, the third and the fourth across that match, having the opportunity of just pushing boundaries between players where they were spaced out due to the Wuchen ports. But just like how those short blades go ahead and stagger you out, we're going to stagger out the final round. He's like, I'm telling you, I'm hitting these. We'll see you guys later for the final round for solos. Be right back.
I'm Frostibus and I play for Team Alliance. One of the unforgettable experience is when I win the Asian Challenge, and then the next year I won the Morris Cup, and then they call me the first international champion. In the spring is my first season for NBPL, is when I first transferred. My expectations was to at least get top 5 in the grand finals, but at the end I got 8th place. And so going into the summer season, I was just going to try my best and see how I do. But as it turns out, with the different scoring format, I didn't do quite as well compared to the spring season, and I ended up not qualifying for a lot of the bi-weekly finals. Technically, I could go back to Southeast Asia and compete in the J-Cup qualifier there, which is easier, but I felt like if I stay there, I feel like the game will be too easy. It will be quite boring for me. So my goal was to transfer to NBPL because that is the highest level of competition for the game. I always look at their winning perspective. Like in Bilibili, there are videos where the players who won the tournament or like each game are posted on the website, and then I just look at them and try to see what they do differently compared to me, and then try to apply it myself on the next tournaments. During the day of the qualifier, on the last day, I didn't get any sleep. I think it's because I was too nervous and excited, I guess. I was too tired, but I was also happy. I still make it to J-Cup. Kicked one of the emperors, they call it in China, which is DRG. I think of myself as always good under pressure. I think I can manage the pressure quite easily. For my own goals, I would try to at least get top 5, and if I can do that, I would try to maybe be at the same level as Spider and maybe Mike also, because that's also my last year's goal. I go into J-Cup and go into stage, and when they call my name, a lot of people were cheering for me too.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen, and ooh, it's it's time, because it is the final game of the day. I am Dunkin' Donuts, joined by Serve. I still can't say your full name, but and we're gonna be jumping into that game number 6. Ladies and gentlemen, get hyped, because this is the last chance for these players to make it in. Can they do it? Is is Tryhard going to be staying in that 12th spot? Is is anyone from that bottom 6 going to be able to ladder up and overtake him? We will have to wait and see, because this is the last chance.
Exactly, yeah. Seeing Hypernova going through here, he is still trying to catch as many as he can in a point threshold. Listen, anything can happen this last round. Imagine like it's a 9KO game in first place, like we just saw from Spider last round. That gives him all the points he needs to go ahead and catch the 12th spot. That's potential, but it also comes down to the experience. And I know a lot of these players know players where they come through for the experience, and they got this handed down. Now, of course, having that been said, it is a puzzle. Why is it called puzzles? Because that's why it's called puzzles. I'm setting you guys up for all the references for you to find out to be continued. But we do have where the #1 stat liner is making it happen on the screen. 4.8 average kills. The GOAT. Catching 1.9 average points. He's #2 for damage. You know, makes you wonder who #1 is. But knowing how aggressive certain other players are in the league that aren't playing, I wouldn't be surprised as to who that may be. But our phase selection here, guys. This is where the points come through. Now, I wanted to make mention, right? Polaris' first phase, he's with Wufang. Polaris is at 17.7 right now. Having 17.7 points, having a 2.8 difference between him and D229, this is going to be where he also needs to collect 4 points on top of that, meaning that if he ends up going ahead and doing well this game, that's another thing for 12 plays that could be coming through. It's really up to the 2 players in 13th and 14th to kind of go crazy and brazy. You know, we've seen Polaris perform in solos, but if you guys don't know, he's not the only other player that comes through as well as Yak, because they're both in trios. They're both, you know, in both sides of the spectrum for the players, or the play styles between solos and trios. This is a lot for him to go through, but I know that if anything happens, you know, if the lock-in Syro game comes in, that's a situation that can always come out. That's what Syro is, you know, made to be out, to be surviving for, and she gets double picked in that first round selection. Taki takes in the Hottie, TT25 from YZG takes Hottie as well. That means we got more potential for the players, you know, to see about the usage of Wu Chen. But then again, Frostvist is in the 3rd round selection. Lobby 28 is D229, also in that same phase. I knew it. He takes himself going through for the Wu Chen. He better not go Dev 2 or for the swap. But if he does take the chances off of this for the Wu Chen, if D229 is inclined to do so, ladies and gentlemen, we are now live for, yeah, we got to change our style up.
Yeah, it's the double Wu Chen pick. It has been spotted out. These players, you know, Frostivus, he's not in the hot seat, so he's kind of vibing. But D229, he's definitely needs something to happen, and I'm sure he's very happy to pick up this Wu Chen, as he's likely prepped it a little bit. You know, it was looking pretty decent heading into Jacob. It wasn't, you know, crazy or anything, but it was still pretty solid. You know, I was seeing it a lot of my games. A lot of people were starting to pick it up. The buffs that it had received were making it definitely a better pick than it was before. But interesting that he's going to be picking it up in that final game, in that last chance that he has. But now, taking a look at that 5th round selection, we have Arano and Hypernova. Hypernova picking up that Liam, and Arano picking up the Tamog. Yak and Mines are going to be going for Justina and Matari, respectively. I don't think I've really seen Yak play much Justina, I'm not going to lie. I don't think I've really seen too much Justina out of him, but we'll have to see how well he does. Although, that being said, unfortunately, I think it's just not enough. It's not going to be enough to even come close to breaking through that threshold, breaking through that ceiling that holds him afar from that grand finals, from that pre-finals, and to continue on in Jacob.
Yeah, taking the chances of seeing how well he can try to earn out more points this round. I think he's right below, you know, in terms of Nova. So for this position, as it comes to stand, still needing to catch a 10+ game for himself, which is a lot. But we're looking at the choices for the skills. F1 for Frostvist from V2, seeing across the board, having a chance of seeing the V2 from Hypernova for that Liam as it stands. That's going to be where he's going to be distinguishable for. Yak on the F1 for the Justina with the V2. A nice mix-up, nice homage. We've seen it from DRG Fong, being able to choose the F1 for the Justina. But also just kiting out for time, right? So like, it's a long time for it to proc, but it also heals you back. The only thing that stops that is a burn, and the only other person that has burns on their kit is the hotties in the play.
Yeah, and it's definitely been utilized a bit in NBPL in the past, so it's not, you know, it's not unheard of. And if you play around a specific, you know, if you play around a specific playstyle, it will actually be, it is actually pretty solid. But here we are, a prediction to put in through the client, through that website, which of the following players will score the highest this match? Will it be A, KFL Yak, or B, Fumio Taki? Make sure to get your answer in if you want a chance at getting those points through that prediction site, through that event that is taking place. But we're diving in, sir. We're getting in. We're getting oogly. It's about time. It's the final game of the day. And it is gonna be a spicy one. It's gonna be a nail biter, not only for the people on the stage, but also off the stage. Tryhard bound to be sweating in his boots right now, and he's bound to be, you know, oh, he's about to be stressing, bro, because all it is 4 points, 4.5 points. And he's out.
Yeah, you see Wufang, he got to kill off a spider. Sunvale Dwelling fight, it now begins. Mines up against Polaris. Polaris actually trying to catch up to the Matari as the F is down and no ultimate to be acquired due to no Fireflies engaged. Now Burst, over by Noble Cave, takes a fight against Arano here, looking for the charge up. Catches it. He might get the boom for free. Oh no, we jump RB. We it's okay. We got ourselves a grapple. We might look for that blue focus. That's, wait a second. That's gonna be blue. No, it can't be Cap. He's got halberds. Looking for the RB. Oh, we catch that. We missed that. Ain't no way, bro. But Arano, he can turn this around. All Versus to do is heavy investment. He's got to burn the F2 first, though. There it is. And we're spacing out. We're going for the Fireflies. That's what he's doing, right? He's going for Fireflies.
Run, Arano! He's trying to get out of there. He has found one Firefly. Does he find another? He does indeed. Re-upped his ultimate completely now, and he is back to safety. He's not in all that much danger anymore. Now heading on over to this area. KFL Yak, LT Hypernova, and Fumio Taki. All three of these players, all three of foreigners coming into the scene, all very, very close together right now. Oh, Hypernova. Wait a second. Is that the V2?
Yep.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
Yeah.
Did you catch that?
Yeah,
I didn't catch it. I was looking at something else. He is running that sphere. That fusion core. Oh, catches that uppercut onto Yak. Unfortunately, not able to get that full follow-up as the grief comes in from Fumio Taki, but Taki wants to kill for himself. He's trying to take down Yak. Yak with that F1, going to be healing up all of that armor as he sits in the F, but immediately gets chased out of that F, out of that ice block, turning around and knocking away Hypernova with that follow-up on the focus attack. Taki picking up one kill already. Will he be able to close out this elimination onto Hypernova as well, going up to 2. Oh, Hypernova finds that armor swap. It's going to make it a little bit tougher, but he does have ult advantage. Taki is still in that driver's seat.
Gotta be careful though. We see it in the kill feed. TG5 got to kill off of TG9. And my man does salty res. All right, we're doing it. We're running it. We're gonna see a chance here for Light Hypernova to try to look for the scare rush and keep the contention against Taki. Taki sees the F1, gets knocked back for it. Now, like I said, right, Nova needs a lot of points going through, so that's why we're taking the chances of watching the gameplay. Yak though on his second life, F1 comes out. That's 300 heal per tick. Goes straight towards Taki, burns his F and looks to attack it down. He's throwing a lot of verticals, making sure that those blue focuses can try to push them back. He catches one hit, and now the Hottie ult is out. Taki will look to aggress upon Yak, but creating space, exactly what you can do against a Hottie who's at their last limbs, but this is purple scaled, Hottie swings coming through. If Yak gets struck by at least 2, he will be in a terrible spot. There is one, the burn tick is performed. He uses F1 while the burn goes through. Now that's half healing for you folks. You guys don't know from the burns affected by that, as well as any sort of other burn in the game from weapons or skills. But Taki is still disengaging throughout the Moonlit Courtyard.
He is indeed, unfortunately, a bit of a movement error there, and he doesn't break away as much distance as he'd hoped for. But now trying to slowly make his way out of here, opens up the trove. Unfortunately, no armor swap to be had, making his way over to these buildings, to this terrain, which is a much better spot to try and kite away in, and it's going to make it a little bit easier to potentially stay alive. Hypernova sending out that focus attack, able to get the clip and deny that full heal. He did get the heal off, but immediately clipping a little bit off, taking him back down to basically where he was before. Taki sending out that horizontal blue focus,
baiting out the parry, slowing down the chase, the focus hold coming through from Yak, forced to now use that combo breaker, flying away, trying to disengage. Taki needs to make it back to the buildings. I'm not sure why he's come out into the open. This is exactly where he doesn't want to be. Sending out that focus attack gets the clank. The V2 is going to come through though, and Taki is going to be taken down by Yak.
Yak going to go ahead and get his value off of that salty res, but he's going to go up against the Hypernova, who has ultimate ready. The V2's going through. Wait a second. Remember, no combo breaker. This means that Nova can literally extend this, hopefully for a free blue focus, but it has a fan. That's all he needs to go ahead to kill this off. It's going to be a drop down. It's going to be another F1 cast. It's going to give Yak that 600 armor he's looking for. He tap dodges away. Wait, Nova could potentially kill him. I know you said that, but we're waiting out. Wait, hold on a second. Yak's going to go inside the building, going for the window to the wall, making sure he can go ahead and say, yeah, yeet. And there's everything that Hypernova needs to go off of, because this cliffside fight is where Nova can't do nothing, especially when Taki has just come back into the fray of the mix.
What was that, Hypernova? That was literally one of the biggest fumbles ever. He gets the ball, gets that fusion core, and literally just lets him live. He had it. He has no combo breaker. All he had to do was use the focus attack from the fan just a little bit earlier, and then he gets 2 of them. But he waited just a little bit too long, showing a little bit of inexperience utilizing this ultimate, unfortunately, and he just lets him go and gives away a free kill that could have been had. And yep, Yak is now in the lead of, well, he's ahead of Hypernova, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough to even come close to potentially qualifying. Another thing to note is that D229 has not picked up an elimination just yet, and BWG Tryhard is still safe for the moment, 4 points ahead. Hypernova finding this parry onto Taki. It doesn't get the full damage due to that combo breaker. Taki now trying to make it away, trying to get out of danger. Hypernova with that overhold, catching him on the dodge. Oh no, Taki looking pretty cooked here.
A little bit more chances for that musket shot to come out from Hypernova, and they're trying to catch Taki as he flies through the bamboo forest. Now for Taki having the chance here to tap a little tat dodge. He's going to be looking for another heal for the Vitality. It's the most heal item he's got. Nice parry at the full swing. The F1 comes out though from Hypernova, backing away from this musket shot range and just hoping that he doesn't find the line of sight. There's Nova with the dagger. Spider finding a kill against Frost was actually knocking him out the lobby in the background. We're going to see Taki looking towards the R&B. And another thing to know is that D229, for the mention, did die to the D225 earlier. There's a lot of numbers and letters. Yeah. But we see a Hypernova here for the parry coming out now for Taki. It's just going to be a disengagement towards the Moonlight Courtyard. This is still going to have a chance of seeing into those Rummy Yang fights in certainty of whether or not another player is looking for a +1 for the elimination board that are on that cusp, such as with D229 or for Polaris.
Indeed, and it looks as though
Polaris took one.
Got X1.
Yeah,
GWSS in that realm of Yang, along with FPX and WBG. Wufong up against Polaris. Polaris actually currently ahead. Both of the Syras going head-to-head now. Wufong does have that disadvantage in terms of effective HP. Now with this combo breaker forced out, going up to the pillar, looks as though he's been forced to use this ultimate. Polaris is going to respond in kind, sending out those orbs. Going to try and heal up more. Yeah, because that's pretty much all they can do, right?
I'll heal if you heal.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Agreed. All of my advantage in neutral gone. But no, it looks as though Polaris does end up coming out on top regardless, as Wufong had gone into the realm of Yang with common armor and took a little bit of damage on the drop down just there. Polaris now has that advantage, is going to have to use his combo break though. Wufong catching that R&B, going to be pushing him back. Polaris trying to find a way in, but he's not being made easy whatsoever. Ooh, but he sends this focus release, going to be doing quite a lot of damage. Polaris might be able to clutch this one up and take home that Realm of Yang win.
Difficult position for the blue focuses. You're going to see Mines actually go ahead, going through. I think he actually took a fight going off, but Polaris actually getting his chances here. Wufong, scares like that. Polaris needed that. He's now up to 18.7. As a result of that, we're going to switch the fight over towards FPX's versus Spider, the second Rum Yang fight that has been continuing. In the meanwhile, Taki versus D229 in the other stead. Now Verse Forcing it up, getting caught by grapple bomb. That's okay. That's unfortunate. The Pillar Grief, the 1-2s though. We take those. Taki getting a kill off against D229 and the other Romy Yang. Spider getting his win against Verse. Over towards the Crow's Nest. Arano up against Yak. Yak 1-2-3s. We release those. The F1 comes out, but Arano gets caught by the Scare Rush. The ultimate is good. Yak almost getting caught by that Wisp throw, and it's getting spammed by Arano while he looked for a single heal. Now Yak can't really do much about this. The spam for one heal for one Wisp is all that Arano needs to do to get a full armor reset and then some. For this LMB though, that's a Wisp throw. The F1 comes out just in time. And Verse, he's out of the Romy Yang, hot off the gates of losing it and making sure he can try to find elimination from that point on.
Indeed, Arano is stuck on the buttery rocks trying to disengage. It's going to be a tough one. There are a couple Fireflies close by. He may be able to grab one of them, but he's not really going in the right direction for it. I don't think well, there is one in this direction.
One try?
It's one of the most commonly picked up Fireflies, so I doubt it's going to be there. However, going in this direction is going to be to his benefit regardless, as it does offer him a little bit of terrain to work with this kiting path and avenue of escape. He finds another way. He finds a way out for the moment, but Polaris has turned up on that Syra with that Vermilion Birdsmite, and another guest has been added to the party list.
Bom, bom, bom. Final boss. I mean, Spider puts himself here with the Tumult Ultimate if he needs to really use it. But Arano is just having the blue armor swap of Destiny. Looks to try to drop down a blue focus if he can. Just keeps himself nice and hidden. He's got Vitality to heal up, but he's just kicking around, breaking ears, so that way if they think he's going in one direction, he's actually going back and forth. Hybernova though, Purple Spear accrued. Cannon been picked up somewhere in the midst of things. He's got purple armor on the whole front, and he's got 0 Dark-type coins whatsoever. So he literally went to the bank and he got it out. But he made a withdrawal because D229 mans up against Wufang, loses blue focus. Oh, we try to release it to a neutral LMB. This is D229's last position right now for this stead. He's on Romy Yang depletion. He's up against a purple Hong sword. This is going to be where the armies come out. The horizontal comes out. The explosive armor is kicked into the fray. The double RMBs from Wufang for that quick swap back into the initiation. F1 invested for D229.
Oh, it's
That's
over.
It going through.
It's over.
Having that chance. But hold your horses there, sir. Polaris is still in the game, and Polaris got a kill off of Yak just now. Second elimination.
Wait, but oh no!
22. There's the RMBs. Polaris in a tough spot.
He has Vermilion Birds. Let yourself die, my friend.
He's going down.
Okay,
You're Hey, come on, Wusa.
It's so tense right now. Fumiotaki on the run has that Vermilion Birdsmite himself, 28 seconds and counting. It looks as though he's going to let himself die instead of utilizing that ultimate. But are we going to see these Soul Blooms get picked up? Spider also in a very similar situation. He wants to get taken down here. Arano going to pick up the elimination, but who's getting that Soul Bloom? Not sure exactly who managed to pick that one up.
I did.
But oh my goodness, Serv, this is spooky. Polaris, if he's gonna have to, I mean, he will have to have a banger game.
Banger game.
He's gonna have to be.
He's gonna win Realm. He's gonna have to win Romy Yang, right? As a Syra, it's a duh. There's no Wu Chens now, but he's gonna have to win a Romy Yang. He's gonna have to go into potentially picking off a Yoink, and then maybe just go for placement for second. That's like best case scenario for Polaris right now. This is going to be where it comes down towards picking up at least 1.5 to 2 points via placement points, because we're now down to 7. He's got a 0.5 currently. So that means that he needs at least 1.5 for getting up to the second place, and then having at least a couple of eliminations here and there, both from the rounds. But Taki's in the distance, Hadi in the play, having Romy Yang has to be probably picked up from Taki as it should, and this is going to be where he's going to kite out for time. Maybe seeing whether Flowers gets in, he will. Who's his opponent? This is the most interesting aspect. Has Starfall, we're never going to see it. On to the next one, but he does have Warrior Face as another Jade. Has a Spear, has a Hong Sword, has a Purple Musket, has, 17 grapples on hand. And so he's kind of Gucci in terms of supplies right now for him to hide it out here. It's whether or not the Slapfest outside is going to continue on.
Will Taki go into the Yang? I think he recognizes that was the Syra going in, and he is indeed gonna make his way in there. This is a bad matchup for him.
he's gonna have to absolutely cook in neutral if he has any chance of coming out on top. But look at this, Hypernova is being fully aggressed upon by Arano. The ball comes out, that's absolutely cooked. The shambles, Hypernova is gonna get sent back to the lobby. And unfortunately, that is it for Hypernova. His last chance at potentially qualifying is over. It looks as though Taki, I said he's going to have to get an absolute bang at neutral engagement initially to have any hopes of winning this one. Unfortunately, that did not occur, and he gives a kill over to Polaris, who now has laddered up yet again with another point.
Yeah, he's going to pick up a gold weapon. Gold Dagger is going to be able to pick up Aurora Burst, whole sword purple rarity, and a fan or ripple step into Phantom Step. Polaris actually, he's set up. He's set up for endgame if he needs to protect himself.
He kind of is.
He's got the necessary whop. No questions asked. No, hold the zucchini. He's putting the references, dude. The thing that comes out is that Taki is outside of Rummy Yang from the first victory, but he has purple gold dual blades. Now, finds a bounty scroll. I'm not sure who his target is. It's on Polaris, the person that he's already lost to in Rummy Yang, who's Syra, who has a White Tiger's power, so he's going to notice that the buff is going to be implied. And he knows that Syras usually do take Rummy Yangs, and it's going to be the notoriety of whether or not it's going to be the same one that he just fought.
Wong has a bounty on Arano as well.
Saw that. And now it's up to the zone. The circle is closing into Lake Yellowleaf. Insert into the Burning Pagoda by Eventai Temple, and Polaris is hunting around as often as he can. And he's got a bounty scroll on Spider.
Oh my goodness, this is so intense right now. This is, oh, Spider. I don't know. It's I don't know, buddy. I'm just dying right now. This is just like, I'm so torn. Absolutely torn, because Polaris, absolutely lovely guy. I spent a little bit of time with him. Got to do some zero bands. You know, he's a good guy. He's a good go. He's a good bloke. You know, I want him to succeed, but at the same time, I want Tryhard to do well. I want him to move forwards, and he doesn't have he can't defend his place right now. And it's just like, it just comes down to whether or not Polaris is able to pick up another couple kills. And him and Wu Fong are doing an excellent job of locking down Spider. Spider's in a lot of danger. Will he get taken down here? No, he does not. He prevents the onslaught with that sand wisp, with the wall, is still kicking and is in a prime position to potentially kite this out, but there are quite a few people in the vicinity, making it extremely difficult.
Extremely difficult is an understatement, considering that Polaris does have that gold armor and is healing up passively. Any bit of damage he eats, he loses as a pastime. 25 heal per tick for White Tiger's prowess. And then, if he gets a kill, that's going to be an AoE strike on any opponents nearby, which is a heavy stagger, and everybody gets struck because of it, which means he gets a reveal of the location of each individual opponent. But if the lobby gets targeting onto him, this is going to be a good spot, because this is going to be where he can find who's going to be his next kill, because Spider got hit by the martial art will form hook. Another blue focus span coming out from Polaris. Goes for the grapple bump and looking for the RMBs if he can catch it for the range itself. And obviously because of the position that the way that the angle's out, but I don't know, man. Polaris is just going ahead and just catching second place in terms of the chase down. Against Spider, because it's a slippery slope trying to chase down the GOAT.
It certainly is, especially on that Tamulk, with that combo break being such a low cooldown. It makes it extremely hard to actually hold him down and take him down in neutral. Oh my goodness, oh my god, who's taking him down here? Is it going to be Wu Fong? Oh yeah, what the?
Double triple parry! This is everything. Polaris got the kill.
Is gonna take him down, picking up another elimination. Oh no! It's getting closer and closer. Serve, what's going on? Is Polaris gonna get lobbied here, or is it gonna be Verse? Because Verse has no armor. Taki's going in. He has that Yang depletion. He needs the Soul Bloom. Who's gonna get the elimination? Oh my god, I can't read that because it's in Chinese. I don't know what it says. Oh, I'm sweating right now, bro. This is intense.
Context clues for this. I'm going to use context clues. 24.5 is what he needs. He needs to get 4 eliminations. He needs to get first, I'm assuming. I don't know. I'm going to have to double check and see that. And second place. He needs to guarantee second place.
Powers of deduction. I like it. I like it. 4 eliminations with first place or 5 eliminations in second.
Yeah, that's where we're going to go through.
It wasn't that we could understand the Chinese, is that we've just got those massive brains.
I was like,
actually, if you look at the numbers.
If you look at the numbers.
Sly.
All right, listen.
And Taki's going to be looking to try and take down this player here, but he's only got a minute left. You see, I looked at the surface area of this whole entirety of the brink, but there's actually a couple of kiting spots that you'd actually want to take a look into seeing. There's a little spot underneath the ceiling tile. We've seen players such as DRG Fong, seeing Kate, YZG Titan Divine. He takes ultimate. Excuse me.
I dropped my glasses. All right, listen, that's me right now. I'm the yearbook photo, bro.
Okay, we're done. Okay, Polaris, he's looking to try and take down Taki. Taki's in that hot seat. He's getting focused down by a lot of these players. Polaris recognizes that this is the Hardy. This may indeed be that Hardy who he took down in the realm of Yang, and he may have that Yang depletion still active. Oh my goodness. Oh, the erudition, and Polaris gets the kill. Oh my god, no, what's going on? 0.3 serve.
This all comes down to either first place or second place, I should say. All he needs is to not get lobbied out, folks. Listen, coming from a massive amount of weapon array that we see here into the forefront, we know Wu Fong's in the sidelines right now with the Matari. He's putting himself actually in the spot, or his Syra, I should say. He's putting himself in a spot to make sure to defend his spot. Now, 2 gold spears for Polaris. He's got himself that Roar Burst if he needs to use it to lock himself in a corner, but he's also got himself and just using that, Ripple Step and the Phantom Step, but also having Starfall. I know he's not going to show up. Guys, come on. But the thing that comes out most is that since he has his own control with the Jades, it's only blue rarity. The scaling comes out to where if he loses it, it's not too much of a threat, especially if the pickup comes out against Wu Fong, because if he doesn't have a gold weapon yet, that would be a nice upgrade for him to use for the spear. He does have dual blades. He does have much art will form hook. We saw that early off the strike. He's got himself a rampage. He's got Scion Fang. He goes for ultimate, and he's going for the chase down. This is going to be where Wu Fong is trying to use as much time for the ultimate.
No. Why are you two fighting, you animals? What am I watching? Hello? There are 2 Syras. What are you doing? Arano is now being fully sent griefed by this Valda. What are you doing, bro? Verse, you're actually crazy. And now Arano's just going to die to that storm to Verse. And now, doesn't that mean that Polaris overtakes him?
Nope,
no?
second place.
Second place? Oh my god.
Wait, did Verse go down? Verse went down. Went ahead and passed him. Verse died to the zone. That's going to be where it goes down for our top 12, folks. This is going to be for Polaris is in that 1v1 situation, though, up against Wu Fong. Making sure that whether or not Wu Fong has a spot to kind of work up to the sky. This is Mystic Might. This is going to be where when the jump LMBs comes out, RMBs, no staggers. Blue Focus hold, air addition reveal that we saw earlier. Now Wu Fong puts himself in the spot. This is difficult. 1, 2, 3 is making sure he can try to look for it, but Wu Fong just keeps kiting out just for the points. Both of these Syras both have 5 HP. Both of them actually are 5 kills. Both of them having ultimate. But an armor saw comes out from Wu Fong. Combo breaker is utilized. And now when the F1 comes out, it's going to be where Polaris potentially gets knocked into the Moonbane. But then again, ultimate cast is ready to go.
That is the most ridiculous thing I have ever seen, Serve. What on earth was going through their minds? But here we are taking a look at the orbs being thrown down, the microwaves being sent out, and Wu Fong still has that ultimate available, still got that Mystic Might as well. Polaris going to be trying to make max distance, get as far away from Wu Fong as possible, as he recognizes that Wu Fong is simply going to be able to head on back over to that Spirit Well that he captured and grab that armor swap if need be. So Polaris probably going to just simply try and delay this and not bother trying to find that aggressive angle just yet, especially considering that he's only got 3 grapples, and not having all that many grapples, obviously you don't always need them, but it can be very nice to try and chase down players.
Yeah, seeing the RMBs though, he's spamming on the downward slope. He's going to go for the 1, 2, 3. Now, of course, finding the F1, taking the heal off with 100. He's going to see a blue focus. There's the RMBs coming up from the dual blades. Wu Fong holds it out. Erudition revealed. Might be catching himself into another Erudition. Okay, he's trying to throw him in the blues. He can. All right. Dragon Slayer might be coming out here, but for Polaris, this is all about neutral right now for the chip damage. Musket Shot was claimed for 107, but Dragon Slayer is avoided. Backing off for another Musket Shot, 142. Another Erudition, where she's going to release every single one of them. One jump horizontal next is going right back to his F skill. Gets a little bit more sustained back into the fight. Gets caught by the blue focus. All that mitigation just goes out down the window for this HP. It's all about hold checking against Wu Fong. Considering that Wu Fong hasn't been able to use his F1 yet, there it is. This is going to be a literal rage gate situation between both Syras, Duck.
It is indeed. Which one of them took more rage in their glyphs? But hey,
Polaris had used ultimate first, ran out of his ultimate first, so he does have that advantage and is going to be able to get that ultimate online sooner rather than later. But considering that this ultimate can act as a sort of safety net, you know, you're not going to be using it immediately the moment you get it, it's not necessarily going to matter. So I think both of these players are going to have that ultimate in the pocket when they go for that full re-engagement. Polaris stopping to try and repair this musket, not able to do so as he does get immediately engaged upon. The F comes out, the combo breaker goes for that heal, making sure that he gets it. The combo breaker from the opposing Syra is also going to come through. That erudition, he's trying to make use of it. He's not really been able to find all that much value just yet. Now holding that horizontal, now forced into a bad spot. Now the ultimate is going to come out as he doesn't have that combo breaker, was not looking to get tech chase even more and chip down continuously by Wufong. Wufong now doing a very good job of using the terrain to his advantage to keep himself on the move and keep himself out of mind, out of sight from these orbs, this microwave, the beam coming on through.
Now chances here for the holes. There's a Clinks. Might be looking for another R&B release. There's the addition again and again. There's going to be the spam. Another blue focus. Another wham. Another purple focus coming out here. Wufong is literally getting spammed on. He's going to be the slap to try to attempt to deny.
What is
literally a reposition on that jump R&B.
What am I watching?
He looked for the tap dodge R&B after the slap or jump R&B unarmed. And then after that, we catch the ultimate. That's where Polaris has to disengage completely. He's going to try to cut it around in terms of the Nova Cave, in terms of the temple, hoping to see the cliff side. But with Wufong just spamming out the orbs, he's also healing himself, right? Each tick being 120 heal. That means that Wufong can literally just get one dazzle off of just by the happenstance, and then finding out Polaris in the spotlight. But there's that Ripple Step, Phantom Step working his magic because he's able to just avoid the line of sight.
He is indeed. What was going on there, though? Regardless, Wufong has now claimed his victory, and I'm in so much pain right now, sir. Because the thing is, it's not that I'm not happy for Polaris. It's just that it happened in the most ridiculous way.
Yeah,
it's crazy because, like, what on earth were they doing? Two Syras are in the lobby, and then you're playing Tamog, Valda. Why are you fighting each other? The Syra's gonna work together because they're gonna try and take down the other players first. Why are you fighting each other and literally just giving rise to the Syras to just take full control, and then you lose the potential of winning it all yourself? But regardless, congratulations to Polaris for clutching it up from the depths, coming on through and getting it to that top 12 position, qualifying it for the pre-finals to continue onwards in this year's J-Cup.
Yeah, picking up the 9 points for that game. Wufong will get the MVP. Polaris catching the last slot going through. I know that's a lot of stretches, like just because we've seen it into the interviews, right, man? Said, I left my studies just to pursue something that I have full belief in. And now he's in solos for it. Now trios is another standpoint. If he's a hybrid choice for both of them, oh my god. But at the same time, putting out the punches, NA, EU, SEA, and AS been able to perform out tremendously in terms of making it to J-Cup. So for the qualifiers, for the 18 players that are able to play out, such as with Polaris, but also with UKFL's Yak. For solos, LT's Hybrid Nova, Fumios is Tacky, and as well as bringing into the board with BWG Tryhard. This is where the players kind of have themselves going off of just making sure and seeing what this year has brought forth for their sessions.
Ah, what a day. What a day that we have had. What an experience. It was a roller coaster of emotions for me, torn one way to the next, just absolutely insane into those final games. What an experience. What a truly stressful few games, sir. That was rough. But hey, it is what it is. Congratulations to Polaris for making it through. I'm sure he's bound to be extremely happy with himself, especially considering that he came in those last few moments, in that last game with the Syra to clutch it up and take it home.
Yeah, noticing where he was position-wise for his hero picks, he's able to line it up right to that point, being in the last position to be able to choose in the last round to be the first phase.
Yep.
And Syra had showed predominance going through. We saw some players try to bring out Wuchen because of what happened with the games 4 or 5. That just like completely overhauled what everyone was going to expect to come out. And then seeing how those Wuchens fell down early, picking up the eliminations from other opponents, and then finding that, you know, rotation throughout the entirety of the mid game, ending out where we stand. So having the chance of seeing Syra perform for the first 3 days of solos, kind of seen in the last day today being where we saw Wuchen perform out, puts us in the spot where pre-finals will end up. Now, pre-finals is in 2 days coming through for this point. Still got a lot of NARAKA to be played, as Raven would like to say, you know, coming out to trios tomorrow. And then just seeing where the standpoints come out. It's very nice to see an offensive Wuchen, bro. I mean, 100%.
It is quite nice. It is definitely a change of pace, as usually we only really get to see the Wuchen come through in trios with that V1, with that sort of teleport away, you know, just like get out of jail free card. You know, it's definitely a big contrast, but unfortunately the Wuchens did not do all that well in that game. But you know who did? It was Wu Fong with 6 eliminations. That first place finish, 10.2 game score. LY Polaris with 7 total points, clutching it up, getting in to that top 12. Spider in third with 5, Versanarana with 4.5, Taki with 3, Yak with 1.5, Minds, Frost, T225, Hypernova, D229 with the 111, 0.5 and 0.5. That is really rough for D229 as well, because, you know, hey, D229, he was very, very close himself.
Yeah, he took the initiative of playing Wuchen. That's the thing that came through from that round, and taking the same stance, just trying to see how it turns out. But our 18 players coming through the bottom 6. Aries Misu here, 18 plays with 12.5, 14.5 for LT's Hypernova, 15 points for Fumio's Taki, 15 place having Yak, but going through in the 12th place, seeing Polaris take the overstead, having 24.7 points and be earned out in Minds, 18-11 to 26, 31 points for FPX's Verse, Frostus with the 36.5, Zeldinch already been played, but 36.8 points, while 43 has been given to Paste, as he was able to play for his first 2 days into the solo sphere. Our top 6 though, having YCG's T225 with 46 points, 49.5 for T-Star, Arana with 53.1, 62.1 for Wu Fong, earning himself out for today. OUG Mike already been played with 63.7, Spider with the 87 points. That's going to be where we have our 12 players for the J-Cup pre-finals. And we got our clips and highlights.
Of course we do.
Brought to you by Thunder Robot, born for gaming gamers.
Indeed, and we're taking a look at this early off-drop scenario between Taki, Light Hypernova, and that third KFL Yak. Well, going into the realm of Yak here, I believe we didn't catch that footage during the game. We weren't able to see it, but Taki taking down that player in the realm of Yang, and then afterwards we saw D229 fall, and we thought that perhaps it was secured. It was secured for Tryhard to make it in and stay in to that top 12. But here, Polaris coming through, taking down Fumio's Taki in the realm of Yang. A very stellar performance from Polaris to get him into such a low HP situation. Taki going up to the sky is nowhere to go, as he immediately gets chased down by that beam, by those orbs. Polaris with the drop down erudition, finding that elimination to all but secure his qualification.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3 for Wu Fong. Cool guys don't look at explosions. But that was what we saw. He definitely wanted to make sure Polaris went down the count, and it did so entirely with his own tick, because, you know, it could have been more to Defiance in his back pocket. He could have gotten the heal back. But Zyra MVP, you've seen it multiple times. You know how Zyra goes in, you know. And I say that with a side eye, but, you know, I'm saying that because she does perform admirably in any case scenario for these past few days. 26,000 damage. Watch our Warform hook, summoning shots to Iron Fang, having Rampage and Starfall instead, never using it. But did have dual blades, did go crazy with them, and just having 4,000 damage to be dealt out, 4,100 for me in fact, for the skills and ultimates, just going and putting that pressure on. For the Halberds, man, you've seen how fast it came down towards Wu Fong putting in Halberds into motion. And man was like getting those RMBs, and the moment he picked up that Jade from the Yang, he was able to go ahead and lock someone down. That's what we saw. So let's go back into the review point, because I know you're already making mention about what happened with the Balda, seeing the Temi, seeing what happened at the Burning Pagoda. They were all there. They were lined up. They know that there's Syras in the game. They know that they're somewhere around. They take fights in that moment. Why? Taking time, just seeing and adjusting where they wouldn't be spotted out. But the problem is they took an isolated fight in the zone. They had eyes and ears. They could have seen anything out, but the problem is they take too much time in the Shadow 4 and it collapsed. What happened next? Tick damage. What crazily enough happened was that Verse is the second to die, knowing that the investment for that kill may have been a little bit too much, because once that came from 4, it went down to 3. When it went down to 3, it went down to 2. And that led out towards seeing the boys make it through, with Polaris specifically coming out from the C server, having 12th place to be earned out.
Oh, that hurts me though. It still hurts because at the very end of it, it was literally like, why are you fighting? What are you doing? If you actually have hopes of taking the MVP yourself, realistically, you shouldn't be looking to fight the other player that's not Syra. You should be looking to try and contest the other two Syras. I mean, for many reasons, but one of which is that you know that those two Syras are going to look to focus everyone else except for the other Syra. So what else can you do? If you look to fight each other, you're giving rise to their success. You're allowing them to get that MVP, and, well, not necessarily, but you're denying it from yourself by committing your resources, committing your time, and putting yourself in a vulnerable position.
Yeah, we've seen Syra like up against Temis as well before. We saw it from against Star against Frostfist back in terms of, I think, day 2. We were at Holoroth, if I'm not mistaken, seeing that gameplay where a Temi having problems against Syra is usually the case scenario. But just like how we like to recollect on things, I got a question for you guys about where we stand today for Game 6, or rather, in the overall grand scheme of things. Question to be brought out for you, Duncan. How about you read that one out there?
Indeed, I will. You know the drill, ladies and gentlemen. The Peerless Treasure Choice gift. If you want to get your hands on that Treasure Choice gift, you have to answer this question. How many points did Alliance Frostivus secure this day? Was it A, 36? Was it B, 36.5? Was it C, 37, or was it D, 37.5? And we'll be answering that relatively soon, as look who I have to join me. The Alliance Frostivus himself has come to join me on the desk, along with the lovely Leah. Welcome to the desk. Hello, hello. How are you feeling after today, Frostivus?
I feel good, of course, because I already called, and so I'm just kind of, yeah, just like chilling.
Chilling?
Yeah.
Feeling
feeling good.
Yeah, feeling good, I would say. Well, are you actually happy with the performance itself, moving forward into the pre-finals?
I mean, I think like for the qualifiers, my goal was just to get top 12, but the performance itself, it wasn't the best, but I think it's like good enough. So yeah, I'm quite happy that I qualified.
Yeah, absolutely. Sadly, some others didn't. Try hard.
Yeah.
I heard it was very close. It's very unfortunate.
Anything you want to say to try hard, maybe for this time, Jacob?
I hope he still keeps playing and keeps trying his best, because, you know, like, I'm alone out here with NBPL players. And so hopefully, if he wants to play NBPL, he would come here and get better with me, alongside me.
Or maybe wait, say something happy? Well, Duncan, did you know the video which Frost posted on the Chinese TikTok? It's like the sweet bubble tea one. You know that?
The sweet bubble tea video.
You know that one?
I do not know that one.
Wow.
I'm sure a lot of you at home don't know about
That's
it.
unfair. You only post it on Chinese TikTok?
Yeah, I didn't post it on
Why
anywhere.
are you holding out on us, buddy?
Wow.
Where am I supposed to post it? I don't know.
Just
You know, why not? Maybe we can do that now.
Wait.
Because I bought you a bubble tea.
Wait. I don't remember the line.
I tell you. I'm gonna tell you the line.
She knows the line for you. It's okay.
I remember a little.
You remember the
Come
line?
on, let me help you.
Well, give her a hand, buddy. Bubble tea.
Yeah, that's for
Lovely.
you. That's for you.
Oh, it's for me? It's for Frostivus.
For Frost.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say.
Wait, so do I just drink and
Yeah,
drink?
yeah, just like what you did in the video.
And
to the camera.
It feels like this is like a fake bubble tea.
A fake bubble tea. Wow.
Do you know what real bubble tea is like? That's
I love
wow,
it.
that's so sweet. We know that.
Yeah, very sweet, Frostivus. Very sweet.
Okay. Shall I maybe look at the answer for treasure again, please?
Yes, indeed. Did you have a look at the question?
Yeah.
How many points did Frostivus secure this day?
I didn't even see.
You didn't see it? Well, it's right there on the screen, buddy.
No, but like, I don't know what.
You don't know what your points are.
I haven't checked.
Ah, okay. Well, that's going to make things a little bit more difficult. But I have been told the answer myself. But do you want to do a 3, 2, 1 screenshot for us as count us down?
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot, eh?
Wait.
No, wait. We're doing
again.
We're doing the 3, 2, 1 again.
Again.
Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. What's the wink? Where's the wink? Where's the wink?
Okay.
Wait, we have a deal.
Okay, I do it again. Count me down.
All right, for the 3rd time.
Yeah.
3.
You have to do that too.
I'll do it too. Don't worry.
Who's counting down?
I think you should be honest.
Okay.
3, 2, 1. Screenshot.
But yes, since you don't know the answer was in fact B. So those of you who got it right in the chat, you may be able to get your hands on that special treasure choice gift. As I'm sure plenty of you do want to get your chance to get that, as only one is going to be securing that one in the chat. So keep an eye on your whispers and keep an eye on the chat itself. Oh, and then, of course, the honest comment choice gift that you can get by being a part of the Discord, of the events taking place in said Discord, that we have the QR codes up on the screen very regularly throughout the streams. Make sure to get yourself into that Discord if you want to stay up to date with all the news and participate in these events, as these ones are also you can only a few of you can get the prizes.
Yeah.
But hey, welcome back, Serv.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
I'm a magic trick. I'm abracadabra. But Twitch drops also available for you guys to mention through. I can't believe my man got a boba tea on the fly.
He did.
I was like, wait a second.
Straight up.
What just happened there?
I'm thirsty. I'm a bit parched. A bit parched, eh? But yeah, if you aren't a lucky winner in that Answer for Treasures or in the Discord events, you can certainly get your hands on those Twitch drops. So make sure to get your accounts linked and to make sure that you check on that progression and see if you are indeed getting that progression. And don't forget to actually claim the gift as well.
That part, man. I have so many people that just don't claim the glyph, and I'm like, bro, do you go to your inventory? And they're like, what inventory?
What's
I'm like,
an inventory?
What's a grapple? No, but make sure you guys do so, because that's where you're gonna be able to get your in-game. But you have to make sure, don't forget to link your ID, with NARAKA. But enough warnings going through. Pre-finals for solos in 2 days. Haven't been able to watch every single day, every single game. It's been a ride, man.
It's been a ride. It feels emotionally taxing to be here and witnessing it, as I'm sure a lot of you at home feel the same way. The elation, the deflation, just like up and down, not knowing what's going to happen and who's going to be making it through at any moment. Anyone can surpass another, and as we saw today, I'm very, very, very sad to see, but also very happy. You gotta be. That's what I'm saying. Emotional exhaustion. I'm so torn whether or not to be happy or sad.
Yeah, I mean, it's nothing to go through, because there's a lot that goes into making it to J-Cup, so it's really an earnestness kind of going through the valley. But starting when I first left off of here, Taki in 16th place with 15 points, 15.5 for Yak from EU, 14th place with Lobby 28, D29 with 21 points, and BWG Tryhard making it through for 13th place, 24.5 points, being right underneath that cut-off point for top 12, which then leads us into LY's Polaris coming from TWSS, 24.7. SYN's Mines, 26 points in 11th. Verse in 10th, 31, 36.5 for Alliance's Frostbus, as we just saw. Zeldich with OWN, 36.8. 43 points for Pace from Team SS1 in 7th. For our top 6, YZG's T225 with 46 points in 6th. TE Star, 49.5 in 5th. EWG Arano having 4th place with 53.1, but 62.1 for Xbox's Wufong.
Very solid day for him. Yeah. Very solid indeed. But you know what's kind of crazy? Spider, he had a massive game. He had a massive day on that first one, and then come back and essentially just does exactly the same thing day two. What a absolute machine. But here we are, ladies and gentlemen, taking a look at the qualified players for that solo grand final. Obviously, Spider, Mike, Wufong, Arano, Star, T225, Paste, Zeldinct, Frostivus, Verse, Mines, and LY Polaris making it in by the skin of their teeth at the very last couple games. And here we have tomorrow's schedule
where we're going to be going through all of this again in the trios with that last day of trio group stage.
Yeah, trios having a lot of, things, shenanigans, babanigans for the 12 games that we've seen so far from the 2 days. Having Morning Dew be the startup, and then seeing the map change, having the Sunday to midday, and then we go straight to Firefly Spam. Like that, and that's the last remaining 3 rounds. If you like seeing a lot of action times 17, watch the trios, guys. I know a lot of players like, specifically, I only play solos. You gotta understand that this game is not just left to one dimension. You got like a whole, tetrahedron of like shapes and colors and everything for trios, and seeing how the patterns come through. And plus trios, a lot of excitement.
Yeah, a lot is sort of like changing as well in trios. Syra has not just been a presence in solos, changing things around. She's changed things around in trios as well, and perhaps this new Wuchen V2 discovery might change a couple things, but I doubt it. I was talking to a few teams, changing a Wuchen V1 in solos, it's unlikely, but who knows? Anything can really happen. We are here, but you know what you guys should be doing at home? Should be checking out this QR code in the bottom of the screen if you want to keep up to date with all things NARAKA, all things Jacob moving forwards. Scan that QR code, get involved, get in those events if you want to have a chance at getting those goodies for yourself.
Yeah, because Peerless Treasure Choice gifts always come so often, but then again, you get the other chests, then you got the real good stuff. And plus, it's also a way for you to showcase any sort of, people that you have an interest with the game, with NARAKA, and just being able to play with multiple people from, different places of the world, right? We got EU, we got NA, we got C, we got AS. We even have some CM peeps in there too. So if you guys have any sort of going away, party going through, you can make that junction. But just like a going away party, day 3 solos comes to a conclusion, guys. A lot of things going through for the scoreboards. We finalized it out for the top 12. My name is Severio, alongside with Dunkin' Donuts. We'll see you guys tomorrow for Trios Day 3. Take it easy.
This undertaking that you've chosen